Okay, hi everybody. This is Venkat here. So we already have got Gaurav, we have got Scott, we have got Vijay, we have got Bhaskar, we have got Brandon, Paras. Hi folks, wish you all a very good morning.
Morning.
Welcome. That's great. Thank you, buddy. That was Scott. Others, I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Gaurav, can you just give me an yes? I see that you have muted your phone, Gaurav. Same thing goes for Vijay also.
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm able to hear you.
Great. Great. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, Bhaskar. And then if you have got Paras is not joined on the voice part, and Brandon is also not on the voice part. We'll give them a couple of seconds, and then we should get started. We are supposed to have about 10 people in the call. So as of now, we have got hey Gaurav, you have unmuted. Hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, I can hear you, and I'm hoping
Hey.
you can hear me as well.
Loud and clear, buddy. Thank you so much. So we have got Gaurav, Scott, Bhaskar, Vijay, that is 4, Brandon, and Paras. Paras has just joined the voice part of it also. Paras, if you can unmute and can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Loud and clear. Thank you, buddy. So let's get started. Others should be continuing. So I'm just putting you on mute right now, Gaurav. You can unmute yourself at any time. You can put yourself on mute. Others, Scott and Bhaskar also, if you can mute your phone so that the voice clarity will be clear and the recordings is what will be shared with you. So welcome guys to the 3-day Kafka course that we have, and this is the document that is supposed to be used so that you will be getting all the details, and whatever I'm discussing, all those things will be over here. And very soon I'll be giving you a shared link. I have uploaded this. You can see that this is getting uploaded, the contents for today and the document. You will have all of that, my dear friends. So to start with, all of you can go down to this particular link. This is what is the tiny URL for the page that we have. And I'm going to put this into the chat window so that all of you can see this. I'll just press an enter. Can somebody confirm if you have seen something coming in your chat window, friends?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. One more new person has joined, and that should be, let me just go up and see. Let me write it down so that I don't miss people. Okay, so we are supposed to have about 10 people in the session over here. Some of you might be joining because this is day 1. Bhaskar, you can hear me loud and clear, friend?
Yes.
Fantastic. So we have got Bhaskar B, we have got Brandon. Brandon, can you, I don't know if I've spoken to you, my apologies. So Brandon, I hope you can hear me loud and clear, right, Brandon?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. And then, great. Then we have got Gaurav, then we have got Paras, we have got Scott. Paras and Scott have already confirmed back to me, and then we have got Vijay also. Okay, so we have got 6 people from Albertsons already over here. The others should be joining us very soon. So guys, great. Thank you, Bhaskar. He saw that in the chat window. You can click on this link and I can see that people have already joined. Fantastic, folks. We have got about 5 people and that is 6 people. All the 6 over here have joined the document. So this is the software that will be required for the class. So depending upon whether, yep, some more people have already joined, that's great. So depending upon what is the system that you're using, you might be using a Windows, you might be using a Mac. First thing, if you're using Windows, you will need a software called as VMware Fusion. Okay, because we will be working with a pre-created image which has got all those things so that it will be comfortable for you folks. So just wanted to check and take a call from the participants. So just wanted to check with you. Let me start chronologically from the top. Bhaskar, what is the OS what you're having, friend?
So Windows.
Windows, that's great. So you can go for Windows. So what you would need to do, Bhaskar, is you would need, just once again, Bhaskar, if you can mute your phone, please. Thank you so much, friend. So that the disturbance won't be there. Fantastic. So you would need VMware. And after that, this is the Kafka image that is there. So please download the VMware, download the Kafka image, download Eclipse that you would need to have, and you should download your PuTTY and your WinSCP. So these are the softwares that we will need. So let me just mention it over here. For Windows users, we will have to have our VMware, we will have to have our image, we will have to have our Eclipse, we will have our PuTTY, and we will have our WinSCP. PuTTY is a software through which you'll be executing the programs and WinSCP. Then for your Mac users, of course, you would need to have, sorry, I should put this on the top. So this is going to be for Mac users. You would need something called as VMware Fusion. This is going to have a trial for 30 days. Okay, of course you can get a key also, so you just need to check that out. The version that I have given to you, Fusion, that has also got some keys, and you can look at this. Otherwise, this is a official version. You would also need to have an image. I've already given the image details to you. You should download your Eclipse. The Eclipse is specifically for Mac, and you would not have a PuTTY. You will have to use your system tools itself. Okay, system tools through which it will be communicating to your PuTTY. And for WinSCP, you need something called as FileZilla. Okay, so just checking up with the people over here to see who's having Mac and who is having Windows, so that the systems can be set up. So Bhaskar said that he's got Windows. I'll just put the information over here. Brandon, what is the OS what you're having, friend?
Mac, sir.
Okay, great. So Mac, Brandon, you will have to download VMware Fusion. Okay, the image link I have already shared with you, friends. So this is the image link. You will have to have the Eclipse separately downloaded, and your PuTTY and your WinSCP will be using our system tools itself. So that's great. So that was Brandon. He's having Mac. That's perfect. Let's go down to the third colleague. Gaurav, what is the OS you're having, Gaurav?
I'm having a Mac.
Okay, great. So Gaurav, you will also have to do the same things, because we have done a session earlier for Spark with Java. And over there also people had separate people have separate systems. So we had to have these things downloaded and do that. So we can quickly have that downloaded, and you should be able to be clear with that. Then we have got Paras. Paras, what's your OS?
It's a Mac.
Okay, so let me just put Paras also over here, and then we go down to, oops, sorry, just give me a second. Go down to Scott. Scott, what will be your operating system? Okay, Vijay, what will be your operating system, Vijay? Sorry, Scott, you just unmuted. Okay, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I've got Windows.
Yeah, I've got Windows. Okay, so Scott is on Windows, and then we have got our last colleague for now, that is Vijay. Vijay, what will be your OS, Vijay?
Mac OS.
Okay, that's great. So we have got about 4 people on Mac and 2 people on Windows. That's perfectly okay. So please have these things downloaded. All of you have joined over here so that you can see what are the softwares that you would need. So please have this downloaded so that we can start discussing with that also. Okay, great. So now let me just go back over here. Okay, so I think okay, it's uploading something else. So wait for a couple of seconds, guys. So you keep this downloads happen, and we will go ahead with the stuff. And I'll be sharing with you maybe the next 5 minutes or so the complete download details. Others should be coming in, or maybe we have got 6 people. I really wouldn't know. I was told that anywhere between 8 to 10 people would be available in the session, but that's okay. So this is the way how you will have to have those things done. Let's move on. Just a quick introduction about me. So just give me a second. Instructor. My name is Venkat, and I'm associated with training and consulting for about 29 years right now. I do 2 things nicely, friends. I convince and I confuse people. So you will have to decide as to what side you want it to be. A lot of new technologies, a lot of new things is coming up, and Apache Kafka is something that is pre-planned for your deployment folks. So that is a quick introduction about me. And let me just know your introduction also, colleagues, as to what you're doing. So again, going chronologically. Bhaskar, if you can just unmute yourself and say what is your area specialization and the purpose of doing this. Over to you.
Okay, this is Bhaskar. I work on the OMS team, order management system. We are building a new system. I'm the functional and technical lead from that team. We started using Kafka for obviously getting messages from our enterprise items foundation systems, EAS, and we are using Kafka for communicating our order status and other things to other systems. So we just started using it. We have probably around 4 or 5 topics. So plan is like obviously this will be the tool to publish and receive messages from OMS going forward. Yeah.
That's great, Bhaskar. What is the tool what we are doing? Because just to give you a background, we will be working with the versions of Kafka that we will be using is people would want to go ahead with various versions. So we will be working with the vanilla version, that is with your basic open source kind of a system. And we are also planning to work with your specific system that will be there. So we will be working with a customized tool also what we have. So which version are you using right now, Fred? Bhaskar?
So we are actually using both Confluent Kafka and Enterprise Kafka. I think the plan, as I understand, is to move towards Confluent.
Okay. So that's what your plan is. That's okay. So the idea is to get a proper understanding of the different versions of Kafka. How does it work? So today we will be starting with the vanilla version of Kafka, and towards tomorrow, in the second half of the day, after some examples, we'll go ahead with the Confluent Kafka and see what all are the new things, what it has, and see how do we work with it. So thank you, buddy. So now let me go down to our second colleague who's there. Let's go down to Brandon. Over to you, friend. You might have to unmute your
Hey,
phone.
sorry, Venkata, I was on mute. Yeah, hi, my name is Brandon. So I'm one of the tech lead for digital customer and communication team under loyalty. We are actually starting to use Kafka for we are migrating our legacy systems, legacy APIs and database into the new platform, and Kafka is one of the tools that we are moving. We will be using going forward. And as I mentioned by my previous colleague, it's we'll be going for Confluent. That's
okay. Great, Bhaskar. Pass over to you. Scott, if you can introduce yourself. Thank you, buddy.
Sure. So I'm part of the OMS team as well as Bhaskar. And so in the past, I've done a lot of integration work with IBM MQ. And so now to integrate with the new OMS system, I'm having to learn a little bit about Kafka. So I've used it a little bit in the past, but just to get by. So
that's perfect. Yeah, that's great, buddy. Thank you so much. Over to you, Gaurav.
Yep. So I'm part of the DevOps team. I'm a solution architect, and we have been using Kafka, actually both Confluent version, and we were having a previous installation of Confluent Kafka again, but like it was like not the licensed version. So like today we have both versions, Confluent Kafka Enterprise Edition as well, and we are using 2.5.1, and we recently went live with few of those applications as well on top of the enterprise Confluent Kafka. So I'm like my part is, or my role is like more around to support overall Kafka like implementation, monitoring, and all these things within the DevOps role.
Fantastic, Gaurav. Thank you so much, buddy. So, some people would have an experience, some people are going to be new at this. So, the objective of this thing would be to start off with the basics to see what the things are, go ahead with the narrative of the starting from the scratch and going ahead and building it up. So, some people would have worked on it, some people it will be new friend. So, the purpose of this thing is to get a fairly decent understanding in 3 days about how do we work with the vanilla system. And of course, the same thing, whatever code that we're trying in the vanilla Kafka, same thing can be deployed as it is on the Confluent environment also. So we'll go ahead and see that. So Paras, you be the next in the line.
Hey, this is Paras. I'm technical lead for Just for You. So I'm new to Kafka. We have not implemented it before. We were experimenting, but we've been using Azure Service Bus in the past, and we'll be moving our messages over to Kafka.
That's great. So you can see over here, this is what is the diversity we have in the team. Some people know things, some people are raw. So we'll be starting from the scratch and getting so that all of you would be at the same level as we go ahead. Thank you for that, Paras. Vijay, over to you.
Yeah, this is Vijay, and I'm part of the technical team here. And currently, we have pretty much good number of use cases coming up with where you have to leverage one of the PubSub models. So we are using Azure Service Bus as Paras mentioned earlier. So we want to replace it with the enterprise standard that we are going forward towards, marching towards, which is Kafka. And I kind of know high level details about it, but yeah, I would like to know more on these sessions.
Fantastic, Vijay. Fantastic. So thank you so much, folks. So that would be the 6 colleagues that we have over here. Let me give a page number for this. All of you have already joined in, so that's not an issue. So let me go ahead and get the proper page number to our documentation. There we go. So give me a sec. So I have got the page number also lined up. That would be great. And if I go down to my drive, you see that something is getting uploaded. So wait for a couple of seconds. That should happen. In the meantime, what I would want you to do is, depending upon the version what you have, you should have your VMware Fusion that should be downloaded. We have got about 4 people who are using Mac. You would need to have your VMware Fusion downloaded. You should have your Kafka image. So it will take a couple of seconds for you to download the Kafka image and keep that ready. And then to start with, we might not need Eclipse till post lunch. Eclipse is something that will be needed later on. So for the time being, you just need to ensure that you have got your virtualization software that is already set up for you. That is VMware or your Fusion, VMware Fusion for the Mac users, and the Kafka image. Okay, and later on you can once these 2 things are ready, we can easily set up our PuTTY and our WinSAP also. So let's get started. So as of now, we should have the following in our systems. Yes, we should have our virtualization tool. Let it be VMware or VMware Fusion. And the second thing, you should have your image downloaded, and I will help you to set up the image, set up the image. And in the image, what we have is that we already have got Kafka set up, and I'll be telling you the steps what we will have to do to see that. It's a pretty straightforward step. And we also have got our Confluent platform also set up on that. So that's what you would need as of now. Later on, we would need our Eclipse. So Eclipse, typically we would need only from exercise 3 onwards. Okay. So after you do this, the next step you should do is try to get your PuTTY if you are a Windows user. So both Bhaskar and Scott should go ahead and download PuTTY. I've given you the link for it. And the last thing you would need to have is a system via which we can open the files in Linux and transfer the files, that is WinSCP. Or for our Mac users, you should have something called as FileZilla already set up. So most of you would be aware of these things. If you're not aware, of course, I'm there to help you out with it. So this is something that you will have to download, and you should have it ready. So let's continue with that. So in the meantime, what I will do is let me move on with our a slide deck as to what is Kafka and how do we work with it. So let me open up my Kafka environment. Just give me a second. Let me go back to my this, and I think what I'll do is, since the files are getting uploaded over here just temporarily for the time being, I will change that to a different location. Let the files get uploaded day one. I'll just copy this and keep it in my desktop because I don't want the download of the files to be affected. You see, I've got my image and all those things ready. I'll be helping you out with it completely, friend. No issues on that. Let me clear my recycle bin. So let's get started with the stuff, guys. So at any point of time, friends, to have the training effective, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to point it out to me, guys. So we are going to talk about Kafka, what it is and how is it. And the objective here is that I can share the knowledge that I have in our implementation. So just to give you a background, right now I'm consulting for JP Morgan. They have moved on to the Hadoop and the Spark domain, and for the messaging part of it, they are into Kafka. So that's why I'm there. I also consult the Citibank in their implementations in India as well as in US, and also consult the Deutsche Bank. So these are the three banks which keep me pretty busy with the existing things. And I'm also associated with CLearn, wherein I share my knowledge with the colleagues. And since this training was specifically today and tomorrow is ideally a holiday for us over here. So this week I'm not doing pretty much. And so I thought that, okay, we will share my knowledge with the team because they wanted it in this Diwali week. I presume some of you would know, people who are Indians would definitely know Diwali. For the others, it's a festival of lights, what we have. And that's what you would hear in the background, some crackers getting burst over here in Mumbai, friend. I'm based out of Mumbai. So you'll have to bear with that, guys. Some of the crackers will keep on being burst till about 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the night, guys. Okay, so let's, before I move on, let's talk about the timings that we will be having, the lab timing, so that you would know when to take up a break, because I know although you're there in a training, you will have calls coming up for you for different things. So try to set up the calls during the break timings. So the start of the session, like what all of you have been there on time today, would be at 9 a.m. Pacific time zone. We will have our first break after 1.5 hours. That will be at around 10:30 a.m. for 15 minutes. Then we will have our lunch break at around 12, 20, 15 or 20, depending upon where we are, 12:15 a.m. And we will go for about an hour's time for 1 hour. So only for today, unfortunately, I have got something that is lined up at 1 o'clock my time. So today I will be breaking you guys at, just give me 1 second. Let me be very clear with my timings. I think it's India time, 1 o'clock. It will be 12:30 your time. So the Pacific time zone. So just give me 1 sec. So yeah, it's at 1 a.m. my time. So we will be breaking it around 12:15. That should be okay. That will be 12:45 India time, because if you see the time over here, I forgot to change, add an additional clock. See, I already have it. It's about 9:26 for you in California, whereas it's 9:56 in the night for me right now, friends. So that's perfect. So I'll break it around 12:15. I have got a call that will be 12:45 my time. I've got a call from 1 to 1:30. We still have got about 15 minutes. So that's ideal. Then we will take up our second break at around 3:45. Sorry, hold on. 12:15, 1:15. So 2:15 and 2:45. So we will take a break around 2:45 p.m. for 15 minutes. And then we will ideally wrap up at around 5 p.m. in and around 5 p.m. depending upon the questions and how do we go ahead. So this is what is going to be the live lab timings that we will do. We will try to meet up this 10 minutes here and there, depending upon if you're having a question or something, we will take up some more time for us. Okay, great. So now let's move on to the training deck. So when we talk about distributed systems, earlier when we talk about 2000 time frame, most of the distributed systems were in the form of a proprietary hardware, and it was custom hardware. The data was centralized, and there was a hardware-based fault recovery. That means you will have to deploy your applications to your prod and your DR also. And lovely examples of that was Teradata and Netezza. So that was the first generation of a distributed systems. Then when we talk about the next generation that came about, that was your Hadoop. So that came about in around 2006 time frame, almost 13 years back. So it was an open source. The complete hardware was an open source. It was commodity hardware. You don't have to deploy it on server grade machines. It was commodity hardware. The data was distributed. There was a software based fault recovery, and the lovely solution that we had was the primary product was called as Hadoop. It had a lot of ecosystem components. If you look at Albertsons and see how the implementation of that is happening at your company, you already had Hadoop. Then some people are really working on Hadoop and Hive. Then you moved on to the next layer, that is Apache Spark. That is what I was discussing with your team members earlier. And then some people for real-time data started moving on to Apache Kafka. So if you took a look at Hadoop, you have your two components, your core Hadoop and your HDFS. Then you have got something called as Apache Hive, wherein you do your SQL querying, Apache Pig, that was a scripting language. We had Mahout, that was more into machine learning. We had Apache HBase. Then we had some tools, that is Zookeeper. We had Flume. We had Scoop, that was import export of data, and that's the way how you work with that. So that was the complete framework of Hadoop that started coming. And then I don't have it over here. Then came something called as Apache Spark, and that is what you are moving in for. So Hadoop and Spark is one set of components that is already there. Now the question comes, why do I need something different? Because a lot has changed from 2003 when the original thing was given by Google. So both hardware and software have gone changes in the sense that you have got multiple cores in your system, and that is what Spark takes care of. Your big data and data analytics is now a necessity. Batch processing was the primarily way to do things, but with Kafka, you're seeing that you want to do real-time processing. So there was a limited capability of real-time processing in the earlier generations, but now you have got a lot of capability of this real-time, and systems have to take advantage of the new hardware, and everything was not designed to change depending upon the use case. And that's why we have got a third generation of system that is coming. That is where we have got Apache Kafka, and we have got Apache Spark. So if you look at the complete technology stack as to how things are, you would talk about Hadoop as the first component in the new technology stack. If you look at the new technology stack that is getting developed, so this is what is people typically call as the big data part of it. So almost all banks have already implemented that. So with your organization, you have got different bits and pieces of how it is being developed. Then you have got the second component wherein we look, that is what is going to be Apache Spark. That is for in-memory processing of stuff. Okay, so this is what is going to be in-memory processing of data. That is what is primarily your Apache Spark component. And then you have got something called as Apache Kafka. That is your real-time processing of data. Okay. So this is the way how the different components in the new technology stack became started getting very popular. So this has been there for some time. This has been there. It came in 2014, and Kafka was there also, but then now it just really started getting a lot of traction from the users to see how it fits up in your enterprise domain. So just wanted to check with the participants. Anybody over here is working on your Spark or your Hadoop components, my dear? I know we are going to learn Kafka, but just for my information, anybody deploying Spark or Hadoop? Over to you, folks. Okay, not getting any info. So I just want to check with you, Bhaskar. When you look at the way how it works in your organization, are you not looking at Apache Spark for processing this huge amount of data that is coming in, Bhaskar? How is it? You're looking at that, or that's not an area of traction for you right now?
So this
Bhaskar,
is
if you can.
Gaurav. We do have Apache Spark in use on our site, but I think the team members who are part of this are like not engaged with that, and the same is with me. So we do use Spark here at Albertson.
Fantastic. Thanks, Gaurav. So that's wonderful. So that's what I wanted to check because when you get down to your Spark part of it, like what Gaurav mentioned, some team members are there, but then the current audience is not looking at that. That's okay. That's perfectly understandable. So that is what is happening at the enterprise level. Different sets of people are at different levels, and we will be seeing how the things would happen. That's fantastic. So I think Susan has joined us. She has to join the voice part, and then I will give us some info about it. That's okay. So let's continue. So this was the three new components what we have, and the focus of the session is going to be on Kafka. Okay. So if you look at the background of Kafka, Kafka got its start as an internal infrastructure system that was built in LinkedIn. Their observation was pretty simple because there were a lot of databases and other systems to store data. But what was missing in the architecture was something that will help them to handle the continuous flow of data. The data keeps on coming and they want to see how that is being done. So that is how, and by the way, Kafka came from LinkedIn only. So prior to building Kafka, they experimented with all kinds of off-the-shelf options. They tried messaging systems to log aggregations to the various ETL tools, but nothing gave them what they wanted was how do I handle this continuous flow of data? So that's what introduced or made them develop a completely separate component that was called as Kafka. So this leads us to a single platform that can connect everyone to every event. It is also going to be a real-time stream of events because when we talk about Hadoop, we talk about batch processing. So people are traditionally related to batch processing of data. When we talk about Apache Kafka, it is again processing the data in different ways, and it has got a streaming component also when we talk about Apache Spark, but then it was in the form of micro batch. Whereas with Kafka, it is a real-time stream of events, and we store all the events for historical view frames. So that is what Kafka promises for us. So if you look at this, there are a lot of real-time data that gets into Kafka. Let it be connected cars, the various financial transactions, the events that happens at your hospitals, the various logistic shipping companies, the manufacturing assembly lines, the mobility part of it, e-commerce and insurances. So a lot of real-time data happens in the world, and we put all of that into a software that is called as Apache Kafka. And as what rightly some of you mentioned, some of you guys are actually using it, and you already have got some topics that is over there. So we'll talk about the terminology part of it. So they go into your Apache Kafka. So that is what is all about Kafka, my dear friends. Good. So let me just check. Susan is still not on the voice part, and we also have got another colleague, Vinay. So, so that's good. So, Vinay, can you just introduce yourself, friend?
Hey, this is Vinay. So I'm working for catalog projects. I'm the Java developer. So we are using the Kafka for our catalog functionality. So just I want to learn more details on the Kafka.
Fantastic, Vinay. So absolutely right. So what I would suggest, Vinay, is you are not there right now, friend, on the link. So there is a short link that has been called as, I've kept a link for it, a tiny URL, wherein I'll keep on adding documents to this. And I have already uploaded stuff into your Google Drive also from where you can download. So I'm just going to put it back into the chat. So the two new colleagues who have come right now, that is Vinay and we have got Susan. So both of you will be in a position to get that. Susan, I think you have not joined on the video part of it. I'm not too sure, Susan. Over
Yes,
to you.
I joined through my computer.
Okay, fantastic, Susan.
Yes.
That's great. If you can just introduce yourself, my dear friend. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, hi. I'm in the same team as Renee. We are working on this catalog project. We are day-to-day using this Kafka to consume the message from the upstream system. So this Kafka is critical. However, our team, when we are consuming the data, we are not using Spark, even though we are heavily dependent on Spark as Spark processing. It is not easy to install a listener always listening to the Kafka topic. So we are actually using PCL to listen to the Kafka topic.
Fantastic, Susan. So you can see over there, people are actually using your Apache Spark for the processing component. So I know that Albertsons is using this Spark in a very big way at the enterprise level. And Kafka is primarily going to be the way how the tool or the software that they will use for that. So I will just put this link onto the system so that you guys can have that downloaded. So just wanted to check with you, friends. Susan, are you using Windows or are you using Mac right now? What is the OS what you have on your system?
I'm using Windows.
Okay, great. So Susan would be over here. So that's great. And let me just go back to our other colleague, Vinay. What about you, friend?
I'm using Mac.
You're using Mac. Okay, so this is what is the set of users right now. So we have got about 5 people in Mac. We have about 3 people in our Windows. So let me give this link for you in the chat window. So I know it will be repeated link for some of you. My apologies, but then this will go down to both Susan and to Vinay. So click on this particular link so that you can come into this particular site, and then you will have to download VMware, that is for Windows, or VMware Fusion for Mac. You will have to download this Kafka image. Okay, so you will have those things ready. Eclipse is what we can do it later on, and then I can help you out with Putty and your WinCP for Windows users. And for Mac users, they were written from their own systems. So they can start connect to the VMware Fusion environment, and they will have to download FileZilla for moving of files. So this is what is the things that we have. Then, if you see over here, my name is Venkat, and I had already just introduced myself into software training and consulting for about 29 years as of now. So I help people in understanding the concepts and building up the software and whole thing. I was associated with your team to introduce the people to the Spark framework. That was a 5-day training that we had at the beginning of this month. And today, this week, for 3 days, I'll be associated with you to tell you about the version. We'll be working with both our vanilla Kafka and our Confluent in our system. So as of now, you should have your virtualization tool downloaded and kept ready. You should have your image downloaded, and I will help you to set up the image, the putty, and the WinCP. And later on by afternoon, we will have our exercise, and some details about the lab timings is already given. And this is what is the technology stack that we're talking about. I know it is repetitive, but that's okay. We have our 2 colleagues who have joined in right now. So that's perfect, guys. So we've got about 8 people who are there with us. So I was told it will be about 10 people. So we don't have that crowd as of now. So we have got about, once again, I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's just 8 people who are there. That's okay here. So let's continue, friends. And hey, let me share the link. So this is already uploaded. The docs for day 1 would be available at, give me a sec, folks. I will help you out with it. This is going to be docs.google. Just once again. Sorry, this is not docs. This should be Drive because it's there in my Google Drive. So I'll give you a link of it. Just once again, friends. And I'll give you a link. The link will be the same for day 2 and day 3 also. So let me go right at the bottom where my ZeoLearn link will be there. A little bit down still. It's giving me an hourglass. Yep, it's ready. So, and there it is. So if you look at ZeoLearn Kafka, I will have day 1, day 2, and day 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you directly the link for the ZeoLearn page. Okay, so That's what I'm going to do. There we go. Right click, get shareable link. I will on that particular link, Control C, and this is where you can download. Okay, the docs for I think it was called as CLN underscore Kafka. CLN underscore Kafka, where we will have day 1, 2, and 3 documents would be available at the following link. Okay, so please have that downloaded, and over there you will have this presentation deck that I'm using right now. I'm just there in my slide 8 right now. So that's what we are talking about, guys. So just getting to know what the concepts are and how things would be. And this is what is going to be our session timings. Okay, so we just started off an hour back. No, it's India time 10:45, so about 45 minutes back, and we are continuing with it. Okay, perfect. So the way to go would be anytime there is a doubt, please let me know so that I can help you out. So that's the way how we will go ahead. Let's continue, friends. Let me close this. I don't need this page also. Yep, that's good. So let's move on, folks. Okay, so we were talking about how the data is generated by different systems. So what is Kafka? So Kafka is a distributed streaming platform, a streaming platform that has 3 key objectives or capabilities. You can publish and subscribe to streams of records the way how you do it with a message queue or an enterprise messaging system. You can store data of records in a fault-tolerant and durable way, and you can process streams of records as they occur. Okay, so that is what is the capabilities of the streaming platform. Kafka is broadly used for 2 broad classes of applications. Just one second, let me just close this drive so that we are all set. Yeah, that's perfect. So it is used for building real-time streaming data pipelines that get data between systems or applications. And as what some of our colleagues are saying here, they have got some system that is already set up or they are using it. So you would have real-time data that is coming in from your upstream. You would want to process it and be available for your downstream also. So that is a way how you want to use this, see how it is going to be helpful to you. Then you can also build real-time streaming applications that transform or react to streams of data. So that is what is the capability of Kafka. So just wanted to check when we are starting with it, what are the 2 main benefits of using Apache Kafka? So we already have got your enterprise messaging layer that is already there, friend. So in what way this would be helpful? So Bhaskar, you said that you're actually using it, Bhaskar. So if you can just tell me what is the value add what Kafka gives it to us, Bhaskar? Thank you. His phone is on mute. Maybe he's not there. Anybody, friend, if you can let me know what would be the two major benefits of using Apache Kafka and what way it will be beneficial, friends. Anybody? Please let me know. Guys, all of your phones are on mute. You might have to unmute if you want to ask me, friends. Answer me. I would appreciate if you can unmute and you can answer me on this, friend. Thank you. Okay, not hearing anything from anybody. Okay, Vijay, unmuted. Go ahead, Vijay. Vijay, I didn't hear that, my dear. If you can repeat it for me.
Distributed processing.
Okay, so the first thing you're saying that it is going to be distributed processing. Okay, so in some way that is what was done by your earlier systems, but then the data was not distributed. So what Kafka allows you is saying that you can have a distributed processing of your data and you can store it into your multiple topics. And within a topic, you can create multiple partitions. So that is the way how you can do distributed processing. Okay, I agree with that. One more major benefit of using it here Anybody else? Other than distributed processing, what would be the major benefit of using Kafka as compared to what we were doing traditionally, my dear? Anybody? Brandon, Gaurav, Paras, Scott, Susan, and Vinay? Okay, not hearing from anybody, friend, but that's okay. So the second major benefit of using Apache Kafka would be that once a consumer, like if you're using a messaging layer, if you're using a typical kind of a messaging layer, once the message is received by the consumer, the message goes away from the messaging system. That is, you will not be able to see it. So if a new consumer comes into the system, new consumer joins the topic, okay, he will not be able to see that. He will not be able to see the message, okay. But in Kafka, he can do that. This is what is the major benefit. But in Kafka, he can get the message also. So the way how you can get the message is because it is already stored for the default of 7 days. So any message that comes into Kafka is stored for a default of 7 days, my dear. Okay, so this is what is the major benefit that you can look at Kafka. Yes, there is a distributed processing. The data would be distributed, and even though the message is consumed by all the consumers, you will still be able to see the message because Kafka Kafka ensures that the producers and consumers do not get in touch with each other. Okay, producers and consumers do not get in touch with each other. Okay, so that is what is the biggest benefit of it. The producer puts a message into Kafka, and then the consumer can read that message from Kafka. A new consumer comes, he can also read that message, which was never possible in our enterprise systems, my dear. Okay, so these are some of the two main benefits. Even when we just start with what is Kafka, you will see some of the major benefits of it, my dear. Okay, get. So let me continue over here. So we saw what is Apache Kafka and see how it is there. So see over here. So we have got an IoT device, a mobile device, some SaaS application, something on the edge, which is going to be, just once again, there was a question or something in the chat window. Let me just go back. Okay, so Bhaskar was asking me what's the typical time or days the messages are stored in Kafka. Hey, whenever the message is stored in Kafka, it will be available for 7 days, my dear. Okay, so that is what is the default. So go see over here, it is stored for a default of 7 days. And what JP City is doing right now is they're storing the data for a longer period of time. You know that with Apache Hadoop, you have got a big data environment where we store all kinds of data into Hadoop, right? So with the industry and the systems getting matured, we are seeing that we are storing it for a default of 7 days. So if, just once again, let me this thing with underline. So if we looked at enterprises right now, they are storing the messages for 30 days. Okay, they're storing it for 60 days. Some different topics, they store it for 60 days. Some people store it for 90 days and even for 120 days. So depending upon what is your requirement basket, you would want to store the message for a longer period of time so that you can use Kafka instead of your Apache Hadoop. If you really want to use it for a very long period of time, generally you would want to put it into your Hadoop environment. Otherwise, simply let it be there in Kafka and people can use it in the way how you want it. Make sense, dear? So just let me check it up with you, Bhaskar. How are you putting it right now, dear? So if you look at the environment right now, what is the number of days what you are using it? Over to you, Bhaskar. You might just want to unmute your phone, dear. Otherwise, we can't hear you. Okay.
Yeah, this is Bhaskar. We are started productionalizing our systems, and we are working with the DevOps, but I think they don't have like a clear suggestions as such. I think that they are going with 3 days to begin with. So we are trying to see that which is the ideal point, because if there is an issue and which we come to know that in a production, it's typically after, let's say if it's a weekend, then we will only come to know after that. And by the time we go and look for what happened, the messages are not in Kafka. So we are trying to think and also work with the DevOps to increase that to at least 7 days. So just want to understand the industry standard, which you are saying is typically 7 days or more.
Yeah, the default is 7 days, Bhaskar, but then depending upon the different environment, see what happens with Hadoop was that whatever data comes in, they keep on storing the data. I don't care what data is, I want to store it into Hadoop so that I will have the ability to replay it or retrieve it at some period of time, right? Then what we saw was that out of the actual data that is being used, about 30 to 40% of the data is really used after some period of time. That means 60% of the data is useless. So what they really wanted was that the data to be available for some period of time. So what enterprises like Citi and JP is using right now is for different topics, they're storing it for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and even 120 days. So you can retrieve that particular data. You are thinking, of course, from trying to debug an issue. I am looking at from a consumer point of view of trying to go back and see if I want the old data, if I want to do some metrics, and if I want to calculate that. So this is what is the industry standard of 7 is a default, but then I have seen people storing it even for 120 days. So depending upon your requirement, you'll have to really push it for that period of time and then see how that would happen here. Make sense? Get
Yes,
Uh,
thanks.
Yeah, Gaurav.
Venkita, this is Gaurav. So I have a question. So like, yes, we are trying to enforce like 3 days for now, and there's a reason like we are not so sure like how much data will be stored in the Kafka topic. So that's where I think the second question comes. What is the, or what should be the nature of the data? You said like anything we can store, yes, but like what should be the default or like the standard size recommendations which we should be storing within these topics. So I think based on these two, it boils down to like how much capacity wise or data storage we need to plan on the different brokers, right? So I think we need your help to understand these areas as well a little bit more.
Sure, Gaurav. So if you look at the amount of data that can be stored, you can store in any kind of data. Kafka doesn't say, because everything is stored in the form of a byte array, right? There is no restriction in Kafka to say that you store this kind of data or this kind of data. Anything that comes in real time, all, if not everything can be stored for some X period of time, depending upon how you want to do it. So when something is being processed, you have got about 30,000 events that comes about. An event is a small chunk of a data that happens, right? We are not talking about TVs and GBs, gigabytes or petabytes of data, because that is typically what is there if you're talking about a batch processing kind of a scenario. Here we are talking about a real-time processing kind of a scenario. And in such cases, it is immaterial as to what is the size of the data, what is coming. It will be there in KBs, if not in some megabytes. So if you look at the upward limit of what kind of a data in one go that can be stored, you can store till about 10 megabytes of data in one go. Okay, so we are talking about every second an event coming in, and that event will be in KBs, it will not be in MBs. So the upward limit is you can store till about 10 megabytes of one event in Kafka, Gaurav. So that's the point. Make sense, dear?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So that's the way how we look at it to see how do we do that, friends. Okay, fantastic. So you see over here, there are different types of data that is being put into your Kafka. So you can have your database changes, your customer interactions, your inventory system, your SaaS data, your microservices events, and that will be consumed by your data center, by your microservices, by your various databases, your data lake, your machine learning, via cloud. So Kafka is a de facto standard for your real-time event streaming. You will have a global scale. It is going to be real-time. You will have a persistent storage, and you can do your stream processing, friends. So this is what is the capability of Kafka. There is no upward limit, and there is absolutely nothing. Only thing is that you will have to increase the size of data that you're storing. It is going to be really broad enough, guys. Okay, so that's how we should look at it. So this talks about what is your Kafka. So let's compare between your traditional messaging and your Kafka. Okay, so Kafka works as a modern distributed system that runs as a cluster and that can scale to handle all the applications, even the most massive of companies. Okay, rather than running dozens of individual messaging brokers that is hand wired to different applications, this lets you have a centralized platform that can scale elastically to handle all types of streams of data in a company. So that's the beauty of Kafka, and you already set this up, right? Okay, so Kafka is a true storage system built to store data for as long as you might like. This has got a lot of benefits in using it as a connecting layer, as it supports and provides real-time guarantees so that the data is replicated, it is persistent, and you can keep it around for as long as you like. The default is 7 days, but like I said, people are using it even till about 120 days. So you decide the scope by which people might relook at an event for a period of time, and you have got the capability of storing it for that period also. Okay. So finally, the world of stream processing raises the level of abstraction very significantly. Messaging systems like a TIPCO mostly just hand out messages. The stream processing capabilities in Kafka let you compute your derived streams and datasets dynamically of your streams with very less code. So these differences make Kafka enough of its own thing that it doesn't really make sense to think of it like only another queue. So yes, the starting part of it was treated like a queue, but then after that they started looking at the different ways how it can be used. And when we look at enterprise Kafka, it is massive. You have got KSQL, you have got K streaming, a lot of new things are going to be there. Okay, so that's a comparison between your messaging versus your Kafka. So let me just go back and check with the team, friend. So I presume you would have kept it for your download, my dear friends. So just checking up. If I hope let's check it up with some people. I'm just not going to do it with everybody, friends. So Gaurav, if you don't mind, have you downloaded your? Let me just go back and see what is your system. You are using Mac. Have you downloaded VMware Fusion, Gaurav?
Yes, I've downloaded VMware Fusion, the Ubuntu image, and the Kafka image, and
Fantastic.
I have set up the virtual machine. But yeah, looking for the next steps.
Okay, that's perfect, friends. So this is what I want. I'll give you about another 15 minutes. That's okay, friends. So ensure that you either have your VMware for Windows or your VMware Fusion for your Mac, have your image downloaded, and then you will have things ready. Like for example, I have got this image downloaded. Everything is over here. Okay, I'm using multiple versions of different products what we are using. So right now I have got Apache Kafka and I've got things. So what you would need to do is that once you have the image downloaded, just extract that particular image. So let me just write it down for you here so that there is no confusion. So once the image is downloaded, please extract the image, and we will show how it will be done on the systems. We will show how it will be set up in your systems. Okay, I'll be just showing that to you. So that was our Mac user. So for our Windows user, Bhaskar, Scott, or Susan, have you got your VMware workstation downloaded, friend, and the image? Anybody, friend?
Yep.
Fantastic, Scott.
My image is still downloading. The VMware is done.
Fantastic, dear. So that's great. So Bhaskara said yes, even Scott said yes, and Susan also said yes. Fantastic. I'll give you till about another 15 minutes, and then we will go ahead setting up the things on our systems. Beautiful. So let's continue with from what we were talking so that can move on. So we spoke about messaging versus Kafka. When we talk about ETL tools that we have been historically been using and seeing how the benefit of it would be, if you look at ETL versus Kafka, so ETL and your data integration tools move the data around, and so does Kafka does. So rather than a tool for scraping data out of one system and inserting it into another, Kafka is platform oriented around real-time stream of events data. So this means that not only can it connect your off-the-shelf applications and your various data systems, it can also power your custom applications built to trigger off these same data systems. So it's a wonderful kind of a tool that you can use. And this architecture centered around streams of events is the really most important thing that is happening, my dear. So a lot of tools are looking at the way how we use Kafka. And this is just to give you a list of companies that is using Kafka. You talk about Netflix, you talk about Adidas, you talk about LinkedIn, you talk about Walmart, you talk about Citibank, you talk about Audi, you talk about Goldman Sachs, you talk about Uber, you talk about Groupon. Lots and lots of companies are there. And if you want to get the details of companies about how they're using it, a very strong suggestion would be to look at Kafka powered by. So I'll just say Kafka powered by, and I'll just press enter, and you can see over here the powered by page for Kafka. Just once again. That's surprising. Hold on. So let me go back. Hey, that came. I don't know why it took so long. So I look at this particular page. Ah, there you go. So see here, you can see the New York Times. You can see Pinterest. You can see Ancestry, Airbnb. Look at DataSafe. Look at Datadog. Look at all these companies and see how Kafka has been used. It's been used in a massive way in the industry, friend. So please have a look at this to see how people are using it and in what ways people are using it, friend. Okay, so that's good. Let's move on. So this is the way how you started with it. So, okay, there was a question. So let me just look at that. Hey, great. So Gaurav, let me come down to that. Let's wait. I'll give you the username password so that at least you can do that. So I'll help you, Gaurav. But then we will wait till 45 so that we can do that. So right now I'm just putting it so that people who have already installed it, you can go ahead with it. The username is going to be not root, and the password is going to be Hadoop123. Okay. So this is what is going to be the username and the password for the image. This is going to be the credentials for the image. A very strong suggestion would be to make a note of this somewhere so that it will be easy for you. Okay, fantastic. So Gaurav has done that, and almost all of you are downloading it, and it should be ready, friends. Don't worry. In another 10 minutes, we'll get down and we'll keep that ready. What I'll do is I'll go down to my image and I'll power it off, power off. Okay, so that I can show you from scratch how to start with it, friend. No worries on it. Okay, good. So let me continue. Let me go back over here. So you start with your metrics in the form of front-end server. That is, your application metrics is coming to servers there, and you talk to your metric server. And then very soon you will see that there is a spaghetti of connections. Okay, each of the servers will talk to the different servers, and this is what would be the main thing that we have to avoid, friend. Okay, so just to give you it in a pictorial way, so this is what was the earlier usage of systems and how Kafka would help us. Just once again, would help us. So you talk about your system 1, and then you have your system 2. Okay, so you have communication with your system 1 and system 2. Then you have got another system called as system 3 coming. You'll have communication with system 1 and system 3, 2 and 3, sorry. And then you have got something called as system 4, communication between system 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you have got your system 5, System 5 will also talk to all the 3 downstream systems, that is 2, 3, and 4. And system 6 will also talk to each of the systems. So very soon what will happen is that you will have a spaghetti of connections between the systems. Okay, and the way how Kafka helps us is that they want to completely decouple your producer and the consumers. So this thing is going to be the producer, and this thing is what is going to be the consumer. So Kafka helps us in ensuring that the producers and the consumers don't have to talk to each other. Producer will talk to Kafka, send the messages in Kafka, and the consumer will read from the Kafka, and then it will show it to you. The most important thing to look over here is that once the data is put into Kafka, it cannot be changed. So this is what is the most important concept that you will have to be clear of. Once a message is written into Kafka, it cannot be changed. You simply keep on adding things to Kafka. Okay, you simply keep on adding data to it, but you cannot change the data once it's done, friend. Okay, so that is what is the spaghetti of connections what you have. And if you look at your PubSub system, this is the way how PubSub started. Okay, so instead of having a spaghetti of connections all writing to a matrix PubSub, and then this goes ahead. But the challenge with the PubSub is that very soon you will have multiple PubSub systems. You will have a metrics PubSub, you will have a logging PubSub, you will have a tracking PubSub. And to avoid these things, instead of you put all these 3 things directly into something called as Kafka, and that is what is the benefit what you will be having. Okay, so this is where Kafka comes in. So Kafka is considered as a distributed commit log, or think of it like a distributing streaming application or a platform. Okay, it's like a file system or a database commit log, which is designed to provide a durable record of all transactions so that they can be replayed to consistently build the state of a system. So that is what is the ability of Kafka. Similarly, data within Kafka is stored durably in order and can be read in a undeterministically fashion. Okay, so in addition, the data can be distributed within the system to provide additional protections against failures, as well as significant opportunities for scaling performance. So when we talk about Kafka, the first thing that you should look at is we will have something called as a topic. Okay, topic is the logical name in which the producers write the data, okay, and the consumers consume the data, and the consumers consume the data. A topic can be broken down into multiple partitions, okay, so multiple different logic of groupings, and the topic can also be replicated, okay, replications, okay. So partitioning is to ensure that the data is distributed. We said that it is going to be distributed processing. One of our colleagues said that, right? When we said about benefits of Kafka, you will have distributed processing. I mentioned that there will be partitions. So this is what is a partition. And replication is there so that the data can be there in multiple places. Okay, so the data can be replicated. Data can be replicated. Okay, so this is some of the basic concepts what we have: a topic, a partition, and a replication. Okay, let's move on. So this is what is.
Venkat.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
So in the previous slide, we talked about in order. So how does Kafka keeps all the messages in sequential order? Like in messaging queues, they can be consumed in the sequence order. But here we see different consumers, and if I have different consumers on the same topic, and each consumer is filtering the message and doing a pass through for the message it's not interested in and consumes only the one which matches criteria, they may process out of sequence, right?
No, that will never happen, my dear. So let me explain that here. So whenever the data is put by the producer, it will be stored in Kafka, because please remember, the most important concept is it is immutable data. It is immutable data that is stored in Kafka. So whenever you put something into a topic, you're simply going to write to the next event what is there. So just to give an example, it will be coming down later on. See here. So see, we're talking about topics and partitions. So this topic is broken into multiple partitions, and you have got multiple sequence of data. Partition 0 has got from 0 to 12. Partition 1 has got from till 8, and 2 has got till 10. So that would mean that you would decide how the data is going to go down to a particular partition, and it is primarily going to be append to kind of a thing. There is no way how you can change the data once it's created. So that's the first thing for us. When you put in a data from the producer into Kafka, you will put it into a topic, into a partition, and you will keep on appending to it. So that's the first point. You can't, and then the consumer can read that particular data from a particular topic and from a particular partition, and then decide whether he wants to process it or he doesn't want to process it, but he'll have to read all the data and then he can go about doing it. So that's the way how we look at it, Paras. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah, let's continue. We'll have questions on how.
Definitely, my dear. Absolutely no issues, because see, the main thing is that you're coming in from a different perspective. That is perfectly understandable and that is valid. But then when we look at the data, how it is going to be, it's going to be very different from the messaging queues that you're already used to. So in the messaging queue, what happens is the data comes, once it's read by the consumers, the data is gone, right? Whereas in Kafka, the data is stored for a particular period of time, and everything is going to be immutable. So that's the way how it works. So as and when you have some point as to see what it is happening, when we see our first example, you'll see the data that is being kept on being read and sequentially it is being stored. You will never see that the number of the data being changed to something that was earlier. If 14 messages were there, when the next message comes, it will definitely be the 15th message. It won't be anything beyond that, Paras. We'll have a look at it, my dear. No worries.
All right.
Sure. Appreciate that. Okay. So just once again, let me go back and let me finish this thing, and then we will go down to our hands-on dear. So what is Kafka? Kafka is a simple PubSub messaging system, and think of it like a distributed commit log. So you keep on adding data to it. So you see over here, sorry, was there a question, my dear? I think somebody new have joined us. Let me just go back and check our body. Okay, I think it was Vijay. I think he have joined twice, but that's okay. So perfectly valid. I think he got disconnected, and that's the reason why he had to join in twice. That's okay. So let me continue. So everything in Kafka is going to be a kind of a commit log. So we think of it like a distributed commit log. So in our topic, we have got our 10 messages. Producer 1 is going to write to the 8th and the 9th message, and the producer 2 is going to write the 10th message. And the consumer 1 is going to be reading the last message right now. So if you look at your traditional PubSub kind of a systems friend, you always saw that the producer and the consumer has to be there in sync, right? So the producer produces a message, the consumer consumes that message, and that's the end of it. Okay, there will be some lag, but here the producer and the consumer can run at completely different speed. Okay, something is running at quite a fast pace, depending upon the way how the events is coming, and the consumer is running it at a completely different pace. So here you see consumer 2 is reading the 10th message, and consumer 1 has read only till the 4th message. Okay, you don't have to worry about it because the messages are going to be persisted, right? So the consumer can process it at its own speed. This is another beauty of Kafka. The producer and the consumer need not be there at the same speed. They can process it at different speeds. So let me just make a note of that. So in Kafka, this is another important point that you will have to see. The producer and the consumer can run at different speed. Okay, and they need not be in sync. They need not be in sync, as the messages are stored for a period of time. Okay, so that is what is the main crux that we talk about in Kafka. So I'll just put this in bold so that you can see that. Okay, So this is what the ability. The next ability is consumer 2 can go back and start reading from message 6 onwards. Okay, he can reset his offset and then he can say that, hey, I want to read from 6. I was reading 10. There was some error that happened. I can definitely go back and read the message, which is never possible in a traditional MQ kind of a series. Because in a messaging queue kind of a series, the old messages are never retained, right? Once all the consumers get the message is removed from the TIPCO itself completely. And that is what is the beauty what Kafka gives us, the ability to do it. The other ability is a third consumer when he comes, okay, maybe 2 days after the message has been produced, you can still see all the old messages because the default life of the messages up to an organization, by default, it is going to be stored for 7 days. So after 2 days, a new consumer can come and he can read all the old messages, friend. So these are the things that Kafka gives us as a benefit what others don't do. There was one question. Let me have a quick look at it. Just one second. Okay, that's right. You just put in the username password. That's correct, Paras. So that was for Gaurav. He had just put it, but then it is there in the cheat sheet also, friends. See over here, I've kept it the username and password, and you can look at that, friend. Sure, no worries. Okay, so this was some of the benefits that we have for Kafka. So we'll take a break right now. Okay, when I say break, I mean a stop from here. I didn't say literal break, friend. So let's set up our, see how the things are there in our system. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set down to go to 2 different sets of users to see how things are. First, let's go down to the first set of users who are having Mac. So I think Bhaskar will come down to you in some time. That will be for Windows users. For our Mac users, Gaurav, I will just make you as a presenter, Gaurav, or I'll stop sharing so that you can start sharing a system and we can see how the image is loaded. First thing that Gaurav will have to do is he will have to start with his VMware Fusion. Okay, and once he starts the fusion, he will show us the Kafka image he's loading and he will power it on and show it to us. So I'm just going to stop sharing. So I have done that. So can one of the users, if you can start sharing, I'll appreciate that, dear. So please go ahead, and if you don't mind, Gaurav, can you start sharing? Thank you. So that we can see it on your screen how things are here.
Yes, I'm sharing in a minute.
Yeah, sure, buddy. No worries. So we will just see on a Mac machine how everything would be properly set up. And yeah, there we go. Gaurav has started sharing. Fantastic. He's got his VMware. He's got his Ubuntu image. Let's do a ls minus L so that we will see what all things are there. Yeah, space minus L. So you see that I have got downloads, lab, project, everything. And have you downloaded FileZilla, Gaurav? So if you have FileZilla, can you go down to your FileZilla so that we can see what all are the folders there, Gaurav? You can speak right now, Gaurav, no worries. Okay, looks like there is, once again, I'll just unmute you. I have unmuted you, Gaurav.
Yeah, thanks. I was looking for the button with the screen share.
I know. Yeah, so have you this thing? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so he is doing Groove and he is downloading FileZilla. That's okay. So once you set up your FileZilla, and you will see the FileZilla also coming down. So different ways of different tools. I'm perfectly okay with that. As long as your FileZilla is already there, we can go ahead and we can see that. Okay. So he's just searching through Groove for FileZilla. So that's okay. So just get your okay. He's searching for FileZilla. Let's see. He's making it a little bit more big. That's fantastic. That's okay. So you can just check for FileZilla. You need to have FileZilla, and you need to have your own tool, and you will have to get into the system and then play around with it. So that's what you will have to do. So no worries, dear. So you are all done, friend. So I will stop the sharing. Just give me 1 second.
I'm downloading it
And,
from the website in case you want me to still show that.
yeah, please go ahead. That will be helpful. Thank you. So he's just going to the website and he will download the FileZilla. Just go to the browser and show them FileZilla for Mac, and it will show you a link. In fact, if you look at the cheat sheet, I've shared the link with you here. You can download it from there. Exactly, the FileZilla client, and you can download the Mac OS, the first one. Yeah, the stable version is 3.45, and you can download the FileZilla. That's perfect here. It's a simple tar file that he will download, he will extract it, and then it will start, my dear. In case if you want to think of FTP tool, he's given you the link and you can chat with us. Yeah, fantastic. So see, the FileZilla is already here. Now do an if config. Go down to the main image, do an if config, so that you'll get the host name, username, and password. That's it. Yeah, fantastic. It is 172.16, 192, 128. Yeah, go there. That's it. Yeah, the host name would be 172.16, 192, 128. Perfect. Username is not root. Password is Hadoop123. The port number will be 22. And just say connect. Fantastic. Yeah, just say okay. And brilliant, you are in home, not root, and you got everything. Fantastic, friend. You would need this to move the files from your Windows onto FileZilla. That's all. Fantastic. Thank you, friend. So you have got everything ready on your system, and thanks, mate. So I will just go ahead and okay, once again, what is this? Stop sharing, Gaurav, so that I can once again. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So now let me go down to Bhaskar. Bhaskar, is it okay? Can you be the presenter, Bhaskar, if you don't mind? Or Scott or Susan? Oh, Bhaskar, you have replied. Can I share your machine, Bhaskar? Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, can you just share the screen? I've stopped sharing there. So this is on Windows. Bhaskar will just show how everything is already.
I haven't set up yet, so just letting you.
You haven't? Okay. Susan, has it downloaded for you, Susan? Or Scott?
Yes,
Is it?
Spark. You're talking about Spark. You're talking about the.
No, I'm talking about Kafka. The image, have you downloaded here?
Yeah. I downloaded the image, so it's right here.
Okay, you have to just share your screen here.
Yeah, I'm sharing. Am I sharing?
Yes. No, you are not.
Oh, okay. I should share my desktop, right?
Yeah, that's right. So there will be a share. Yeah, thank you.
You can see. Okay.
Yeah.
I have this one, but I don't know how to open this one because it's telling me to open use a textpad.
No, you need WinRAR. So it's a RAR file, right? So you have got some WinRAR utility. WinRAR.
No.
Can you go back to the browser? I'll help you right now. Just say download WinRAR.
WinRAR?
WinRAR. The third option. There it is. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I just download.
Yeah. Just download. It's a very small file. Yeah, download that. Just hit down. Yeah, I think it's already downloaded. Okay. Gaurav will send it to the Mac users. They will use a tool called as unarchive. Thank you, Gaurav. I think it's all on the top. I think you have to say continue. Or it says thank you for downloading. If it doesn't start in 5, I think it's already downloaded. On the left hand side, see 3 seconds at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already done. Can you open it?
I have WinRAR.
Yeah. Just open it here. Yeah, just extract it. Install. At the bottom, no, at the bottom there's an install. Yeah, thank you. Just say okay. Done. Yeah, you can close this. WinRAR thank you page. Go back to the other folder, not this.
So I can open this one.
No. Go to downloads. Go to downloads, dear. Yeah, you kept a shortcut. That is correct. Yeah, go to your downloads.
This is my downloads.
Yeah,
I can open this.
Right click. Right click. Hold on. Just close this. Yeah. And select Kafka Ubuntu and just say where you want to extract it to. On the top, the second one, add an, yeah, where do you want to extract it to? Okay. So you're extracting it to your C drive, couple of seconds. So she's downloaded the RAR file. She's downloaded on her desktop. I presume this thing would be there, our VMware workstation. That's great. So
Oh, I downloaded the VMware workstation, but I have I think I have, originally I also have a VMware workstation, so I haven't extra installed VMware. Can I use my previous one?
why not? You can definitely use your previous one. So just
Okay.
a couple of seconds, 15 seconds, this will be finished. Yeah. And then we will go down to that particular
it is
thing.
right here. I'll show you. It is
Yeah,
right
so,
here. This is my VM workstation.
yeah,
I have it before.
Continue with
And
that.
I have,
Perfect.
okay, I have
VLCP. Yeah,
I
that's
also
right.
have Putty, so I have it.
Yeah, that's lovely, lovely. You can continue with that. No worries at all, friend.
All right.
So
Okay.
let's,
It's
yeah,
done?
I think it's done. Done.
Okay.
Close this. Close this. Thank you. And
What do you see?
go to your VMware
Right here.
workstation.
I think I extract here, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kafka Ubuntu, the fifth one. Fantastic. Let's be there. Go to your VMware now. I'll tell you how to load this.
Open my VMware. Okay.
That's correct. What is the memory, what you're having on the disk, dear?
I don't exactly.
That's okay. That's okay. So click on player. This is VMware player. Okay, that's also okay. Click on file, open. File and open. Very good. And let's go to D drive apps. I mean C drive apps. Yep. Go to that. Yeah. Select this file, and it will come. Wait for a second. Fantastic. And click on play virtual. That's right. And the virtual machine is getting played. I copied it. And say no. I don't want to connect to the floppy drive every time. And now the image is coming. Beautiful. Let's wait a couple of seconds. So you've got your image already loaded. So the Windows users, this is what you should do. And yeah, click inside and log in. Username is not root. Click inside. Yeah, NOTROOT.
Hey, it's not going there.
No, I think it's already inside here. You have to.
No.
Yeah, it's all. No.
Yeah.
No, you can't see anything getting typed, my dear. If you press Control Alt if you want to get out of it.
What is the password?
No. Hadoop 123. Type Hadoop HADOOP 123.
123.
Press enter. Yeah, no. It was wrong. Just type once again. That's okay.
Not
root. Enter.
Enter.
Yep.
There's no capital, right? It's just
no. All small cases.
HADOOP
and 123 in the numerical format.
Let me copy it. I think I better copy from.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's okay.
I cannot go out.
Do Control Alt so that you can get out. Press Control and Alt.
Control Alt.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's the way how we do it here.
Let me go to your file. Where's your file? Right here. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one.
You can't edit into my file. No. Yeah. Go up. You can paste from there. No, it's down.
Oh.
There it is. Yeah, you can copy. No, you already. Yeah, that's it. Click inside. Paste it. Right click is what is pasting. No. Just type the username. You did it right last time. NOTROOT. Press enter. Yeah. HADOOP 123. And bingo, you are in.
Okay.
Once again. Yeah. Perfect. Type. Okay. Yeah, that's lovely, dear. So this is how we do it. Perfect. So I will just stop sharing, and there we go. And let me go back to my system. And others, I presume you would have to have this done. So I'll just show you how it's done on a my system. So she has got VMware this thing, what you call player. There are two types of tools what is available in the market right now. I'll just mute Susan. That's great. So now if you see over here, let me scroll down to let you know there are two tools for VMware usage in Windows. So what Susan is using right now is called as VMware Player. Okay, so that's also okay, VMware Player. And the second one, what I'm using is VMware Workstation. Okay, so from the perspective of the current example, you can do anything. That's okay. I'm just showing on the screen how to get it done. So you will click on File and Open. Go to the place where you have extracted everything. See here, you will select your Ubuntu 64-bit and then say Open. See, for me, it's already ready. So see, by default, it will have a memory of 2 gigs. That's okay to start with. Okay, and then you can click on power on this virtual machine so that my VM is starting. See here. So the beauty of VMware Play Workstation is you can get multiple systems and you can see it. The player also does the same thing. Okay, so right now you don't have to worry about whether you're using a player or a workstation. It will work in the same way. So I'm just starting off with it. Just one second. And this is what has to be done by, let me just go back. Bhaskar, you'll have to download it, my dear. Scott, I think it's already done by you, right? Okay, great.
No, I'm getting an error actually.
Okay, so I think, okay, let me go down to your system, Scott. Bhaskar, you will have to, I presume you're having 64-bit operating system. You will have to change the processors to 64-bit. So that's what typically is an issue because you'll be using your normal thing. So when you show me this message that is coming on your screen, Bhaskar, first I'll go to Scott, and I'll see what the issue is with Scott. So just one second, let me stop sharing so that you can share your screen, Scott. Over to you. Thank you. Just start sharing, Scott, so that I'll come to know what is the issue that you're facing. Thank you. Yep. Hey, the same issue. See, the good thing over here is, see the second line, this host supports Intel VX, but Intel VX is disabled. The second line. That means Intel VX is there on your system, but then it is disabled. You will have to go down. So just say, okay, if this is the same error, what you're getting, I will tell you how to fix it. Yeah, let me stop sharing. You are also there on a player. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. So I'm just stop. Come on. Why I'm not able to stop the thing? Weird. Just once again.
You want me to
Can I
stop sharing?
Yeah. I should, yeah, there we go. Thank you, buddy. So let me start sharing and let me show you. So when we get into the break, both of you, Bhaskar and Susan, you will have to, I don't know which OS what you're having. So this is how you enable it. Let me go down to the docs and show that to you. It's possible. So let me go down to YouTube and let's talk about Intel virtualization on, depending upon what OS you're using. Just one second. Intel virtualization, depending upon 8, if you're using 8, if you're
Or
using
7.
7,
Yeah.
7, okay. Okay, so then you will have to go down to your BIOS mode. In the BIOS mode, you will have an option for enabling the Intel virtualization. So see over here, let me go down and look at Intel virtualization, BIOS. And if you go down to your images, yeah, there we go. This is the one. So when you go down to your Intel virtualization, this is what it will show it to you. I'm just clicking on this link. One second. Yeah, see over here, you will have to go down to the actual window. There will be Intel virtualization. It will be disabled. You'll have to enable it, my dear. Okay. So that's what you will have to do, Susan, Scott. And that's what you will also have to do, our other colleague who was using Windows. Just once again, Bhaskar. Fine, Susan. So that's what you'll have to do. So right now, Gaurav is already done. So what about you, Brandon, Paras, Vinay, and Vijay? Have you done those things?
So yeah, this is me, Vijay. So I just got, there is some network issue out here. I just got it downloaded and extracted it. So,
Okay.
but unfortunately, when I extracted it, there are too many VMDKs. Should I load all of them?
No. There will be a VMX file. You'll have to load the VMX file, not VMDK file.
Okay,
There will
got
be
it.
one file called as
Oh, yeah,
VMX, Vijay.
yeah, I found it.
Perfect.
But
Okay,
somehow it's
so
not loading.
once again, Gaurav said for Mac users, they will have to select create a custom VM machine in VMware Fusion, select Linux Ubuntu on the third step, and use an existing virtual disk. So you see the chat window, Vijay? Once again, I don't know what you're facing, but then both Bhaskar and Scott will have to do that for Windows. For all the others, Gaurav has just mentioned the way how we will be setting it in Mac, my dear.
Yeah. What is that he said? Can you let me?
It's there on the chat window, dear. So
Hold
if you
on.
go down,
I'm going because I had to get onto the phone in order to get out of this network issue. Let me get into laptop again.
Okay. Yeah. So if you go down to more, there's a chat option, and in that I am seeing. You saw that, right?
No, I'm logging in. I'll check and let you know.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So what about you, Gaurav? You were able to finish it, Gaurav?
Yeah, I'm having it running. I was showing you.
Yeah. You already fixed it. Okay, sorry, Gaurav, wrong person. Paras, what about you? Were you able to set it up, Paras?
Yeah, mine is up and running.
Fantastic. Vijay is doing it right now. What about you, Vinay? Were you able to fix it? Vinay?
Yeah, for me, so I'm having some administrative rights issues. So I'm able to download, but I'm not able to install.
Okay. So how do we fix it? Are you speaking to somebody for that, dear?
Yeah, I have to talk with my tech team.
Okay. So just try checking up that. So what we can do right now is it's about 10:40 your time. So it's about 11:10 my time. So 11:08. So once we come back, we will have those things resolved. So both our two users, Windows users, that is Scott and Bhaskar, you can, for 15 minutes, we'll have an off. You can restart, get into your BIOS mode, and then you can do that. So we will have that fixed. So let's do that. So we will take a break now. We will take a break now and we'll start again at 10:55 a.m. And I presume by that time we should have things on your system. I presume by that time we will have it on our system. We should have our VMware stuff, the image or the player. We should have our PuTTY downloaded or your normal window. And third step is you should have your WinSCP or you should have your FileZilla on your system still. Okay. So once again, there was a chat message. Let me have a look at it. Okay, this thing, Gaurav, you can be in touch with Vinay. Vinay was checking out for you, so you can talk to each other and you can fix it out there. No issues on that. So we will take a break. It's about 10:40, and we will come back in about 15 minutes. I'll just mute myself. So other two colleagues, if they want to restart, they should go ahead and do that. Okay, so that we can start with the things in a proper way. Okay, thank you. See you back in about 15 minutes. Just muting my system. Thank you. So looks like some of you are not there. So that is Scott and our two colleagues who are Windows users. They are still not there. Let me just scroll up. That would be, Bhaskar Scott is not there because they're setting up the systems. Whereas Brandon, we have got Gaurav, we have got Paras, we have got Vijay, and Vinay is also not there. So really don't know what we have to do because we have to go ahead with a little bit of theory, friend. So any idea, Gaurav? What about the others? Would they be joining us? You're from the same location, Gaurav? Or from different locations?
I'm not sure. Let me check with Vinay. I can try to reach out to him.
Yeah, just try to check with Vinay if he needs any help, whereas our other two colleagues don't know from which location they are. So thank you, Gaurav. Please do that. Appreciate it. And in the case, Vijay, were you able to set up a system, Vijay?
Yeah. Yes, I'm done.
That's fantastic. So Vijay is done. What about you, Brandon? Were you able to do that, dear?
Yes, Venkata. Done.
That's done. Okay, that's great. What about you, Paras?
Sorry, come again?
No, were you able to set up a system and keep everything ready, my dear?
Yes, it's running. It's running. Yes.
Fantastic, fantastic. So we have got Brandon, Gaurav, Paras, Vijay already done. Vinay, he will just check up. One second, I think Vijay is not there. Let me be clear about the names. Yeah, Vijay is there. Vinay is not there. And I've got Susan is already here. The other two colleagues, that is Bhaskar and Scott, I told them to restart the system and set it up. They are not there as of now. I'll just wait for another 2 minutes more and then we will have to continue, friend. Okay, because otherwise our existing setup is what would be a small concern. So we will have to see how things work out. Gaurav mentioned that he will give a call to Vinay and see what is the status. Let's see. Another 2 minutes, guys, and we'll start again. Thank you.
Okay, Vinay confirmed Vinay is joining soon, he's saying.
Okay, perfectly fine. And even Bhaskar is joined now. He's not on the voice part. So thanks, Gaurav. So let's check it up with Bhaskar once he comes online. Hey, Bhaskar.
Hey, I'm still not able to enable that. If Scott has done it, then I would probably check with him.
Okay. Now, when you go down to the BIOS mode, what is the system that you're having? We can see it on our screen right now to see how do you go to the BIOS, my dear. So in the second break, you can do that in the next about 1 hour's time. But then what is your OS? So that I can check what is the BIOS key. Bhaskar?
Yeah, it's Windows 7, yeah.
No. What is the system make? Which system are you using?
So Lenovo ThinkPad, yeah.
Okay. Lenovo ThinkPad. Okay. So for getting into the BIOS, you will have to press F1 or F2. That means this is the way how you.
I was able to get in it. Because mine says enter, and one of the enter keys didn't work. The other one worked. So I was able to get in, but then I couldn't know which one to actually change it.
That's okay. So once you get into the BIOS, this is what you'll have to do. Let's go for Intel virtualization. And if you go to the BIOS, there will be an option that will come up for you. Let's look at it. Not this. There will be, let me actually, yeah, there it is. See, Intel VX will be there. And you will have to enable that. It will show you as disabled. You will have to enable that, my dear.
Okay. For direct IO. Okay, I'll check that.
Yeah. So during the next break, you can actually do that, my dear. No worries. Perfect. Thanks. Okay. So we just have got one person that is missing. I think even Vinay is come down. So that's great. We only have got Scott missing. So it's about 11:30. Scott should be joining us soon. So we'll just go back to the theory part of it and then continue on with it, friends. Hey, Vinay, you were able to join in. That's great. Were you all set up, Vinay?
Not yet. Still figure it out. Yeah. We need admin rights for that.
Okay. So your system don't have admin rights, my dear?
Yeah.
Okay. So just try to get that thing started off by lunch so that when we get into a hands-on, at least you'll be able to have that. So we'll continue on with it right now, Vinay. No worries. Just try to see if you can be able to fix it up there. Okay?
Sure.
Thank you so much, man. So let's continue. So in the morning session, we had seen how do we set up our systems and what all things we have to have in our systems to be ready. And we also started with the docs. I deliberately deleted the docs, friend, because my Kafka image is already set up. So let me go back to the doc. This is what we had seen in the morning, the history of Kafka, what is Kafka, messaging, ETL tool comparison, the various companies using Kafka, how does it start, and what does Kafka give you, and this is where we had stopped. So let me continue from here. We are there in our slide number 20. So let's move on. If you try to compare the people who are actually working on Kafka, a very good use case is the Uber system, the car system wherein Kafka has actually been used. Just one second, need to have a sip of my water, friends. Just hold on. Back again. So if you look at the various components that is used by Uber, with reference to Kafka. So the rider app is using Kafka, wherein they push on from Kafka to their Storm, that is Apache Storm. They talk about Apache Samza, the ELK tool and the search tool, and different consumers are talking about the different applications. The data from Kafka also goes into a Hadoop, wherein they talk about the data science and analytics reporting. And from your Kafka, it goes down to your Apache Storm and to your Apache Spark, where do the real-time and the fast analytics. So this is the way how it is used in Uber. Earlier, I had shown it to you, right? There are various other systems that is using it. So you will have to look at the various companies in your Kafka powered by image and see how they're using Kafka. It is used in a very, very interactive fashion, my dear. So that's about our Uber system. So now let's talk about the components, what we have in Kafka here. Okay, so and continue on with that. The unit of data within Kafka is called as a message. Okay, and a message is a simple array of bytes as far as Kafka is concerned. And in the simple examples, what we are going to see also, it will be in the simple form of an array. So the data contained within it doesn't have a specific format or a meaning to Kafka. The message can also have a bit of optional metadata, which is called as key. So today we will be talking about key, and that is also a byte array. And the keys are used when messages are written to partitions in a controlled manner. So all the respective keys will go down to, all the set of keys will go down to some specific partitions if you also have a key. And the guarantee is that a partition will have all the occurrences of a particular key frame. Okay, so that is what is a message, which consists of a key and a value. Let's move on. Then we have got something called as topics and partitions, right? So messages in Kafka are categorized into topics, and that's what Bhaskar mentioned when he said that he's got a couple of topics for his own lines of businesses. So depending to tables, what we have in our relational database, or a folder in a file system, that is what is topics. And topics are further broken down into a set of partitions, how the data is organized. So going back to the commit log description, a partition is a single log. Messages are written to it in an append-only fashion and read in order from the beginning to the end. Note that as a topic typically has got multiple partitions, there is no guarantee of your time ordering across the whole topic. You can get time ordering only within a partition. That means if you want ordering of your data that you can get within a partition, you can get it across multiple partitions in a particular topic. Okay, so that is something very, very important. So let me just write it over here. Ordering of messages will be possible only in a partition, in a topic, and not across all partitions in a topic. Okay, so this is something that is very, very important that we will have to see.
Hey, Venkat, can I interrupt you just a quick
question? Yeah. Please go ahead.
So can you just go a little more on the keys and partition and how this is actually used?
Sure. So when we talk about a key, when we talk about a, let me remove the bold from here, Control P. So when we talk about message, a message has got your key, optional key. So you can have an optional key to a message, and it will have a data to a message also. Okay. If a message do not have a key, then it is randomly stored across all partitions in a topic. Partitions are nothing but do not have a key. That's correct. Why is this giving me an error? Okay, does not have a key. That's okay. So this is the way how it happens. So if you don't have a key, it is stored across all partitions in a topic. If you have a key, then a particular key will go down to only one partition. It can't be spread across multiple partitions. If you have a key in a message, then all the keys will be present in only one partition. So that's why I said earlier, Bhaskar, that you can have ordering of the messages only within a partition in a topic and not across all partitions. So that is what is your key and your data. Now, when you talk about a topic, okay, just one second, let me remove all the bold across all the lines. I don't know why bold is coming. There we go. Okay, so when we talk about a topic can have multiple partitions, okay, which means multiple groups of data, okay. So that is what is basically multiple partitions. Why would I have multiple partitions? Is so that I have got data coming in at very fast rate, and I want some kind of distribution of data. So if you have got keys, then you can guarantee that one key will be found only in one partition, whereas other keys can be found in only other partitions. Once a key is there, you'll not find a key across multiple partitions. All the keys for a message will be there in only one partition. Multiple partitions are there so that we can have multiple groups of data for processing. So that is what is the key in a message and a partition in a topic, Bhaskar. Make sense?
Yes, yes. How do I decide a key? What is the way to decide the key?
Okay, so typically when you say, let's say that you're going to put in some kinds of lines of business item. So as a business user, you will have to say that, hey, whether something is coming in from one particular line of business or not. So let's say in one topic, you want A, B, C as 3 groups of items. So all A's will go down to one partition. So you will have to decide based on how the data is coming in from your upstream. If 3 streams, 3 separate lines of businesses are going to go to a topic, you might want to have the lines of business as a key. So depending upon the business use case, Bhaskar, you will decide how do you define a key to a particular topic, friend.
No. The reason I'm asking is like, what if I pick a wrong key? I picked the key, but I picked the incorrect key. How do I know? Like, what is the guideline to that?
Okay, the guideline is a business user friend. So key is more to do from the Kafka way of doing. Kafka doesn't have a way to validate whether the key that we're giving is right or not. So it is more of the business user how the key will be done. Okay, what Kafka guarantees is that all the messages of a particular key will always go to one partition, so that you can have an ordering of it. So let's say that you have got 3 applications A, B, and C, and they have got A1, A2, A3. So you can have ordering of A1, 2, 3 coming down together. So see this diagram so that I'll make it a little bit more simple. Yeah, see, this is the next slide that we're going to see. So I have got partitions. So partition 0 has got from 0 to 12. Partition 1, so I can have ordering within one partition. I can't have ordering within multiple partitions. So you decide how do I want to put the data, the blue data into one partition. So let's assume there is a blue, there is a red, and there is an orange kind of a data, and that goes to there are 3 separate lines of businesses, how the data is coming, and that's the way how I put it. So it's more to the business user to decide how the key will be generated, Bhaskar.
So just to rephrase for my understanding, so
Sure.
the intent of the key is so that any update message or any other future messages which come for that key are going into the same partition, so that for a consumer it's easy and it makes it clean that he's reading the first message first and the second message appropriately. It is ordered. That's where
correct. That's correct. That's perfectly correct. So see, if you are having multiple groups going to one partition, that might not be ordered exactly. That means within multiple groups. But then the way how the data comes in one partition, if there is only one user in one partition, there is a guarantee that there will be order of items in one partition. So your analogy goes right. Okay, but in case if you're having multiple groups going to one partition, again the ordering might be messed up. So we will have to be careful when we are creating it to see what kind of messages do we put into a partition basket.
So technically, it's kind of a primary key is what will end up in a in a table.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Provided it is one table. The primary key will be only for one table, right? There is no compulsion that it has to be one table only. You can have multiple tables in a partition. But then the primary key will be a mess. The primary key, what you say, will be a mess for two tables in one partition, right? So ideally, you should have only one table data in one partition so that it becomes easy for you.
So just to give an example, like say item messages are coming to a topic, and item ID, item ID is naturally the key here. So that meaning any updates for that item ID will go into one partition so that it is ordered in a way that first in, first out is handled by the consumer.
Yes. So what you're saying is perfectly right. I'm just trying to give you a view that if you don't be careful, if you put multiple items, even the item ID, it will go for a mess if there are two groups being put into a particular partition, right? So we will have to be careful that only one item goes into one partition, friend. That's what I'm trying to drive at, Bhaskar.
Yeah. So now, right? So I am also complementing it in the sense like, if I keep item ID as the key, then that naturally drives that, okay, item 1 will always be in partition 0. So any updates to the item 1 will be only in partition 0. Let's say item 2 may be in partition 1, but any updates to the item 2 will only be in partition 1.
That's correct. Fully agree on that. But we will have to take care. Kafka can't have a way how guarantee will be done that only item ID is in partition 0. By mistake, if item ID and item ID 1 and 2, both of them are in partition 0, again, ordering can get a little bit of a challenge. So just giving you the hypothetical situation that we will have to be careful of it here.
So within partitions, let's say if item 1 and item 2 are part of partition 0, so then yes, item 1 and 2 may be in various orders, but when the message was published for item 1, that will be in the order, right?
That will be in the order. That's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
So that is the intent of this key, so that it is making sure that the message originated for that key is in one partition and it is in an order.
That's correct. Bullseye on that, friend. No worries. Sure.
Is there any other because is that the only thing for deciding the key? Because well, I'm new to Kafka, so when we are discussing with the team, like they were probably going around, okay, this has to be a partition key. This is not the partition key, or we should not pick a wrong partition. So this is kind of the main guideline around it, right? There is nothing.
That's correct. There's nothing else. There's nothing else. This is the main thumb rule. How you decide? How do you decide a key, my dear? That's correct. Sure. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, great. Thanks. So let's go back. So we discussed as to how the topics are categorized in a message into topics. Okay. A topic can have multiple partitions, and there is no guarantee of message ordering across the entire topic. It is just within one partition. So that's what is topic and partitions. Little bit broader example of that. So topics are a particular stream of data. It's similar to a table in a database. You can have as many topics as you want. A topic is identified by its name. Offset me only have a meaning within a partition. That means the order in which it goes around, and data is assigned randomly to a partition unless a key is provided. That's what we discussed. So that is what is the meaning of topics and partitions. Now, when we set up our system, please remember by default, you will have something called as a zookeeper. Okay. So the zookeeper is an open source Apache project. It is a distributed key value store wherein it keeps configuration information. It will control and store access control list. ACL stands for access control list, and it allows you to have a reliable distributed coordination, and it provides distributed synchronization. And the most thing in your zookeeper is you should have an ensemble of customers. So to talk about zookeeper, I think you should go down to this particular site, go down to Apache zookeeper, press enter, and it will take you to Apache Zookeeper. This is what is the base page. So we will see what is Zookeeper. Zookeeper is a centralized service for maintaining configuration information, naming, that is LDAP, providing distributed synchronization, and providing group services. All these kind of services are used in some form or the other by your distributed applications. Each time they are implemented, we have got a lot of work that goes into fixing the bugs and the race conditions that are inevitable. And because it is difficult in implementing these kind of services, applications usually avoid them, which make them brittle in the presence of change and difficult to manage. So this is the first link that you will have to look up so that you can see the Zookeeper, and further details are over here. So let's go down to your Apache Zookeeper and look at the overview. Okay, so what is Zookeeper? Zookeeper is a distributed open source coordination system for distributed applications. And this is what is the way how Zookeeper is set. Okay, so Zookeeper is said to be replicated over a set of hosts called as an ensemble. Okay, so that is what I mentioned by the word ensemble here. So ensemble means a set of servers. That means it is typically in the form of an odd number how the zookeepers are kept, and the leader, once it's selected at the time when the zookeeper starts, all the other services communicate to the leader, and the responsibility of the leader is to pass on the information to the other servers. So when an update comes on one server, it will send it across to the leader. Leader will ensure that the update is going down to the other servers also. So that if the client communicating to a server that gets disconnected, the client can connect to any other available server that is there, and it will get itself in a real state, friends. So Zookeeper is a very, very critical component that is there. So let me just copy this and understand this. So in our simple example, what we are going to see before we take up our lunch break, you will see the Zookeeper actually coming down over there. Okay, so that's great. Hey, Scott is already here. Scott, were you able to fix it up, dear, as to the Intel virtualization, or was there a challenge, my dear? Over to you. Okay, maybe he's not available right now. That's okay. So the folks that we said, Bhaskar, Brandon, Gaurav, Paras, Scott, Susan, Vijay, and Vinay, all the 8 people are over here. So absolutely no challenges, friend. So that's good. So I don't know about whether Scott was able to do it or not, but that's okay. So if not, we will see it in the first break. And of all the people who are there, Vinay has got some issue. He will have to see it up in the break. And Bhaskar, I've told him what he has to do so that he will fix it up. And then Scott, depending upon whether he has done it or not. All the Mac users have got ready other than Vinay. So please ensure that in the break, you will actually set it up so that you can actually do this here. Okay, thank you. Just 1 second. Back again, friends. So let's continue. So that is what is the Zookeeper basics. Now we are going to go on to some hands-on. Okay, so it's about 11:20 a time. So we will do our first hands-on, wherein we are going to have a Kafka broker configuration, and we are going to have a single producer-consumer console window. So we will have to have the things ready. So what I'm having over here is, let me close my Eclipse. I would need it only post lunch. I don't need it right now. So I close that. I have got the image. Let me first log in. So I will say not root. Password is Hadoop 123. See, I'm here. Then you will have to have a putty. That's for the Windows users only. For the Mac users, they will have the terminal window. So I start with the putty, and I have got an IP that's already configured. See, multiple systems are there. So I configure the IP. So what you can do is you can give the IP over here, 192, once you set up an image, .168.23.136. Okay. And then you can type that over here and click on save, friends. So that will automatically be saved. And that's the reason how I did it. Then you can go down to your appearance and see how much font you want it over there. Then go down to your colors, because I prefer to use it in the form of a system color. This will be enabled. And finally, go ahead and save this. So I already have it. So I just double click on it and see how the white background came. The username is not true. Password is Hadoop123. So I have got this ready. I will also go down to my WinSCP. That's like a FileZilla kind of a tool. And see over here, I've got multiple IPs here. I will go down to my 136 IP and I have already started. Okay. So what I have done to you is I have got a downloads directory in which I have given you the tar files for everything. Okay, so in case if you want to play with your Hadoop, your Spark, or your Scoop, or your Edgebase, I've got everything ready. What is important for our current course is these two files. Sorry, where is my, yeah, these two files. Kafka and Confluent OS. The version of Kafka that I'm using is 2.11. That is the version of Kafka that we will be running over here, friend. So I have got both these things already set it up in the downloads. I've already installed these things for you. So let's please go down to the document that is day1.docx. Okay, I've already shared it in the link. Okay, so see here, the Kafka setup is already done for you. In case if you want to set it up, you will copy Kafka from your Windows location somewhere that is 2.11 and go down to and put it in the downloads location in Ubuntu. Extract the tar file by saying tar minus xvf // downloads and the gz file. Then in WinSCP, open up the .bash rc file where all the environmental variables are kept, and you will export your Kafka home and the path. And then you will source your .bash rc file and check via env if the path has got something like this. It would have, because I've done everything for you. Yeah, yes, Susan.
I cannot connect to that server.
Okay, you should be able to. Let's
I use Putty, but I cannot.
I'll help you out, dear. So let me stop sharing. Can you please share your screen, Susan? Thank you.
So this is my 1 second. What is the thing? So I put this one, right? 192, 168, 23, and 136.
Yeah, say open.
It's not going.
That's okay. Let's close it. Go down to the image and do an if config. You should have the image, right? So that is the workstation. Yeah. Go to the workstation. Do if config there. Click inside and do if. Click inside. You haven't clicked. Yeah.
Yeah,
type
IP config.
Okay. Yeah. No, not IP. IP is in Windows.
Okay. I have config.
That's right.
Nothing.
No. You're doing it wrong, dear. Only IF I can see. No. You're doing IP again. There's
no, I'm doing IF.
No, there's no space in between I and F.
Oh.
Do Control C.
Okay.
Control C. Yeah. Now do IF config. It's one word, dear.
Okay.
Yep. Your IP is 10.51.146.215. That's your IP. So open up your putty. Open up your putty. Yep. Run. Keep it on the side, please. Take the putty to the left-hand side. That is wrong, dear. The IP that you're given is wrong. Say delete. Say delete. Say delete. Thank you. Yeah. Put 10.51.146.215.
I didn't see it. 1051.
No. 10.51. 146. No,
146.
Dot 215.
15.
Copy that. Put it in the saved session. Click on save. Yeah. Okay. Kafka dash. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Say save. On the left hand side. Yeah. No. Don't double click. Say yes. Anyway, you're coming. Just say cancel once now for me. Just say cancel. There's something else you have to do. Yeah.
Really?
Open up Putty again. I'll help you. You got it run now. So once again. Yeah. Hold on. Now go to your window. Left hand side window is there. Then lines is 2000. Appearance. Yeah. Below window there is appearance.
Where is appearance?
Left hand side. Yeah. Click on colors. In the font there is color. Change button. On the right hand side. Yep. You can change it to 12. The size, depending upon how you want it. Yeah. Say okay. Now on the left hand side, go to colors. Below that, yeah. Go to the click on the checkbox. Use system colors. Up. Use system color. That's right. Go to your session. On the left hand side top. Left hand side top. Session. Yeah.
This
Click
one.
on your Kafka training, the third one, and click on save. You should have saved it, my dear.
I didn't save.
Yeah, please. That's okay,
Oh
no
my
worries.
God. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
That's okay. Go to your appearance. 12. Font, change it to 12.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Color.
Go to colors.
System color.
Perfect. Go to session.
Session.
Select your singles, click. Yeah. Click on save. Save. Now it is saved. Click on open.
Okay.
See, now it will come in white.
It's not, eh?
Oh, okay. Just copy the IP and paste it. Just copy the IP from the save session and paste it on the top.
1051 146 215.
Yeah. Click on open.
Okay.
Brilliant. Not root.
Not root.
Hadoop 123.
DOOP.
Perfect. No. HADOOP 123.
DOOP 123. Okay.
Brilliant. You're all set.
Okay.
Now go to Vinicipi. Let's do Vinicipi also. Fantastic. It's coming. It's a little bit slow. Yeah. Okay. On the left hand side, say new site. Yeah. First one, new site. Yeah. 10. I don't know the IP there. I need your IP. 10 dot. Do ifconfig. ifconfig. Here. Type ifconfig. Fantastic. Copy that. 1050. Not this. 1050. That one. Copy that and paste it. Brilliant. It's already copied. Go there and paste it. Yep. Username is not root. That's correct. Username is not root. Password is Hadoop 123. Friend, I just muted your phone so that you can hear me clearly. Click on the drop down in the save. Drop down. Save. There's a drop down. Very good. Click on save. Yep. Save password. Checkbox. Save password. Checkbox is there. That's correct. And say OK. Okay. Brilliant. Say login now. And you're all set. Say yes. Fantastic. Now you have to enable the hidden files. Go to the options menu on the top, local mark files, options is there. On the top of your Vinicipi, still top, options. Yeah, preferences. Last one. You'll see panels on the left-hand side, panels. Up. That's it. And the first one, show hidden files. First checkbox. And say OK. And perfect. See, you're all set, my dear. Okay. So I'll stop the sharing, dear. Perfect. Thank you. And I'll start sharing my screen. So this is what you will have to do. Thank you. Let me just go back. I think it was Susan. That's perfect. So Scott, if you can hear me, just let me know if you are able to do the things on your machine, Scott. No, I don't think you hear me. That's okay.
Yep, okay. No, I hear you. So I'm working on it.
Okay. Were you able to go to the BIOS mode, Scott, or that gave you a challenge?
Yeah, I figured it out eventually.
Okay, that's great. And you're doing it. So no worries. So continue with it. Any help, let me know, dear. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So let's move on, dear. So we have already done all of these things on your system. So you see here, if I go back to my PuTTY, I'll go down to CD lab software. And if I do ls -l, You see that I have already got Kafka 2.11 and Confluent Kafka that is already set up for you. The reason I'm going with Kafka 2.11 is because this is where the new things have come. Okay, so that if you look at what is the Kafka that is already there, let's look at Kafka, and I think it should be Kafka. Yeah, kafka.apache.org. Let's go down to the site. And if you look at your download, let's see which version of Kafka is what you're using. See, Kafka 2.11, 2.2 is already there, and the version that we are using right now is 2.11. Okay, so see, this is the version that we were actually using. Okay, 2.11.1.1. So there are some new enhancements that has come up, but then that is okay. So sorry, this is the one. No, like, one second. This is the one. Yeah, 2.11. Okay, so that's the version that you will be actually be seeing, 2.11, and then they have got 2.2, and now they have got 2.3 also that has come up. Okay, but then the one that is used in the banks right now primarily is a version that we have, that is 2.11. Okay, perfect. So now let's go back and see the first example. This is what we have to do in our example right now. So first step, let me just walk you through the things, and then you will have to actually do this. I'll give you time to do this, guys, so that we will be able to finish off with all these things. So it's about 11:35 your time, 33 your time. We will take about 45 minutes to finish up the whole thing. I'll take about another 5-10 minutes to explain the whole stuff for you so that you can go ahead and do that. So my only request is, if you can hear me for the next 15 minutes, stop what you're doing. If you can hear me, I'll really appreciate that. Thank you. So the first example that we're going to do is a single broker Kafka setup and testing the Kafka messaging with the default consumer and producer. We are not writing a Java code. We are going to use the default consumer to see that. Okay, and then we will see an example of our multi-node broker setup post lunch also. So first, let's do the first thing first. Okay, so what do we do here? If you have to set up Kafka, for this example, we'll be running all the commands from the Kafka home directory in our lab software. Okay, so first step, we will have to create something called as the log directory where the messages will be kept, because you know that the message is going to be stored for 7 days, right? So this will be there in your home not root lab data. You will create a directory called as Kafka log1 through the mkdir command. Then within your Kafka, there will be a file called as server.properties. That is what is going to be the deployment descriptor kind of thing. So let me go down to your lab, your HDFS, and sorry, lab and data. Let me go to lab, let me go down to data, and see here, I already have got Kafka log1 over there, because I've done these examples so that you can see it. So you should create a directory like this. After that, if you go down to your software, Kafka and config, you will see a file called as server.properties. Okay, so let's go and continue what you have to see in the file. The first thing that you have to change is a property called as logs.des. So let me open up server.properties file. See here, the file got opened. And if you scroll down to your line number 60, you will see there is a property called as log.dirs. This is a comma separated list of directories where the log files will be stored. Okay, and it is going to be stored in home not root lab data Kafka log1. That is the only change what you're going to do. But you will also look at the broker ID. I'll show you where the broker ID is. Right at the top, it created something called as a broker ID, and this is the ID of the broker. So your Kafka will identify multiple brokers with an ID. So this is the first one. The next thing that you'll have to look at is something called as the listeners. That is the port number. By default, the default port number of Kafka on which it is running is 9092. Okay, so in the next example, we'll create one more port number. So I'll remove the hash and put it. So as of now, even with the hash, it's perfectly okay, because that is what is the default port number here. Then you will specify how many partitions are we going to use. We are going to use a single example. So one partition. So let's go back and see how many partitions are we going to use. See here, the default number of log partitions per topic. More partitions allow greater parallelism for consumption, but this will also result in more files across the brokers. Okay, so I'm having one partition right now, and then the Zookeeper connect. So I have to start with Zookeeper mandatorily. Okay, so I'm going to have a Zookeeper within your Kafka server that I'm going to do, and the Zookeeper connect will be running on your port number 2181. So if you scroll down, you will see, one second, did I miss it? Did I see it on the top? No. Let me do a control F and say 2181. And there it is. It's a little bit down in the line. So Zookeeper connection string. So this is what is the Zookeeper connect. By default, I've got a single Zookeeper. That's why I said localhost and the port number is 2181. The default location for this will be in your temp directory. So if you look at the TMP directory, and you will see something called as, one second, I thought it will be there in the temp. No, let's assume it's not in the temp. Let's go back. Give me once again. It will be there in home. Let's look at the properties file. Home, lab, software, Kafka. I'll go to config, and there will be a Zookeeper properties file. And by default, yeah, that's right. In temp, there will be a Zookeeper directory. When you run this, you will see that the temp will contain the Zookeeper directory. So I didn't run this, so that's the reason I don't have it. By default, Zookeeper will store this in the temp directory only, my dear. Okay, so that's good. So that is what is your Zookeeper properties that we are seeing, friend. So these four properties are important, but as of now, you have to change only the first property, that is Kafka Logster. After that, you will start with your Zookeeper. So everything you will run it from lab, software, Kafka. Then you will pass your bin Zookeeper server.start.sh, and you will give config Zookeeper.properties file. So on one console, you will start with your Zookeeper. You let the console keep on running. Okay. In the second console, you will start with your first broker. Okay. Again, the path will be lab, software, Zookeeper. Okay. So see, CD, lab, software, sorry, not Zookeeper, Kafka. Apologies. Inside that, you will run your files. Okay. Please run your files at this location here. Okay. So then you are going to start with your server.properties file. So your Zookeeper and your server will be started. Then you have to create a topic, right? I'm giving you step by step how a topic is given, and you are writing this in one line. It is shown on different lines for understanding purpose. So at the time when you are creating the Zookeeper topic, you will have to specify the Zookeeper. You'll have to specify how many replications are we going to have, one, and the partitions that we're going to have is again one, and the topic that I'm going to use is called as first friend. Okay, so once you create the topic, it will come down and tell you that the topic is already created. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now you might want to see the list of topics that is created, and I want to see whether my topic is there. So step number 6 is for that. You will say bin Kafka topic.sh minus list minus Zookeeper localhost, and this will tell you how many topics are created. So to delete a topic, we will not do this right now. It's only for understanding. We can delete a topic by giving the topic name. But please remember that the delete will be done only when you restart it. So topic is only marked for deletion, and this will have no impact if your delete.topic.enable, which is a property that is there, is not set to true. Okay, so only when you restart your Zookeeper and Kafka server will the topic be deleted. But this is just for understanding how to delete a topic. So what did I do? I created my Zookeeper, I created my Kafka server, I created a topic, I listed the topic, then I create a producer. Okay, so I will again start from my lab software Zookeeper location, bin Kafka console producer.sh. These are all ready-made script files that is available for us. And I will specify the broker list as your localhost 9092, and the topic is going to be first. Okay, so you'll press enter and you are entered the producer. That console should be running, my dear. Okay, so by default, every new line will be published as a message, and the default producer topics can be found in my producer.properties file also. Okay, then we will start with the new consumer. Okay, so the consumer is called as Kafka console consumer.sh. I will give the zookeeper and I say the name of the topic as first. Please remember, it will give me a warning because this is the old way of doing it, that is using zookeeper. Because Kafka is being used by Confluent in the enterprises, zookeeper, it becomes very difficult to scale it up. So what they have done in version 2 is, and in fact way back from version 0.8, is to change their architecture to move away from zookeeper to the Kafka server itself. So nowadays they use something called as bootstrap server, but this is the first example, so we'll continue this. This is also available, so it will say that it will be removed in future. Okay, and now you will type something in the producer console and you'll see all the message coming in the consumer console. So you have to do till step number 9. Okay, please do it consistently. Okay, do it comfortably so that you can see it, and then after about 10 minutes after you start doing it, to see whether you have reached or not, to solve your issues. I will also do this on my screen so that it will be there in the recording also, friend. Okay, so we have to do till step number 9. It's about 11:43 your time. I'll give you about 10 minutes to go ahead and finish this. Okay, so take your time, go through this, understand what we're doing, and see that you're creating and finishing this. After that, I will do it on my machine so that we will understand it in a proper way, friends. Okay, so in the meantime, Scott, you will have to see whether things are starting on your machine, and even Vinay, you will have to be in touch with your admin guys and see if you're able to set it up on your machine, friend. Okay, so those something that what you can do. Others, you can actually go ahead and try this. So please go ahead and consume with this. So this is what is the steps. So start with your test 1 and do till point number 1 to 9. So all yours, friend. It's about 11:45 our time. I am over here, but I'm just going to put myself on mute, and hopefully by 12 o'clock, I think you should be able to do it. Any questions? I'm there to help you out, friends. Okay, so please continue. Thank you so much.
So real quick, where were these instructions listed?
Okay, if you go back to this location, this link, I told you that you will have to download the docs. So this is the link. If you go down to my Google Docs, if you download it, yeah, sure. You'll see the slide deck that I'm showing, as well as the complete doc for today and some basics for tomorrow also, friend.
Okay, cool.
Sure, Scott.
Vincent.
Yeah, tell me, dear.
Yeah, where's the service config file? Server config, server property file.
Yeah, if you go down to your Kafka location, our setup is there in Kafka. If you look at the config directory, you will see server.properties.
Is it under labs? No.
No, it is inside lab. You're right. Home, not root, lab. Then software.
Home, not root, lab.
Software.
Server.
Kafka.
Oh, Kafka. Oh, okay.
And then you see config directory. You see server.properties here.
Okay, got it.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, server.property. Yes, got it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, Krishnan?
Yeah, tell me, please.
So, yeah, I mean, Zookeeper is running because we need to have separate windows in order to install the broker, right? Run the broker.
Exactly. So see over here on my screen, you should always start with the separate window. So after making the changes, this is one window for Zookeeper. Open up another window from a new command prompt. You'll start with your server.properties, my dear. Fine, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, I need to load again in the VMware version, right? It's a new window for the
No. You load up another putty window, my dear. See, one putty is there. I will open up a duplicate session and see, not root, password is going to be Hadoop 123. See how two separate putty windows are there. The image will be the same, right? Have you started with the putty window, or you are using only the image window right now, my dear?
No, I just installed and ran into image window. So yeah, I can connect to that one as well.
Exactly. So connect to Putty. So in a real world, you will never work on the image. Once the image is started, everything is good. We will work on separate Putty window and separate Vinicipi windows, my dear. Okay, everybody?
Yeah.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Bhaskar, I think he's just logged in. He should be able to set this up. And Vinay, any update, Vinay? Were you able to check up if you're able to set up on your system, Vinay? Hey, Bhaskar, were you able to do that on your system, Bhaskar?
I'm restarting it. I think I configured it.
Fantastic, fantastic. So he's also set up. Thank you so much. Carry on, buddy. Good. Carry on, Vijay. Any questions? Ask me. I'm there to help you out. Good. Gaurav and Paras, you're doing all good right now, dear. Right?
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Okay, great, great. Sure, sure, buddy.
And Vijay, one thing for you, you can use terminal. You don't need to install Putty in your.
Yeah, I'm using item actually. SSH using that.
Yeah, that should be fine. So you can open multiple tabs for your consumer pretty soon.
Hey, that's correct. So we don't have Putty because you're a Mac user, right? So what Gaurav said is right. You will have to use terminal windows. Thank you, buddy. Once again, chat window. Okay, Bhaskar, you will have to connect to this system. So if you go down to my image, to my cheat sheet, I'll put it in the, see, this is what is the Google Drive link from where you have to download. So Control C, I'm putting it in the chat for you, friend, so that you can see that, Bhaskar. There we go. So you can open it up from here, Bhaskar. Can you share your system, Bhaskar, so that I can go ahead with it?
Yes, I will be sharing it.
Okay, so just go ahead. You need my help, let me know, Bhaskar. I'll help you out. But then the details are over here. And if you want to see anything, let me know. I'll stop sharing so that you can share your screen. So I'm stopping sharing. If you can just share your screen, we can quickly set it up and we can start, buddy, on your system. Thank you. Okay. You can minimize and go back to your system. Yeah, the image is there. Fantastic. I can see that. Yep, perfect. Minimize it. Go to your Putty. Fantastic. Yeah, yeah. So hold on. Can you just look at your IP? I'll help you out, dear. That is the IP. So if that is the IP, go to the image. The image that will tell you what the IP is. I think it is 1.8 only. Okay, double click on that. Minimize this. Minimize this. Double click on the IP so that it will start with it. Open. Okay, I think you have to copy that IP from the saved session. No. And put it on the top. Copy from the saved session. Save, you got an IP, right? Copy that and put it in the host name. No. Up, above. Saved session. Yeah, that's right. 168.1.8. Yeah, click on open. Say yes. Okay. Not root. Hadoop 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. So you can work with this. Do you have your Vinicipi also loaded, Bhaskar? Fantastic. You also have that. That's beautiful. Say close. Close. I don't want to upgrade. Fantastic. Click on a new site on the top. Yeah. 192.168, 1.8. Username is not root. Password is Hadoop 1, 2, 3. Click on the drop down in the save. Drop down in the save. Yep. Save. Checkbox. Okay. And login. Brilliant. Say yes. And you're all set. You have to enable the hidden files. Go to the options menu on the top. Yep. Preferences, yeah, options. Click on that. Preferences, panels, up. Yep. First checkbox and say OK. That's it. Perfect. And now you can play around with it here. Okay. So I will stop the sharing and I'll share my screen so that people are at different levels. No worries. They'll be able to catch up with it here.
So we just stop at step 9, right?
That's right. So you're finished with the still step number 9, dear?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So can I just come back to your screen so that we can at least see how the things are, so that will be easy, Susan?
You want to see my screen? Yeah, I can share.
Fantastic. So let me stop sharing. So guys, just watch a screen for a minute, and after that you can do it at your own pace. No worries at all. So yeah.
Okay.
So can you?
This
Yeah,
is my producer. This is my
right.
producer, and this is my consumer. So
Fantastic.
what I do is I'm going to say this is the second message.
And it should see coming into the other window.
It is coming.
Fantastic, fantastic. She also has got 2 more putty sessions. Can you open up the first one?
This is the first one. This is for the zookeeper.
Zookeeper. Fantastic.
The second one is my server. This is the server, up running.
Fantastic, fantastic. So this is what I want, and also I want to see whether the topic is where it is persisted. Can you go to your WinCP, and I can show you where it is persisted, my dear.
WinCP, 1 second. No, I have my WinCP here.
Drop down. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Go down to your lab data, and see Kafka log 1, and click on first. That's our topic, and look at the log. Double click on the log. Second one. That's right. And see.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, because this will be stored for 7 days, right? It will be permanently over here, and you'll be able to see that. That's the way, dear.
Oh, I
Perfect. Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. So you have done it. I'll just give them about another 5 minutes more, and then I'll do it on my machine, dear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome. I'll just stop the sharing, and I'll share my screen. So I'll just wait. Almost everybody's got it ready. So Scott, just wanted to check with you. Are you up and running, dear?
Yeah, almost there.
Oh, fantastic, buddy. Thank you so much. So Susan is all good. Scott is good. And the others, I presume it would be done. Vinay, any update, Vinay, about your system?
Yes, I installed VM and I load that what is it? Ubuntu.
The putty?
Yeah.
The Ubuntu image. Okay.
Ubuntu image,
okay.
yeah. So
okay.
Hey,
fantastic. So you're also set. So any doubt, Vinay, feel free to be in touch with me and I can help you out here. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you so much. So good. Almost everybody has got the systems ready. So what I'll do is that I'll give you maybe another couple of minutes and 5 minutes max, and then I'll do it on my system, and then we will stop it for the break, because if you see the time, it's 12:05. We will wrap up by around 12:20. Okay, and then come back again by 1:20, friends. Okay. So I'll give you about another 5 minutes, and then I will run it on my system and show it to you. Thank you. And please keep on pinging me if you've got any doubts. Feel free to ask me. I'm just meeting myself here, guys. Thank you. Hey, guys. Let me just check up. Gaurav, were you able to finish up with it, Gaurav?
Yes, I am done till step 9 actually.
Hey, that's great, buddy. So what I'm going to do right now, friends, is that I will just request you to stop for about 10 minutes. That's max, dear. After that, you can continue on with that your stage, because it's important that you should know this way how we go ahead and do this. So let me go down and do it for you so that you will understand those things, folks. So the first step that we will have to do is create a directory called as Kafka log1. So you would go down to your putty window. So there you see, and there in my Kafka log1, let me close this window. So cd lab data, and I will do mkdir Kafka hyphen log1. I'll press enter. I'm not going to do that because I've already done it over here. ls minus L, and you see the Kafka log1 is already created here. Okay, so that's the first step. The second step is the server.properties file. The server.properties file is available for you in your home node lab software, Kafka, and server.properties. And we are going to change the details of where the logs will be stored. So see here in the log.dirs, I have already kept the location where I'm going to save the file. That is going to be Kafka log1. Okay, so that's what I did over there. So the directory is created. I've changed the files. The other things that I have to look for is the broker ID. It's 1 right now. The default port number is 9092, and this is the location. The number of partitions are 1, and the zookeeper is going. And this is the number of the log duration. By default, it is set for 168 hours. That means 7 days is what it has got here. Okay, and this is where the zookeeper port number is there. You can definitely look up the other parameters and other default values. Okay, so then after that, let's go back and see what we have to do. I have to start with my Kafka server. So I will copy this, and I will run it from my lab software zookeeper. So see over here, cd enter lab software, sorry, Kafka, not zookeeper. And then let me run my zookeeper.properties file. I'll press enter. You will see that it will start, and at the last it will point to that it is starting at 2181. So that means the zookeeper server is ready. Brilliant. I should not close this. I'll open up a duplicate session, and again I'll give my credentials. That is not root. Password is going to be Hadoop 123, and I'll go to lab software Kafka. I need to start with my server. So that is the next command. See over here, server.properties. Let me go ahead and type my server.properties, and then my Kafka server will start. So let's wait. See here how it is starting, and of course I have got things in my system, so that's why you will see Kafka server 0 started. Okay, so far so good. I've got my zookeeper and my Kafka running. I'll open up another duplicate session, and not root. Password is Hadoop 123. Okay, now let's see what the next step that we have to do. We have to create a Kafka topic. So this is the way how the topic will be created. So Control C. I will always put it in a software called as Notepad++ so that it is in one line. If you have got 1 and 2, that means I have to ensure that there is no space. All these things are typed in a same way, okay, without any enter. So what it will do is I'm going to use Kafka topics.sh. I'll create, pass on the zookeeper details. The replication factor is 1, partition is 1, and the topic name is called as first. So let me see, Control C. Let me go back to my putty, cd lab software Kafka, and I will run this, and I'll press enter, and it will show me that the first topic will be created. See here, created topic first. So far so good. I'll open up a new prompt. Okay, duplicate session, sorry, not root, and password is going to be Hadoop 123. Okay, now let me go back to the next step that we have. I want to get a list of topics. So I will do Control C. I'll go down to my putty, and let me see the list of topics that I have. So if you see that in this, I would have multiple topics that would be there, but for the time being, I have got only one topic that is there, that is called as first. Okay, so that's the reason, no worries. One topic that is there, that is called as first, guys. So let me go back, and I won't do the delete topic. I'll create the producer. So Control C, this is going to be the Kafka console producer. I'll give the broker list with IP and the topic. So let me start with a new image, and this will be there, lab software Kafka, and let me start with my Kafka producer. Okay, it'll simply come down and tell me that I have to type, so I'll wait. Let me create one more prompt where I can create the consumer. So duplicate session. Now root password is going to be Hadoop 123 lab software Kafka. And let me start with my consumer. That is on line number, point number 9. There you go. So let me copy this. Oops, that's better. And let me go down to the last one. And let me right click here so that the consumer is started. It'll give me a warning. Like I said, using the console consumer with the old consumer is deprecated. It'll be removed. And you should pass it using the bootstrap server instead of the zookeeper that I use right now. I'm okay with that. Okay. So I'm going to check the messages. I'm going to say, how are you? I'm going to do it in my consumer, in the producer. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I did the other way around. I should type it in the producer so that I can see it in the consumer. Silly on my part, friends. That's okay. So let's go back. Nothing will show over here. Don't worry. So let me take this up a little bit. Just one second. Let me go up and let this go down. Okay. So I will say, how are you? And I'll press enter and see here, how are you came? I'm saying I'm fine. Okay. And then how about you? So, okay. So all things coming. So this is the way how this will come. Now, where are these messages stored? These messages are stored in the first directory that I created. So this directory would be there in my lab data. Let me refresh. I thought it was in lab data. Hey, hold on. That's right. So it's not, just once again, dear. It should come up. So let me do a refresh. That's surprising. So see over here, I created the topic. Okay, you saw that the topic was created. That was called as first, and that's how about the messages. It's not getting refreshed. So give
I
it a
think
couple
it's
of.
in Kafka log 1 inside.
Hold on. I did it in Kafka log 1 only. Okay. Oh, sorry. You're right. So the topic was called as Kafka log 1. Brilliant. Thank you so much, dear. And inside that, my topic name was first. You see here, I have got so many other topics that was created earlier. Okay. So this is what is our topic. And if you look at your log, you will see that how about you, how are you, I am fine, all those things, messages coming here. The folder was your Kafka log 1, but inside that is the topic was called as first one. You're right. So for some reason in my mind, I was thinking first one would be a folder here also. No. So if you look at what we had created over here, not this, go down to the third window. We had created our topic called as first. This will be created inside the directory where we have kept everything. So see over here, if I go down to my steps and look over here, we had only created the log directory as your Kafka log 1. So everything will be created inside that logging thing. Fantastic. Thank you so much, dear. So this was the end of our step number 9. Okay. So I want you to finish off till step number 9, understand everything, and then take up your lunch break. It's about 12:20 your time. So let's take a break and we will start again by 1:20 your time, friend, and be very clear with all those things. So just want to check up with others to see the development of it. So Vinay, just tell me, you're almost there, or where are we with our steps, Vinay? Over to you.
Yeah, almost there. I'll ping you if I need any help.
Yeah. If you need anything, just let me know, dear. No worries. Between 1 to 1:30, that means between 12:30 to 1 your time, I will not be there. I've got another meeting, friend. And then after that, I'll be available. I'll be able to help you out. Brandon, what about you, friend? Were you able to finish it? Paras, what about you? Were you able to finish it, Paras?
Yes, I'm done with up to step 9.
Okay, fantastic, Paras. Thank you so much. And then Scott, all done, dear, until now?
Yeah, good.
Okay, great, Scott. Thank you. And what about you, Vijay? Were you able to finish it?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic, friend. So no worries. So try to see that, and let's take up a quick break. You can take up your lunch break, and we will start again by your time. That is 1:20, friend. So take an hour's lunch break. So this is the hands-on till step number 8 is done. Once we come back, we will continue with the steps and we will see what has to be done. We will go to the step 2, then start creating our Eclipse. So please ensure that you download your Eclipse and the Eclipse is all ready so that we can start with your coding. Okay, so this is what is going to be a lunchtime till 1:20 your time friends. Okay, so thank you. If there's anything, please put it on the chat window. I will not be available from 12:30 to 1 p.m. After that, I'll be available and I'll be replying back to you. Okay, thank you so much. Take care, and we will see you back in 1 hour's time frame. Hey, tell me, Vinay.
Can I share my screen for?
Why not? Why not? Why not? Please do that, dear. I still have got about another 8 minutes before I have to step out. Yeah, sure, please.
Sure. So what I'm trying to do is.
No, I can't see your screen right now,
Okay.
dear.
Okay.
Just share your screen, friend. Yeah, now I can see your screen. Yep, go ahead, dear. Yeah, log in, click inside, click inside. It is not root, NOTROOT. Yeah, enter. Hadoop 123. Enter. Fantastic. Now open up your this thing. What do you call? You can type in all the commands over here, but then you would need a terminal window. So just wanted to check. Gaurav, are you available right now, dear? Hey, you already have a terminal window.
Yeah,
so
yes.
you have to. Okay, fantastic. So new window. I think you'll have to say keygen and point to that window.
Actually, so I have to ask. So basically, okay, go ahead.
What you can just do ifconfig here just to know your IP address. So not in here, the other one, VMware. Yes.
Yeah, ifconfig. Yeah. One word. Control C. Control C.
Okay, 1 second, sorry.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Yeah.
This
so 52/128.
Okay.
Friend, what should you do after this?
Yeah, so go to your terminal, just copy that IP address or just say like SSH on the other one, not root @ IP address.
Type SSH, the other window, the white window at the back there.
SSH, then not root, SSH space, not root, @
not root,
NOT, that's the username.
@ 172 dot your IP.
Let me, for 172, 16.
16.52.128. 16.52.128. Yeah, press enter. Yeah, just say yes. And perfect. And password is Hadoop 123. Fantastic. You are inside not root and continue from here. Thank you so much, Gaurav. Really appreciate that.
Okay. Sure. And one more thing, you can open multiple tabs or multiple windows because you have to do that consumer producer multiple windows thing.
Yeah, the same way. Paste it. See, that's right.
Oh, sorry.
Hadoop 123. Fantastic. I think it's done. It will come. No, something went wrong. HADOOP 123.
Okay.
Fantastic. Yeah. So continue like this and then move on, friend. So you just need these two things to continue right now, dear.
Okay. Thank you.
Friend?
Thank you so
much.
Sure.
You're welcome. And thanks again, Gaurav. Appreciate that. Okay. Stop sharing, my dear. No, I think I can do that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Thank you. Hey, folks. I presume you would have come after lunch, guys. So Bhaskar just mentioned that he's finished up with this thing. That's good. Gaurav also done this. Paras also have done that. Susan, I saw myself. It's been done. What about you, Vinay? Were you able to finish up with the complete steps, Vinay?
Yes. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, Vinay is also done, and Vijay should be done. We have got two more guys who's not there. They should join us very soon. And let's get started, folks. So, what we did in the morning session was telling you about what is Kafka, what are the components, and we did steps as to what has to be done. So we saw that the data gets persisted and all those things are actually done, friend. So now we have to go ahead and do the rest of the stuff. So now we will finish with the rest of the stuff in the first exercise. So let's see what all we have over there. So let me close my log. I don't need to have this log details. Let me minimize. And if you see the steps, what we have done, we have just seen one producer and consumer, and that's what you see here. So whatever I put it in the producer window, okay, again, and if I press enter, you will see again coming down over here, okay. So now we are going to continue from where we left off. So in step number 10, what we are going to do is we are going to create another consumer that is on a different command prompt, and he is also listening to the topic first. So the first thing that you'll have to see here is that whenever a new consumer comes down, he won't be able to see the old messages by default. He will only see the new message that comes in, because by default, the old message will not be shown here, okay? So that's the step that you have to remember in step number 10. Now, in case if you want to see the old message, the consumers can see the old message by passing on a parameter called as from beginning. So in case if you want to do that, you can start it from which topic you want to read, and you want to read from beginning, and you'll be able to see all the messages. So that's what you'll be trying it on a different consumer. Then we will start with a new producer on a different console. So we have got two producers. The second producer we will type on a console, and whenever I type something on the second producer, it will come down to all the three consumers. Okay, so that is what is the step number 12. And once we have done that, we will close our complete image to see what is happening. Okay, and then close your Zookeeper and your first close your Kafka server, and then close your Zookeeper thread. Okay, so if you do a JPS, you will see that the daemon that is running for the Zookeeper is called as quorum peer main. So let me show that to you. So if I just do something called as JPS, that stands for Java process status, you see that the Kafka is running, your quorum peer main is running, and we have got a console producer and a console consumer running. Okay, we have got all the command prompts run. So, and you already saw the first, this thing, what we call the topic inside Kafka log 1 with the log file. We saw how the actual messages are stored. So let's please finish off till we are done till our 9. Step number 10, step number 11, step number 12. Please go ahead and see if the process would be running. And if you have any doubts, please ask me so that I can help you out with the doubts if you have anything, friends. If not, please quickly go ahead and let's finish off with the steps, guys, so that we are properly done with our first example. Okay. We'll give you about another 5 minutes so that you can try this hands-on. Then I will show it myself, and then we will go down to the next example. Okay, so let's continue, friends. Thank you. Just putting myself on mute right now. So we have got totally 8 people, 6 people are here. One was Scott, and I forgot the name of the other guy. In fact, I should have written down all the people's names. No, I think I've written down. I think it was Brandon. Okay, Brandon has not come, but then he should be coming in soon. So others, all the 6 colleagues, please go down and finish up with the first exercise. Thank you, folks. Okay, there was a chat, so let me have a look. Yeah, fantastic. So Paras has finished it. Great, Gaurav. So just give them about another 2-3 minutes more so that you can finish this and then we can go ahead. It's the right thing what you did so that you had finished all the steps. Good Paras and good Gaurav. So what you can do is that you can actually start with your lab number 2. That is the test 2 wherein we are going to create multi-brokers. So start with that and you can carry on, friends. I'll just wait for the others to finish. Thank you. Okay, looks like one of you also have finished it. Fantastic. So now what I'll do is let me go ahead and run it at my side so that we are done. So Susan has finished it, Gaurav and Paras has all actually finished that. So that will be great. And let me also check up with the others. Vinay and Vijay should have also done it. And Bhaskar, I presume you are also finished. You have mentioned that. Great. So, Brandon, we started off with it and people have actually done from step number 10 to step number 12. So, please try to do that right now, Brandon. Let me
Okay.
actually show that with others also. No
Okay.
worries, buddy.
Thanks.
Sure, great. So let me go ahead and do step number 10. So you see that I have got two windows wherein whatever message is there, I'm actually putting it over here, testing it here. Let me just say test 1, and you see test 1 coming here. So this was a producer, this was a consumer. Let's go back and see what is the next thing that we're doing. Let us simulate another consumer on a different prompt. So let me open up one more prompt. So what I'll do here, I will keep this as the producer. I will keep this as the first consumer that we had, okay, on the right hand side. Let me create one more consumer. Right click, duplicate session, and now root. Password is going to be Hadoop123. And let me bring this over here so that you can see the second consumer, lab software Kafka. And to start with the second consumer, this is the step. Let me start with this. And I will press enter. Okay, so once again, what went wrong here? Give me 1 second here. Multiple arguments. Okay. Oh, sorry. So I saw two times the consumer coming in. So that was the reason. Let me say clear. Let me have a glass of water. Just 1 second, friends. Back again. So let me pass on the value. The clear is done. 1 second. Let me remove the second one. By mistake, twice it came. So see here, the second consumer coming. Now if I say test 2, you will see test 2 coming in both the places. See, it is coming to the first console and to the second console. Let's continue. I want to see all the old messages. So I'll open up one more consumer and I will say I want to read from the beginning so that I will see all the old messages. So open up one more window, duplicate session, that will be over here. Let me give the details. This is login is not true. Hadoop 123, lab software Kafka, and I'm starting from the beginning. So he will see all the 6 messages. See here, all the 6 messages coming to me, and that's what the beauty is. You saw, how are you? Okay, I am fine. How about you? Again, test 1, test 2. Okay, so what I had passed earlier were these two, something earlier that I had passed. So that's why even those things are coming down over here. So all the messages came here. Now, if I say test 3, this will go down to the 3 windows also. See, the original window, the new window with only test 2 and test 3 and all the messages. That's great. Now, the last step is I'm going to create one more Kafka producer and on the same topic. So you will be getting in all the three consumers. So duplicate session, I'm going to keep it here, not root, Password is going to be Hadoop 123 lab software Kafka, and I am creating a new producer, and I'll simply say in the producer this is going to be producer 2. See, it will come down on all the three things here, 1, 2, and 3. And if I simply say here producer 1, okay, that will also go down to all the three windows. Okay, so you saw how the message goes down to all the windows, my dear. So all the variables is what you have seen. Now good time to close it. So I'll close, and the consumers will tell me how many messages you have read. Okay, good time to close the window, because otherwise it will be unnecessarily confusing. Very seriously, I always close the windows so that there is no issue. So let me close it, and I will have two windows that was left for the earlier components. In fact, one window for testing and other was the Kafka server. So let me close Kafka server. See, it is shutting it down and clear. And let me close my zookeeper also. Control C, and that's also done. So now if I do a JPS here, I will not see any of my daemons running. So this completes our first hands-on as to what all things you have to do to ensure the things. Okay, so I presume all of you would have properly understood it. If there's any questions, you can feel free to ask me, friends. Now we are going to go down to our second hands-on. So let me go back and mention this. So we finished this. So now let's go down to our exercise 2. Okay, this is where we create a multi-broker setup. So multiple brokers are going to be there. A lot of new things are going to be in this. So let me walk you through that. So guys, a request would be to pause for about 5 minutes. Let me finish up this complete thing, and then you can go ahead and do it on your own. So it should not be a challenge. So let me create that a document once again. Minimize this and start with it, friend. So not this, now go to documents. Okay. So now what are we going to do in the multi-broker setup? So to enable multi-broker setup on a single system, we should have multiple server.properties file, and of course change the parameters in that too. So first step, we will copy the server.properties in the Kafka install location and rename it as server.properties. The way how you can do that is, let me go down to software, Kafka config. See, server.properties is here. You can drag and drop server.properties on your left-hand side and make it a server1.properties. Sorry, let me close this. Make this as F2 server1. Come on. I clicked on the F1 button by mistake. So this is F2 and make it as server1.properties. Okay. Then drag and drop it over here, and then make it as server2.properties and drag and drop it over here. So server.properties was for the first one. Server1 and server2.properties is what we have created. So this is the way how you can create multiple properties, my dear. Okay. So first you will copy server.properties, change the broker ID, change the listener to 9093, and change the Kafka logs there to Kafka log 2. That means you have to create the Kafka log 2 also. Okay, so please ensure that you create it also. Then in the server2.properties, okay, change the broker ID to 2. The port number, change it to 9094 and uncomment it, copy that line so that it will be below that. And then the logs there also to Kafka log 3. Remember, you have to create the directory. Okay. Then we will restart our zookeeper. Okay. Then you will see that in the temp zookeeper directory, a new file for zookeeper will be created. Okay. Start your first broker. Okay. Remember, you'll have to make a note of the PID, process ID. How do I get the process ID? With the JPS command. Okay. Then you will start with the second broker. In fact, this should be second broker, not the first broker. I've just made the change. So first broker, second broker, note down the PID, that will be done. So now we have got 2 Kafka running. You can check it with the JPS command. Then let's create a new topic called as my replicated topic, whose replication factor is 2. So until now, you saw partitions 1 and the replication factor 1. But in this, the replication factor is 2. That means whatever is happening on the first one, it will get copied in the replication also. Whatever messages that you're writing. And you can get the description of the topic by doing a minus minus describe on the replicated topic. Okay. And you will see something called as partition, leader, replicas, and ISR. So the leader is a node that is responsible for all reads and writes for the partition. In my example, the leader is 2. That means when I did this example, it was 2. So you will have to find out who the leader is. You have got 2 partitions, right? It will tell you who the leader is. Each node will be the leader for a randomly selected set of partitions. Replicas, just one second here. Okay, so I think that was Scott. So Scott, you have come back. So we finished up with the last example, Scott, and we are trying the next example and just walking through that. So the last example, try to finish off from step number 10 to 12. And then step now, multi-broker setup is what we're doing, friend. No worries. So let's continue. So replicas is just a list of the nodes that replicate the log, regardless of whether they're alive or not. So this is just a static details that we give. ISR is more realistic. It will give you the current details. It is a set of in-sync replicas. So it will tell you what all nodes are alive and what all things are running. Okay, so that's how when you do your describe, it will give you the details of it. Right now we have got only one replication, okay, sorry, one partition, but there are 2 replicas. Then you will start with your producer on that particular topic. You'll publish some messages. Then you can launch your consumer and you can see the messages. So you can try printing a couple of messages to see that it is getting printed. It will get printed. Now, if you go down to the log directory, that was my replicated topic that will be there inside Kafka log 2 and log 3. You will see that both the logs would have the information because replication is there, right? So both the logs will have the information. Now we are going to try the fault tolerance. So I will bring down the leader. So please be careful as to who the leader is. Okay, so if you look at the PIDs, you will come to know that what is the process ID for who the leader is. So since it was for me, it was leader 2. That means the one with the bigger IP was a leader, and I will kill that particular leader. So in this case, okay, it was with broker ID 2 in my case. Okay. So you can say kill -9 and the PID. So what will happen when I kill it? Automatically, the second replica, that will become the master now. So then you can actually go ahead and do a describe once again. And you will see that after I describe, the leader 1 will take over it. Earlier, what it was, you can see leader 2 was having that. But now after killing it, leader 1 became the replica. Okay, and since the producer was running, it will give you some warning in the producer, but everything will go on perfectly fine. No worries of it. And you will be able to see in the console consumer also that the channel was closed. But since Kafka is fault tolerant, we can continue writing on the producer and all the messages will still be shown to you back once again. Now, if the leader is brought up again, okay, that will become as a follower. You can check that out. So these are the step of things that you have to check out so that you will come to know what will happen in the case of a multi-broker kind of a setup. Okay, so this is what you will have to run. So I'll give you about 15 minutes to finish off all these examples, right from step number 1 to step number 13. Understand what you're doing. So until now, we haven't started with our Eclipse. So please ensure that you have your Eclipse also downloaded in between. Okay, if you have done that, well and good. If you haven't done that, keep your Eclipse also ready, because on the next example, we will create a Maven project and see how do we test it. Okay, so let's run this example. It's about 1:45 your time. This would typically take about 15-20 minutes for you to finish it. First understand, finish up the whole thing, and then I will of course show you the complete demo of how it's done. And any questions is most welcome. Okay, so please go ahead and let's try this multi-broker on your own system, friends. Thank you. So we have got everybody here. Let me just make a note of this. Bhaskar is here, Brandon, we have got Gaurav, we have got Paras, we have got Scott, we have got Susan, we have got Vijay and Vinay. Perfect. And all of you have got it ready. Okay, everything is good. So Vinay was having some issues, but then he has got it all set up by now during lunchtime. So please go ahead and do the test 2, which is again a console-based broker setup. So I'm available here. Any questions, feel free to ask me, friends. Okay. So I'll give you time. Please go ahead and try this hands-on. Thank you. Okay, there were some chat messages. Let me have a look. Paras was saying, alternately rotated the leaders. I see the message of the producer too. Got.
So, hey, this is what.
Sorry.
So I did as the steps are saying. So I turned off my leader, which was showing in the process. So that was server 1. So I killed that and sent the messages. I checked the status. It switched to leader 2. The server 2 as the leader. It worked fine. And then when I rotated, bring the server 1 back up and shut down the server 2. And then send some message. And then both the leaders, I restarted both the leaders. And then I saw the producer itself gave some warning.
No, that's because it's wrong, right? So it depends upon the ID, right? Whenever you start with your server, you have to give the topic, right? See, when you start with your producer and the consumers, because when you start with your components, the server, are you not specifying where it is going to come from? See here, when I start with my server, you have to specify the server.properties, right? The properties file are different.
Right? I did. So server 1.properties on one terminal, server 2.properties on another. So I was also switching them. But it's a warning message on producer.
No, you should not get any warning messages, dear. So what would have happened is maybe the whole thing would not have happened correctly. You need to ensure that you close all the things and you would not see any warnings, my dear.
Okay.
Because if the servers are running fine, because it should not be there. What would have happened is some old process would have been still being created by us. That would have happened, my dear.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll actually show that to you. Just about another 5 minutes. So once people have finished it, I'll actually show that to you, my dear. Okay, sure.
And these messages will auto sync when the other leader comes, the other node comes back. So they will sync.
Yes, it will auto sync. That means it depends upon what all messages are lost. It will auto sync and it will come back in line. So when any of the producers gets killed, so it will auto sync and the brokers, both the messages, because you said replication 2, right? The data will be stored in both the logs. So you can go down to the Kafka log and see the details. You'll see it over there, my dear.
So if I diff the 2 files from 2 different those 2 directories from respective servers, they should be alike, or we expect some difference?
No. It will be alike, my dear.
Okay. Let me check.
Sure. Yeah, please do that. Sure.
Hey, Venkat, my second server is sharing out. It says shutting down.
No, that means you have made a mistake in the server.properties. Have you made the necessary changes like this? See here. So you ensure that your server 1.properties and server 2.properties are correct.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah, just check that out, my dear.
So 3 things, right? Yeah, I uncommented it. I didn't comment. Remove that comment.
No, don't. Yeah. So just uncomment the listener port numbers. What you're saying, that should be uncommented. That's all. So unknowingly, you're still using 9092. So copy that line. I'm talking about this line. See here, friend. So let me open that document for you. If I open up server.properties, you will have to copy this line, paste it below, and that should be uncommented.
But if we leave it commented, right, it is always going to run on 9092, is it?
That's correct. That's a default, right? So that's where some people went wrong, because if you leave it as commented, it will always run on 9092 only, my dear. That's correct. Great. So, hey, when you said that shutdown is complete, that means it's actually finished. At the last, when you say shutdown is done, that is what is the log meaning, Gaurav. He was asking when you say shutdown completed. So ideally, when you shut it down, that is what will happen at the last side. When everything
Okay,
is
so
closed,
let me
Gaurav.
explain. Yeah, let me explain. So this came, so I was having two brokers running. I have killed like broker 2. So I saw this message in the broker 1. So I'm assuming like it is for the replica
That's
fetcher,
correct.
which
It's
is
for the
saying,
replica. That's correct, dear. That's how it came to know that that broker is dead. That's how it comes to know.
okay, got it.
It will have to make itself the leader, right, Gaurav? That's the reason.
Okay, got it.
Sure. Another 2 minutes, guys, and then I will actually do it on my system. So guys, let me go ahead and do the whole thing on my system and show how it is done. So others would be almost doing it. That's okay. So let me look at the chat window. Fantastic, Paras. So he's finished it. So let me do it on my system. And let me just check with the others. Brandon, have you started with your lab too? It's okay, dear? Something on the chat. Okay, good. Gaurav.
No, not yet. I'm sorry. I'm working on this, having some production issue. I'll catch up.
That's okay. That's okay. No worries, dear. That's okay. What about you, Scott? Were you the lab 1 is finished? You're working with lab 2, Scott? Maybe he's busy or something. Susan, what about you, dear? Were you finished off with the lab 2?
No, I haven't. My step 8 is throwing errors.
Okay, just 1 second. Let me look at what is step number 8, my dear. Let me go down. Okay, so this is only going to give you the details of the server, whatever is it. So that's something that you have to see. So let me just make you the presenter. Just share your screen and show me what is error it's giving you, dear. I just muted you. That's perfect. Okay, it says that connection refused. Something is wrong in the setup. So go down to the first prompt. Let's go to the first command prompt. So I presume that would be the zookeeper. Okay, let's go to the second and the third prompt. That should be the 2 Kafka servers running. Okay, the third one. Start with the third one, dear. The third prompt. Hold on, let me just unmute you. So, and that should be with server 1 and server 2 properties, right? So I'll just unmute you.
See, the first one is this is the zookeeper.
That's right. Okay.
And then this is the first server with
okay.
I can kill it. Okay, I shut it down, and then
okay. Shut the zookeeper. Shut the zookeeper also.
Oh, okay.
The first one. Yeah, yeah, good. Start
So
the zookeeper.
start
Very good.
zookeeper,
That's perfect.
and then I'll start this one. This is the one which I'm starting.
Okay.
Okay.
Not this,
This
not
one.
this. Yeah,
It's
server
server
one
one.
dot properties. That's right. Okay. So that is okay. Now go to the third prompt.
Third prompt still running.
Okay, this is broker 2. I can see that. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Now go to the next and do a JPS first. Come down and do a JPS, Java process status. Yeah.
Yeah.
JPS. Perfect. Very
So I
good.
have to.
Yeah.
And
So now
then I will run this one, right? This grab.
that's correct. No. You have to first create a topic, right? Have you created the
I
topic?
already did. That
Okay.
step is done.
Okay. Press enter.
Yeah. See? Connection
No, it's that means something is wrong in server 1 or server 2. Can you open up, go to your WinCP and can you open up server 1 dot properties?
server one dot properties. Yeah.
No, WinCP.
This is my server one. This is server
Okay, hold.
two. I can open
Show,
server one.
show me server 1. Yeah.
This is server one.
Okay. So now
Broker
this
one.
is 1
Listener.
9093. That's perfect. Come down. Logs. There 2. That's correct. Okay. Go to server 2.
Server two. 9094.
Perfect. Come down.
It's 9093, 9094. Yeah.
Yeah, now come down. Yeah, logs there, log 3. Okay, looks to be okay. So let's look
Broker
at the error. Yeah, that's right. So this is perfect. So go down and show me the error on the third prompt as to what it is giving as the error. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maximize this. Do it clear and then do it again. It says connection refused. So why should it? Okay. Do a clear and run the command again. Type clear. Thank you. Run the. Yeah, that's right.
One, right?
Hey, your IP is wrong. What is 2128? Zookeeper, you're saying 2128. That's wrong, right?
What? It's not 2128?
Once again. Hold on. Let me just go back to my screen.
Hold on.
Give me a sec.
My zookeeper, it should be 12128.
No. Just look at these steps and I want to see that command. Just once again. It is 2181, not 2128.
2181? Hey,
Yeah.
what did I? Come on.
You gave something different, my dear.
Okay.
Okay,
2181.
Yeah, you're given 2128, my dear. Yeah, that's right. Okay. And this should give me the answer. Okay, perfect.
Okay, it's right here.
Carry on, dear. Sure.
Okay. All right. I'm good. All right.
Yeah. So let me just make myself as a presenter and I have to do those things. Couple of them I've already finished, but no worries. Take it at your time so that you'll be comfortable. So now let me go ahead and do the hands-on. The reason for doing this thing is so that all the sessions will be recorded and it will be shared with you, dear. So at any point of time, if you have to redo anything, you will have the idea, friends. So that's the whole thing. So let me create 2 server files. I've done that. Server 1 dot properties. For this one, I will keep the broker ID as 1. I think that's what I have mentioned here, right? And I will copy this and put it in the next line and it will be 9093. Okay, perfect. Then I have to go to my logster and I will say Kafka log2. That's all. I'll save the file. That's done. I'll go to server 2 dot properties. This is going to be 3. So because this was to the ID, sorry, 0, 1, and this should be 2, not 3. This should be 2. Okay. Then go down. I'll copy this tab, and this will be 9094. Okay. So there we go. Then I will change this thing to Kafka log2. Save the files, and that's all that is required. Okay. I have done step number 1, 2, 3. Now let me start my zookeeper once again. So Control C, go to my Zookeeper again, clear, and the steps are here. Okay, Zookeeper server.start Zookeeper properties file 2181. Very good. Then I have to start with my Kafka server 1. Okay, the first broker, that is server 1.properties. Let's go here and let's run this. So my server 1.property should be coming. See, it's loading. Yeah, Kafka ID 1 is started. Now I have to start ID 2. Let's do the ID 2. Let me copy this, Control C, and let's go to the third window, clear, and press enter. So 0, 1 would be started, and this is what is, oops. Okay, hold on. What went wrong here?
Your log file directory or server 2.
Sir, okay. Okay, let's go back to, oh, okay, hold on. This should be, go down to the logs. Yeah, it should be log 3. You're right. Thank you. Understand. 1 second. Yeah, it should be a different name. And I think it was log 1 was there. That's right. So I should change this. So if you look at the logs, it should give me the same thing. See, null pointer exception. It says that your logs dir should match. See, it's giving you the hint that you should change the logs dir. So that's what we did. And let me change my server 2.properties with that. Okay, that's good. Let it start. And it will tell me ID 2 is started. See here, that's perfect. So I've got my Zookeeper and I've got my 2 Kafka servers started. Let me open up the third prompt now. Right click. I will say duplicate session, not root. Password is going to be Hadoop 123. Okay. So now let's go back to the document and see this. So now let's create a new topic whose replication factor is going to be 2. So I'm going to copy this. Always as a good practice, I will always check these property lines here. See, so this is not correct. So I should ensure that it should not be in 2 separate lines. So I delete it. I press backspace. So now it is coming in 1 line. That's correct. Control C. Let's go down to the third prompt, lab software Kafka, and let's create a new topic. I've done that. That is going to be my replicated topic. See, created new my replicated topic, job done. Let's go down. You can do a describe on the topic so that you'll come to know who the leader is, replica is, and the in-sync replica. Let me run this. Sorry, clear. It should have been there in 1 line. So it was there in 2 lines, guys. That's why this went wrong. So scroll up, Control C, Control V, see, that was the reason. So that's correct. So let me just copy this now, Control C, and run it over here. And let's see the details it gives us. So the leader is 2, okay, replicas are 2 and 1. So now if I do a JPS, you will come to know the PID. So this was 5066 and 5660. So this would be the first one, this should be the second one, and the leader for me is 2, okay? Now let me pass on some messages through the client so that I'll see if they are getting those messages or not. So step number 8 is done. I've explained that. Now let me start with my producer. Control C, and I will change the producer like this. That's good. Just once again, Control C, and let me open up a new window. Let this window be here itself. This is the producer. Fruit, Hadoop 123, lab, and what am I running? Producer. So lab software Kafka. Let me run the producer. So now the producer is there. Now let me start with the consumer. Okay. So let me copy this, Control C. Again, go back to the cheat sheet and ensure that it is in 1 line. That's correct. Control C, go back to the consumer, duplicate session, not root. Password is going to be header, sorry, header 123. Okay, CD Lab Software Kafka, and I will check with the consumer. Of course, it should give me a warning, and let me take this window up. So I will say hello, and I should see hello there. Okay, and just testing it once again, hi there, and I should see hi there. So far so good. I see the messages. Now I should see the logs. So I will go down to lab, data. I'll do a refresh, Kafka log 1. And in my, sorry, Kafka log 2 it was, Kafka log 2, my replicated topic, and I will look at the log and see hi there and hello is there. Now look at the log 3 also. That should also have that same details. See, hi there and hello is there. See, log 2 and log 3, these are two separate files. Okay, the data is over there. So far so good. Now what we will do is I want to kill one of the brokers. Okay, so if you look over here, I will kill the one with the leader 2. So that means 5660. So I will say kill -9 5660. That means I'm killing my leader. Okay, so if you look at this step, you will see that this is killed. Okay, when that is killed, look at the producer status. This is my producer and this is my consumer. Errors are coming in the consumer, even though it is the application is still there because the channel channel is closed. Okay, so that's what gives you this. That's okay. So now, if I do a JPS in my this window, you will see that I've got only one broker. Okay, that is Kafka. Of course, I've got my quorum tier main, my producer, and the consumer. But then it is smart enough the consumer to pick up the record. So I'm going to go down to the producer and type something, testing again. And when I press enter, of course, it will tell me could not be established, broker might not be available. So the second broker came and testing again came. Okay. So when I type something over here, connection to node 2 could not be established because the broker is not there, because the replica was there, and that's the reason why it again came here. Now everything is okay. Okay, I'll just say again, and everything is going on as usual. Okay, so now if you look at the logs, the second log would be not having this testing again and again. So let's go back to the logs directory. The second log is what is going to be my Kafka 3. Okay, so Kafka 2, if I go down to my replicated topic, I do a refresh and I do a log, you see that I'm getting my again and my testing again. See, that is shown, whereas it is not shown. Now, if I go down to the other log, you will see that it is not there. Let's check it out. Kafka log 3, my replicated topic. I'll go down there and you see it is only hi there. I don't see the other two lines over there. That's okay because we have deliberately killed that, my dear. Now we have to go back and check with the same step with my this one, just once again. So I will check for my describe the topic. Let me scroll up. And earlier it was showing me 2 and the replicas was 2 and 1. Now it has automatically shown to me 1 and the leader is 1. Okay. So now I'm going to bring back the server. So something went wrong and now the server is going to come back again. Okay. There you come. So the server is started again. When the server started again, it will start looking at the changes and update itself. And it has already updated because there was not much of a log. So I will refresh it. Okay. So I will go back to the Kafka 3. I'll go back to the log and I will see it has already updated. It has also got that again and testing again coming in. So, but now what will happen to the leader status? You will see that it is still 1 and 2. So I am doing a describe on that particular topic and you will see that the leader is still going to be 1 but then the replicas are going to be 1 and 2. Earlier it was 2 and 1. We killed 2. It became only 1. When it got started, it became 1 and 2, my dear. Okay. So this is what is the hands-on or the learning that we have to take from the hands-on that we did right now, friend. Okay. So you can see how it will give you the warnings. And because Kafka is fault tolerant, we saw with replications, writing on the producer, the message will be shown on the consumer. Okay. So that was the hands-on that we have to take from this example. So any questions on this example, friend? So we have actually done the hands-on so that you can see it. Any questions? Okay, nothing? Good. Susan, were you able to finish up with the steps, dear? Just let me know if you're done with it. Maybe she's not there. What about you, Scott? Were you able to try the example? Because Gaurav and Paras have mentioned they have done it.
Yes, I tried. Sorry, I was
Okay,
on
you
mute.
tried it.
Yep, it was
Okay,
good.
okay, sure. Okay, that's great, mate. So good. So this was a simple hands-on. We didn't start with our our Eclipse environment. That's good. Now what we are going to do is, once this is done, good time for us to stop this. Okay, so I'm going to say Control C. I'll close my browser. I will go ahead to this and again do Control C. I'll just, sorry, Vijay, you had a question, Vijay?
Oh, sorry. No, I just unmuted. Not no.
That's okay, dear. No worries. So that's perfectly okay, because when you unmuted, I thought that maybe there's a question. That's why. Perfectly okay. So I close that. Let me go back here. I'll close this. Let me go to the other one. I had to do Control C. So I'm killing my second Kafka server. I'll let this be there. I'll close the first one. So now what we are going to do is we are always going to work with your server dot properties only. Okay. So I'm not going to work with the second one. So yeah, let it finish. It will shut down properly. I'll say clear. This also I'll say clear. Now I have to kill my zookeeper also. Control C, I'll say clear. So the first two hands-on is what we have done so that things are all fairly okay till now. If you look at the time, it's almost about 2:15 your time. So what we will do is we will go until about another half an hour on our first hands-on with our Eclipse. I presume you have already started with your Eclipse. So if you have not, please go ahead and start your Eclipse. So I'm also going to do that on my screen. So I've got my Eclipse here. So I start with my Mars 2. Eclipse is coming up. So we are going to create a Maven project. Okay, and we will recreate all the code here and create a jar file. Okay, so the next example is we have to write our producer on our own. Okay, and we are going to try with the console consumer. That's what the example is. Okay, so I'm going to create a new workspace. I've got the code already here, but I tested it out because before coming to the class, I always test out my codes. So let me create a new workspace. So switch workspace to, I'll just say workspace 1 because, or I will say underscore class. So this is what is the workspace I'm using it in the class. Okay. So I will just say okay. So it will stop Eclipse and it will start again. So we are all good with it. So let's see what we have to do in the hands-on right now, dear. So I have got a pom.xml. So I will create the dependencies. That is my org.kafka. It will download the Kafka clients. Then there is SLF4j. Then you have got SLF4j simple, your log4j. Then we have got our simple log4j. This is log4j 12. This is simple log4j. Then I deliberately say that I'm going to compile it to 1.8 and add in my build my plugin called as org.apache.maven.plugin. Okay, add the packages, and I am going to have the final file, jar file that I create with jar with dependency. So the steps would be the same. Only thing in the pom.xml, other than the this step, whenever after version, okay, version will be different every time. You can copy paste this whole thing and the contents will be the same thing. So what are we going to do? So we are, as usual, we'll create with our default zookeeper and the default server. So let me just go back over here. Exercise 2, this was the hands-on. Now we will move on with our exercise 3. Just once again, typo, exercise 3. This is where we will create our own custom code, custom producer and consumer. Okay, so what we will do is start with our zookeeper, then we will start with our Kafka server. We will continue to work with our server dot properties file only. We are not going to change to any other file. We will continue with the de facto server dot properties file frame. And then we will create a new project. Step number C, create a new Maven client project. Okay. So just wanted to check with you as to what there are two ways how we typically do. Some people say that we will have to show how we compile in Maven. Okay. And second thing is we will have the dependencies in form.xml and create a jar file and move the jar file to the image. Okay, so first step is we will see how we can compile that client in Maven. That means today or tomorrow in the first half itself, we will see there's something called as MVN clean, and you'll go ahead with this. So just let me know how are you doing it right now. So Gaurav, if you look at your existing systems, are you doing it using Maven, that means moving all the files, or in Eclipse itself, you'll get the jar file and then you'll run it? How do you do it right now, Dia?
Maybe I'll let Paras answer this. Paras, you know more projects than me, right?
Yeah. So Paras, please let me know, Dia. What do you do right now in your environment?
Okay, so generally we start with this one. We are doing just plain Maven project. We generally have Spring Boot apps. That's generally we use in our examples, and in there we can either start with a Java type or just a web, and then we add the dependencies in form.xml, and then just import and then show that these are the dependencies that are pulled in. And then we write our you can start the example without creating controller or something directly in the main class, the application class.
We have
in this use case and start from there.
Okay, so that means you basically deploy the final jar file is what you move, right, Paras?
Yeah. So the jar file, yes. So we generally do most of our deployments, like people over here, they will be doing it in PCF, but yeah, we can do command line executable jar.
Okay, that's great. So now since we are not looking at the Spring Boot part of it, we will continue with this way. As well as one example, I'll show you how do we do it with the actual, in case if you want to move it, because I was told that some of the teams will actually move the jar file and then they will try deploying it, friends. So just wanted to check how it is actually done in a real world at your place, work environment here. So that's the whole idea.
Yeah, no, that's fine. If we have executable jar and we can run from command line, that's fine. But I think most of the team member, like I see Vijay is there, and others, if they have PCF, like their Brandon will be using PCF also. So we will create manifest file and deploy it on PCF manifest.
Okay. You're talking about Pivotal Cloud Foundry, right, Paras?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. So no worries. So since we are trying a simple example, we'll go ahead with the first way of how do we do this. So we will do everything, compile and run it in Maven. So this will be done later. We will create our jar file and then we will go ahead with it. So first step, start with the zookeeper and the client. And let me walk you through this particular step right now. So in the producer, what do we do? Whenever we create our producer, you will have to create the producer properties. You will have to create the producer, and then you have to create a producer record. So for this, you will have to go down to the documentation and look at what all are the important properties what you have. So if you look over here, I've already gone down. One second, let me just open up that link, the documentation link. So once you go down to this documentation, there we go. It was taking a little bit of a time. So once you go down to the documentation link, you will see the producer configs and the consumer configs. See here. So all the default configurations for the producer will be over here. Same thing for the consumer, and we will see how to work with this. Okay, so that is what is crucial. So you will see the documentation link wherein you will see the producer configs here. I've given those things to you. So these are the things that we are going to create. So let's go down to the code and see how do we do that. First step, we will create something called as a string bootstrap server and give our own IP. You can have localhost or 127.0.0.1, and we are going to use the same 9092 as the de facto port number because we are using server.properties. I'll create my properties class and set the various properties. So you might be saying that in the configuration right now, they are having it as key.serializer and value.serializer, whereas in the code, I'm having something called as producer config.key_serializer. So this is the advanced way of doing it, because earlier, instead of doing it like this, you can very well put this into double quotes and use whatever is the name of the configuration. But then, yeah, this is what was done in the earlier versions of Kafka. In the new versions of Kafka, they would recommend that you go ahead and use this way of doing it, because then if you're using the producer config classes properties method, the probability of errors would go away. Okay, whereas over here, if there is an error, because it's a string, only at runtime you'll know that there is an error, friend. Okay, so choice is up to you how you want to do it, but then this is something. Just once again, having a little bit of a water. Just once again, folks. Here, back again. So this is what we will be doing it in our code, friends. Okay. Hey, my Java is created. Nothing is here. That's good. My Eclipse is ready. So others, please keep your Eclipse ready, friends. So I create my bootstrap servers. That is nothing but my de facto details over here. So if I'm not mistaken, it should give you some details of the bootstrap servers also. There it is. So it's a list of the host port pairs to use for establishing the initial connection to the Kafka cluster. The client will make use of all the servers irrespective of which servers are specified here in the bootstrapping. This list only impacts the initial host used to discover the full set of servers. Okay, so you don't have to specify all the servers here. If you're having 100 brokers, you can just give them a lookup for it. So if you, I don't know if you have ever heard about something called as Cassandra. So what happens in that is you will look up something and automatically you'll get a control over the other servers what you have in the environment. So that is what this whole idea is. See here, since these servers are just used for the initial connection to discover the full cluster membership, okay, this list need not contain the full set of servers. So that's important here. Okay, so we specify that our bootstrap server is localhost 9092. I specify the serializer class and the key serializer and the value serializer class. And what I'm going to use over here is I'm going to use string classes. So I use string serializer.class.getName. I get these values. Then this was the first step, how to create our producer properties. Then we create our, how to create our properties for the producer. Then we will create our actual producer. So I say Kafka producer new Kafka producer. In generics, this is nothing but the key and the value. Okay, so the key, the two generics that we have is the key and the value. Then you will have to specify the producer record, what you want to do. So the send takes a producer record, and hence we have to create that first. Okay, so producer record is equal to new producer record, and this is what is going to be the topic name. So I have to create this topic first. We don't have this topic as of now, and in the testing you saw that I have got this topic. So I will not create it, but you will create the topic first, and I'm just going to pass hello world to it. And then you will send the data in an asynchronous way, saying producer.send that particular record. It's always advisable to flush the record and close the producer, so everything is done. Okay, so this is the Java code what we have. Then what we will do is we will have to check if the topic is created or not, and if not, we will create a topic. So first I will list it, and then I will create the topic. You will see that the topic is created. Okay, and if you list it, it will show you the topic. Then we will execute the producer. So first create the Java code, and then say Java minus class path, the name of my, after running it, I will get the name of my dependencies and the name of the class, that is producer demo, and the name of the topic. And then don't run this first. You can just keep it ready. Start with the client also. The client is going to be the Kafka consumer client, because we are going to see some variations of the producer here in the example, and then only we will create our client. Client is what is going to be done at a later stage. So right now we are going to use our consumer client. I will specify that it is needs a bootstrap server. The topic is going to be first underscore topic, and I'm going to create something called as consumer group. Okay, so when should I use a consumer group? If there are multiple people who are going to read from multiple partitions. Of course, I have got only one partition in my example. See here, I create with only one partition, but then you can, if you have got multiple partitions, you should have a group created. So this is actually a consumer group that we are creating. Okay, right now we will just say group and application one. Okay, so once you do this, you can see here, you will see that the message has automatically come down to you, and then you can go back and look at the message that is there in your first topic also. Okay, so this is the complete hands-on example of our complete code. So would request you to go ahead and try this out, guys. So it's about 2:30 your time. So I would recommend you to do till about 2:45 and see if this example is finished or not. If it's finished, well and good. If it's not finished, we will take a break from about 2:45 to 3 o'clock, and then we will continue starting from there again. So right now, start with this exercise, and you have to go down to Eclipse and do all those things. So continue with that. If there's any issue, I'm always there to help you out, friends. But then this is what is more at the coding level rather than using it at the system level, friend. So please go ahead and start with this, and I'll be able to help you out if there is any question right here. Thank you. Okay, just saw that there was something in the chat window. Let me just have a look at it. Hold on. Paris was saying that he's getting an event of the app startup. That would mean that you are not closing your producer properly, Paris.
Okay,
So
let me share my screen. Let me see.
Just 1 second. Let me just stop sharing. Yep, thank you. Just share your screen, dear.
Stop. Allow Zoom security. 1 second, I'll have to allow it to access.
Okay, no worries.
Hope it allows now. Okay, share.
Great.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen, dear. No worries. Okay.
Let's see. So this is what I did. First thing is, let me stop the broker that I have.
Okay.
Let me restart the Zookeeper. So this is Zookeeper starting.
Okay. Okay.
and I'm using server.property,
Okay,
the default server.property,
that's perfect. The second window is open. Good.
and it starts up fine. It
Yeah,
says proper 0.
that's perfect. Yeah.
Right, and then create topic. I have the topic, and it shows the description.
First topic. That's correct. Hey, why is it okay? Hold on. You are not creating your replicas. Why is it showing as replication factor as there's only one for it?
Let me show you what command I gave for create topic. And describe. So this.
Okay, it should have been 2 and 1.
Right.
Yeah, replication factor was 1. So you have to change the topic name. So make it as topic first underscore topic 1. Yeah, that's right.
I'll make it topic 1 here.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Yep, that's right.
Describe.
And
It shows 0 and 0.
no, something is wrong.
So isn't Paras is running only one server? That's why you're getting it. It's only running on one broker, right?
Yeah,
That's why you're getting it.
No, but then topic should not matter. Create one more server, this one. So that's right, Gaurav. So because there was only one server that was created.
Okay, I can start server 2.
That's correct. That's perfect. But I don't think so. Because we didn't post anything, right? So server is not required for that. That's my point. Now run this. Yeah, up arrow, enter.
Now it shows replication 1. Yeah.
No. See, it's still replication 1 means only 1. It's not. So it is not creating any replicas. It should actually show 0, 1. It should have shown over there. Right now everything is 0. That's very funny. Create one more topic, Dia. Up arrow, and make it as first underscore 2. Yeah. Hey, it's again 1. I don't know why.
Underscore 2. So what?
No, hold on. Don't press enter. Don't press enter. Your replication factor is 1. Make it as 2.
Okay. Replication factor is 2. Partition is 1.
Yeah. Last time we made a mistake of not changing that. Okay. That's why it happened. That's okay. Perfect.
Let's see. Description of
topic 2. Yeah, first 2. That's
okay,
correct. Yeah, this is correct. Okay.
This in my program. And this IP address I have to give for my VM, right? Not the localhost.
No, localhost should work.
Localhost.
You can just type localhost. Just type localhost. That should also work. Or 127.0. Yeah, that should be okay. This is perfect.
Let me try and change the topic name.
Yeah. Change it and then let me know. No worries. I'll just stop the sharing. Continue it. So let me start sharing. I'll give maybe another 2-3 minutes and then we will see the hands-on. So just 2-3 minutes.
For localhost, it says not able to establish connection. Let me try give the IP.
Yeah, you can try your IP also, sure. That's weird. Should work.
Shouldn't we be using that 172 IP address the way we were using for producer consumer?
What do you mean 172 IP address?
We were not using localhost when we were trying to produce and consume, right? So we were using the IP address.
No,
not in here. Okay. Because even I'm getting the same thing what Paras is saying.
That is weird. So it should not happen. Maybe the localhost is not there. So give the address of your system that is 127.0.0.1. So it's working perfectly fine with that, my dear. So just check it. In case if it gives an error, you can, instead of localhost, you can give the actual IP of your system. That should also work, my dear.
Yeah, there is also one difference because now Eclipse is sitting outside of the that VMware VM, right? So that's the reason we have to give IP address.
No,
earlier we were sitting on it.
Friend, you need to create a jar file and run it, dear.
Yeah, the jar file is fine, but the actual Kafka is running inside the virtual box, right? It's kind of here in the.
You'll have to move the jar files to the virtual box, my dear.
Okay. So the thing was not moving the jar file into the virtual box. The jar is in the local and the Kafka is in the virtual box.
True. You are going to run everything from the virtual box only, my dear. So you have to move the jar file to the programs directory. See my screen?
No, it should still be fine, right? The way we execute from the command lines, we can still execute out. I mean, we don't need to go into the box. As long as I can point to the IP and the port, I can still execute from my command line, right? Without going
Uh,
to the virtual box.
no, there will be a lot of teething issues in the connectivity between your system and the VirtualBox in that environment. To avoid those things, if you can directly move the jar file, and if you can see over here, if I go down to my lab program, see, I've got all the jar files over here. You'll have to move the jar files and then run it. That way, you're removing any dependency to be there, issues to be there, my dear. Because if you're trying to do it on my Mac and then trying to get it over there, it will check for the IP. So instead of localhost, if you give the IP, if you're able to connect, it should work, but then it gives teething issues, my dear. So that's a suggestion.
Can you show us where you put the jar file again?
Yeah, sure. So you will have to, so this is the way. Once you create a jar file, you'll have to move the jar file to the programs directory. So the folder structure, what we have is, I have got home not root. The downloads will have all the tar file. Your lab is your working environment in which you will move the file to your programs and then execute it from the programs. See here, I'm running it from the programs. I'm running the jar code. So you have to move it to the programs and then run it, Scott. That's the way to do it. Just try that out. Otherwise, I can actually show that demo for you also, guys. I'll give you another 2 minutes and then we'll move on. Okay, let me go back to my system and then do this. So that will be pretty simple and then run the whole thing. So first step, create a new Maven project. So I'm going to say file new other, and I should have Maven. Sorry, Maven and Maven project. When I start with the Maven project, first step, it will open up a window. I'll have to click on the checkbox called as create a simple project. I am skipping my archetype selections. Next, I'm going to create a group ID that is called as the company name. Just give me 1 second here. I think it's Albertsons. That's right. Okay, so let me say just wanted to know, is it Albertson only or is it Albertsons? Is it plural or is it singular, guys?
It's plural,
It's
Albertson.
plural. Thank you. Thank you,
You have the name in form.xml. You can copy from there.
Hey, that's great. So let me just go back over here. That's correct. So right at the beginning, I would have the name. That's correct there. Yeah, there we go. So I will keep this as the name. Okay, so that every time I don't have to do it. The artifact ID, I'll call this as exercise 1. Sorry, exercise 1. And I will say finish. So that it will create the project and it will have to get the folder structure. It's ready. So this is the structure. I will create a package. New, sorry.
Or you can just copy paste the code. It will create the package structure.
That's correct. Yeah, that can also happen. Once again, it's been quite sometimes I have left Eclipse. So there is my project explorer. That's it. Thank God. So it's always a good thing to create a package. That's how I always do that. So let's go down to com the Albert Sons. Okay. Sorry. Title. BERT. I'll say finish and let me copy the Java code. So the Java code, what I have is called as producer demo. Control C, create the class, new class, and producer demo, and say finish. So I have to change the font, change the size. So I will just say font. Sorry, font. And let me go down to Java, edit a font, and I will edit it to 16, apply, and okay, that's good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the Java code over here. So copy the Java code. That's what I'm doing. Just 1 second. That's it. So Control C and paste it over here. I need the this thing, what do you call form.xml. So let me go back to my form.xml, and after my version, let me copy it from the document so that I can keep it as the same. So after the version, if I'm not mistaken, that's correct. I will copy my dependencies and go all the way till my build. So Control C, I will paste it over here. That's good. Perfect. So my form.xml is done. So it's building the workspace. It will do all of those things. That's correct. Now I will have to, there is a Maven issue. Let me go down to Maven, and then I will say update project. So I'll go down to Maven and I will update the project, and it should all be okay after that. There we go. So everything is fine. So now I will go to right click, run as Maven clean. And please remember, you have to change the package to JDK and not JRE. So right click, go down to properties, go down to Java compiler, sorry, Java build path. Come on, Java compiler, sorry. Suddenly I forgot, hold on. It's in Java build, sorry, it should be in build path. So remove the JRE, okay. Too many windows over here, that's better. So I'll go to libraries, and the JRE, I'll remove it, and I will say add library. I will select my JRE library. I will say next. I'll go to your alternate JRE, click on install JREs. I will add my standard VM. So, and the JDK would be the standard Java JDK. So let me go down to Java folder. Just 1 second. Go down to C drive. Go down to program files. And I should see the Java folder. Yeah, JDK. Okay. And I'll say finish. And I will select the JDK and say apply and okay. So I should select the JDK. That's perfect. And I will say finish. So JDK is added, and I will say okay. So my Maven install is done. Now I will say Maven, so Maven clean is done. And now I will do Maven install. So the necessary jar files, whatever is there, it will have to get all of those things. And in my target, I would see the final file. Let's just wait a couple of seconds. Very good. All the de facto manifest file is added. So about 19 MB of the files are there. And see, my jar with the dependencies files are all set. Now I will have to move this file to my programs directory. So you see, it is, I'm going to use the same file. So let me remove all these things. Okay, I'm just removing all the old files because this should be the right way how it would work. Let me go down to Eclipse. Let me go down to workspace underscore class, exercise 1, target, and let me move this exercise snapshot with dependency. So this is the file. Okay, so I've got the complete file with me right now, all properly compiled. Okay, I've explained what the code is all about. Now I will go ahead and we should ensure that I have already started with my Zookeeper. So let me do that. Control C, and I don't have to select it, it's already here. So I start with my Zookeeper, and I will start with my Kafka server. That's already over here also. Okay, we should do it with the de facto environment. So right click, my server.properties is started, and I'll just wait for a couple of seconds. And it should tell me that, yep, the ID was already started. Just give me 1 second here. Yeah, see here, Kafka server ID started. Okay, that's good. So now after that, I will check if the topic is already created. I know it's already created. I will just list it. So I'll copy paste this and I will list it. Control C, go back to the code. There we go. And let me list to see if my topic is already there. So no, the new topic is not there. I would have made some changes. So let's create a topic. There's no harm. First topic. And once again, it is not your fault. In our example, this is going to be just of one topic, one partition, right? So we are not talking about anything about partitions here. So 1 and 1 is all okay for me. We are not talking about 2 and 1 or anything. It's 1 and 1 only. So let me create the first underscore topic. Control C. Go back to my Kafka. Press enter. So see, created first underscore topic. All good. Let me list that first. List the complete set of topics. So first I created before, second example, I created my replicated topic and my first underscore topic is created. So far, so good. Okay. Then let me go back and start with the consumer first and then start with the producer here. So let me just copy this, Control C and open up 2 prompts, duplicate session, not root. Password is going to be Hadoop 123 and lab and programs. I'll open up one more prompt. This is what is going to be the producer. I will have a consumer also. Duplicate session. I will say not root. Hadoop 123 lab software Kafka. Okay. So first, let me start with my Kafka simple consumer. Okay. So first underscore topic, the group is application 1. I randomly picked up a group. So let me go back and let me run that Kafka here. So nothing there right now. Now I'll go back to my programs directory and I will run the code that I want to run. So Java -cp, let me see in programs, I have kept that code. So let me copy this particular part of code and run this. So Control C, go back over here and once again, clear. Let me run it once again. Oh, what is happening? Something is wrong. So hold on. I should keep this in Control C and see, because of this thing, after dependencies, it came like this. So let me copy this, Control C and run it, friends. Clear? And run this. Okay. So it has created a topic. Okay. Info. It has closed everything. And now if I look at other window, you see that the topic is created. And in the first application, whatever is the topic that came, only hello world was there. So this was the old topics that I had in my window. So only hello world would be printed. And this is how it should come, because that's all that we did in the code. So see over here, in our actual code, we had just put in hello world over here. If you want to test it, put in some other message over there and then see, it should come perfectly fine, friend. So this is the way how to execute this. So just check with me, let me know, friends, how many of you were able to run this? Bhaskar, Brandon, were you able to finish it, friends?
No, I will actually continue later.
Okay, no worries. But you understood the concept, what has to be done, right, Bhaskar?
Yes, yes.
Okay. What about you, Brandon? Maybe he's not there. What about you, Gaurav and Paras?
Yeah, I was able to do.
Okay, great, Gaurav. Paras also done. Sure, sure. Yeah, yeah, that's okay. What about you, Scott and Susan? Maybe both of them are not there. What about you, Vijay and Vinay? Were you able to finish it, friends?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Vinay? Okay, maybe not there. So guys, this is the way how we go ahead and do our first hands-on part of the code and see how the whole things would happen, friend. You would be wondering why is it showing you the earlier hello worlds? Because it was a topic that was already created. What I can do right now in the break is I'm going to delete that topic and I will restart my Kafka server and do that, friend. Okay, so that the topic is no longer there, friend. So because we had multiple topics, that's why. But then right now, what came was this particular hello world, friend. That's what we had entered. Okay. So now I think it's about 3 o'clock your time. So take up your tea break, friends, 15 minutes. So let's go in for the tea break. And once we come back, we will continue on with our next set of things. That is more variations that needs to be done in our code, friend. Okay. So this is what we have done. That is our exercise 3. And I think that's what you have finished, friends. Okay. Create a new Maven project, then execute the code with a standard consumer, and we should see hello world getting printed. Hello world getting printed. Okay. So that's the complete hands-on that you have to do, friends. So I presume you have done that. So let's take a break and we will start off by about 3:17 year time frame. Thank you. Just muting myself. Hey guys, welcome back. I had restarted my server. I've deleted the topics. So I just want to check if the what all are the topics that is there. So I'll just do a list and then find it out. So I have deleted the first underscore topic that I had done. So let's see. Let me go back to the list of the programs. And there we go. Let's see how many topics we have in the server right now. So it still has got that first underscore topic. That's okay. So let me just check. I don't have to create it. That would mean. So let me run the program and let's see what happens, friends. Let me refresh this. Yep. So let me check what is there. So the first underscore topic was there. Something got deleted. That's fine. So my first underscore topic is there. So let me go back and run the code, my dear. That is my this particular code. And I have kept that over here. There we go. Java CP, just once again. Okay, great. So let me try that code and see what would happen so that we can see those things. That's great. So let me run this in my, not this window. This is the window that we had checked. That's okay. So it is just trying to pick up some old ID and it was not getting that ID. That's okay. And let me run it. Oh, sorry, this is there in the wrong location. So I should actually go down to programs, lab programs, and run the code. There we go. So the code got executed and you see hello world coming down over here because the old data is deleted. So that's properly created. So guys, just wanted to check with you. So Bhaskar is going to do it later on. Gaurav and Paras have done it. Susan, if you're there, let me know whether you were able to finish it, Susan.
Yes, I'm here. I'm running to a build failure.
Okay.
When I try
So
to create the jar file, it's build failure.
Okay, that's okay. So let me help you out with it. Is it okay if we can make you the presenter and we can quickly
Yeah,
do it on your
sure.
system? Yeah, yeah. So let me stop sharing first so that you can start sharing there. So please start sharing your screen. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you created, just go back. Okay, hold on. This is because your JDK is not set to the right level. So right click on your exercise 1, right click, go to properties,
Two paths, right?
last one,
Huh?
not
Which
here.
one?
Right click, properties,
Okay.
go down to the Java build no, go to the Java compiler,
This one.
2
Compiler.
levels below that. Okay, once again, sorry, go to the Java build path. Once again, your view is a little bit different than mine. Okay, go to libraries, the third tab on the top, besides order. Yeah, select the JRE library and click remove.
This one.
Click on the right hand side, click remove.
Click on
Down,
remove.
last one. Yep. Now click on add library. Add library. Okay, JRE library, the fourth one. Yeah, alternate JRE, the second one. Yeah, click on the install JREs. No. Click on the install JREs. I don't want JRE, I need JDK. Okay, now click on add, right hand side add, standard VM, say next, and JRE home, click on the directory. I'll just mute you, Susan, you can hear me. No, one second, not this. Cancel. Okay, standard VM, say next, looks a little bit different. Yeah, okay, say next. Click, sorry, default, once again. Others, this looks a little bit different. Let me do it on my screen to see if it matches. A little bit different, so we have to just check what is going wrong. Let me go to property. I'm seeing my machine. Give me a second.
What
Let
is
me
the error?
select.
What is the error, by the way, Susan? Can you show us the error?
No, there's no error because how do I select the JRE home, my dear? Say cancel, Susan.
No,
Okay.
it's already been selected.
No. Click, right click on the error is because JDK is there, JRE is there instead of JDK.
Okay, it's not, compiler itself is not provided. Okay.
No, it's because JRE is provided instead of JDK. So you have to change that. Go to the exercise 1, go to properties, right click, go to properties, go to libraries, select your JRE and remove it. The last one, remove. Yeah, click on add. No, you have to click add library, my dear. Without that, it won't work, right? So go to properties, click on add library, fourth one. Yeah, click on JRE library. Now alternate JREs, click on the second one, install JREs. Yeah, install JREs. Yeah, click on add, the add button on the right hand side. Okay, select click on the add button, my dear. You didn't click on the add button. I have to select something from there. Click on the second one, 1.1 VM. Click on next. Now it is going to point to me. Hold on. This is somewhat different. So let me just look at my screen. So the JRE definition is a little bit different. So give me 2 seconds. I'm looking at my screen. If I say add library, JRE next, alternate JRE, install JREs, I will say add next. Okay, in the JRE home, in the directory, got it. Let me go back to your screen. Where is your screen? Cancel. I got it, dear. Don't worry. Give me a second, dear. Let me go back to your screen. Yeah, select the directory. Go down to where JDK is installed. Go to computer, C drive. Yeah, come down. Java program files. Java will be there. Come down. Expand Java. JDK 1.8. Select JDK 1.8. First one. Say OK. And what the hell is this? So guys, I just need a little bit of help from you. So JRE home, this is correct. Why my next is not clicked over here in the JRE home, guys? Anybody available here, guys? Gaurav, Paras, Vijay, or
Try deselecting. So it's saying it's not a JDK root. You have to
Can you expand? Click on directory.
the bin folder. Click on directory again and go to the bin. The bin folder should be next to that folder inside. Can you expand JDK? Expand JDK.
JDK, not JRE, the first one.
You had expanded, Susan. Expand JDK 1.8. No, the bin.
Bin.
So try selecting bin, yeah. And press OK.
JRE home will be
JDK.
JRE. Instead of bin, type JRE at the end of the path.
No, I don't need a JRE, my dear. I need JDK. That's the reason, right?
This is asking JRE home.
No, hold on. Susan, just hold on, dear. I will just make myself as a presenter and show how do we do that. Just one second, friend. So I'm sharing my screen. So this is the way how we do it, dear. So I have to change that from JDK to JRE. So right click, go down to properties, go down to JRE. See, for me, it is JDK given. So you need the JDK if you need to compile it. So I will go down to add library. Next. See, for me, already the JDK, JRE, both of them are there. So I've selected JDK. So for her, it is not coming. So if I click on install JREs, see, for me, how JDK automatically comes. For her, the add button was not coming at all. Like, for example, when I select my directory, just one second, dear. So when I select the directory, it should point me to that location. So that's what I was wondering. What is going wrong? Something different on a machine. See, if I go to program files, if I select Java, I select only JDK, and see, it should come like this. For her,
maybe
it was
the file.
Yeah, go ahead, friend.
Maybe the JDK files are missing in the file system for Susan.
Yeah, it could be the installation problem, surely, because it was not able to pull up the libraries from the library folder, which yours automatically picked it up.
Okay.
So do you see? Can you see if there is any other installation in program files 86? You are checking in program files earlier.
Can you just share the screen, Susan? I've stopped sharing. Can you just share? Thank you. It should be JDK, not JRE, my dear. Yeah, next. We need a Java version for you. So, C drive, program files. Expand Java. Come down. No, she doesn't have JDK complete, I think so. You might have to.
So can you see any other installation in the other program files folder under 86 directory? Program files 86. Can you check there?
I don't think so it will be there, friend. I think it will be there in that folder. So maybe she doesn't have it. So we will have to have that done. Yeah, she's pointing to that only. That's the.
Can you go to your Windows Explorer and check if the file exists within this folder?
Java. It is there. The folder is there. Looks like the JDK.
Go inside of that, the first one.
JDK. Go inside JDK.
In bin, inside bin, if there is a Java executable there.
Go inside
Within
JDK.
the JDK.
Go inside bin. That's what Gaurav was saying. Go inside JDK, Susan. Go inside bin
And go to
directory.
The thing was, it is not
prod.
able to pull up the libraries out there. So that's the reason it's always showing as empty.
Okay, I think the quick solution for this thing is to download a version of JDK, go down to your browser, and we'll fix it right now, dear. Don't worry. So you'll have to download 1.8 version of JDK. That should solve your problem. I'll just unmute you, Susan, so that, yeah, we can hear you, Susan.
Huh?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. So you'll have to download a JDK so that we can work with it, Susan. Okay. Go to the browser.
Which browser? This browser.
Normal Windows Explorer. Yeah. Open up any. Yeah. We need to download JDK 1.8 here. That's what we're doing.
Oh, I have to download again.
Somehow it is not correct on your system, dear. The version of Java that you have is not correct. Say cancel. Something is wrong here. That's why. So the easiest way would be to fix that. Yeah. Go down to your browser. Yeah. Just say download Eclipse.
Download Eclipse.
Sorry, my mistake. Download JDK, not Eclipse here. Download JDK. Yeah. Yeah. 8. No, I don't want 13. I want JDK 8, my dear.
Where is it?
Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, click on that. Come down. Yeah, click on accept license agreement. Go up. There is a license agreement. Come down there. There's a radio button for license. There, yeah, thank you. Come down and download it for Windows. So, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, please keep it for download. What the hell is this? Okay. Thank God you have a URL. It's a nightmare. It should work without asking for any credentials. Let me give you a link from where you can download it easy. I've got it with me. Hold on, dear. Let me give you a link from where you can download. I have it in my Google Drive. So let me go down to my drive. You just have to download it here. Just one second. Opening up my drive. And let me go down to the folder that I want. Yep, that is there. And let me go down to JDK 1.8. Yeah, got it. Right click. Get sharing link. Control A. Control C. Let me go back to the chat window. Control V. Yeah, I've given you the link in the chat, Susan. So you can actually see that and download it. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, say download. That's good. Download anyway. Okay, it'll take a couple of seconds, but that's okay. We will help you, Susan. No worries on it. So I'll just stop sharing and I'll make myself as the presenter. And let's move on. Let me close this Google Drive. We don't need that. So there we go. So that's what we did. So if you see my screen, I ran the code and you saw that hello world coming. So I deleted my earlier topics because it was giving errors. So a lot of old messages was there. So that was the third example what we saw. Now we are going to see a variation of that example. But before I do that, guys, what I want is that you should understand what we are doing rather than simply doing it. So Gaurav and Paras, you are okay. What about you, Vijay? Understood the code, and Vinay understood what we're doing in these two examples, dear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. So Vinay, all clear, dear?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Susan is having some issues with the download. That's okay. We have the two people who are not there. That is Scott and Brandon. Brandon said he's going to be here by 3:30. So first it's about 3:35. Brandon is not here, and Scott is not there. So that's okay. Sorry, Bhaskar.
Yeah, I done that. The thing is, I'm not able to see the log, even though I see the message consumed.
Okay. So when you say log, the log will be there in the lab data folder, Bhaskar.
Yes. So lab
Go
data
down to
Kafka log one. Yeah.
That's correct. Inside that, when you refresh it, you will see a log over there, yeah.
Okay. Maybe I don't see that, but yeah, that's fine. We can continue. We can check that later.
No, that's okay. Just 2 seconds. I'll help you, dear. So I'll just mute my screen. Stop sharing. Just share it for half a second, dear, and we should be able to fix up. I'll just mute you. No worries, Bhaskar. Can you just share your screen, dear? I've stopped sharing my screen. Thank you, Bhaskar. So good. Yeah, this is first one. Go down to log. The third one. That's it. That's it. And scroll to the right. Yeah, the second prod, the first prod. That's what you would have entered. I'll just unmute you for a second. Is that what you have entered, the Bhaskar?
No, actually, I didn't enter anything. So this is from the Java program, right? Java program produced it.
Okay. This was the hello world. That's
Yeah.
correct. That's correct. Okay, so you are by default in first underscore topic. Okay, close this. Close this.
Okay.
Control C.
This one. Okay.
Yeah, this window. Let's close this window. Okay, so now go back to the logs, the directory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Refresh it. Yeah, that's good. Kafka log one, first one. Hey, once again, hold on. So I don't do a refresh on the top. Come down.
Oh.
Just 1 second. I'll mute you. That's okay. Go to first topic. Yeah. Click on the log. Yeah. And do I think it's not. Yeah. Hello world. See, hello world is coming. You have written it twice that hello world is coming, right? So everything was okay on your side, my dear. There was nothing wrong, friend. Okay. So that's it. So no worries.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so don't worry, just do the installations and we will walk you through that. It just requires the JDK part instead of the JRE part. That's all. Okay, so right now, if you look at my screen, I have got the other programs that have been closed. I have got the Kafka server running, and I have got the Zookeeper also running. Let's go to the next one, what we have in our hands-on. So what we're going to do in the second one is just 1 second. I'll just mute a little bit of the background noise. That's perfectly okay. So the second code that we are going to see is we are going to test the code with some additional logic of callback on the producer side. Okay, so there is a callback method that we can implement to see the things what we are seeing on the producer side. That's what we are going to do it in our exercise soon. So let's go down. So first step that we do over here is create a logger factory. And I'm creating a new class called as producer demo with callback. That's what I did. The rest of the things are the same. The producer properties are the same. How to create a producer is the same. But only new thing what I'm having is that in a for loop, I'm creating the producer record. And with the hello world, I am also passing my integer value that gets created. So from 1 to 10, hello 1 to 10, the new integer values are getting created. Okay, so that's what we do it in the producer record. Last time we saw only this much in the producer record. This time I've put it into bold so that you know what are the new code that is created. We have got a for loop and we have got the hello world being appended by that count. Then whenever I say send, last time we just did a record, but we are adding a new callback class in which there is a on completion method, the record metadata, and it will throw us an exception. So every time a record is successfully sent or an exception is thrown, it will go back here. So first step, if my exception is null, the record was successfully sent, I use my logger and say we received a new metadata, for which topic it was there, for which partition it was there, and there is something called as an offset. We will talk more about this when we come down to our coding part of it. So offset is when the record was added, at which position it was added, and then the timestamp also, so that it will give me the timestamp from the record metadata object. If it gives an error, it will say error while producing. Okay, so this is the new code that we have added called as on completion. The rest of the things remains the same. I'm flushing the data and I'm closing the data. So again, you'll have to recreate the jar file, and this is the way how I will run the topic. Okay, so when you run the topic, because I have set it into a loop, okay, so it will simply go from 1 to 10 and it will simply print out the values. So you can see over here the various offsets. It's showing me offset 3 because 1 and 2 was already created earlier. Okay, so offset 3, then offset 4, all of them going to the same partition. Okay, we had 10 offsets, right? So it will print out all the offsets for you. And when we run the client, okay, the same console client, last time we just saw hello world coming. Right now you'll see from 0 to 9 all those coming strings. Okay, so this is the code that we are going to do. So others, please go ahead and try to run this code to see this additional information that we are using via the callback. Okay, so please do that. So that will take care of the things. So now let me stop sharing and let me fix it up with Susan so that we can try her example. Susan, can you share your screen, please?
Hey, Venkat, just one quick question. Maybe we can share. So how, in a typical scenario, production scenario, how is the reconciliation done with Kafka in the middle, like between producer and consumer?
Here, one second. Please remember, producer is a separate component, consumer is a separate component. They need not be running at the same speed, my dear. Both of them would be running at different speeds. So reconciliation will never happen because we know whatever we are producing, it is going into a topic inside Kafka, and the consumer will be consuming it. They need not be there at the same level at all for any reconciliation happening, dear.
No. This in a production scenario, we have different teams working with, for producer, consumer, and the Kafka. There are at least 3 or 4 teams in between.
Okay.
Messages ideally should reach source to target, but we have seen that it is not reaching, not because of Kafka issue. It's just that they send it to wrong queue, or there are memory issues here and there. So at the end of the day, this one message losing is causing a considerable production impact. So I'm trying to see if there is a cleaner way for, even if it means like additional coding, additional way, we need a way to say that, okay, source said 100,000 messages, target got those 100,000 messages. Or,
okay. Look, Kafka guarantees that those messages will come, Bhaskar. So whenever the source is putting it, it has to, Kafka is giving a guarantee that those messages will be received because it is an immutable way of doing it, Bhaskar. So the question that whether it should be there or not, that will never come, my dear. It is bound to be there.
Like, is there any like a header level, like a correlation ID or anything which we can use? See, it's not necessarily
the offset, the offset point. Got it. So in this example, we are seeing an offset point, right? So you will come to know what all producer has put, that much number of offsets, that is the points that is there. It will show me that this is what is the number of records, offsets what we have. It will show you the number of messages what I have in a partition. So that way we can correlate whatever messages were sent by the producer to the consumer, and the client can simply read those that much number of offsets. That means it's already done. No, so that's the way how we do it.
One quick thing was maybe I'm just trying to put it in a different way what Bhaskar is asking. We got the point as Kafka's intention is going to be making sure that it is delivered to all the consumers whomsoever has been called, right?
Right.
But let's suppose I am in a real world scenario where we have been publishing the millions of messages. It could be in a
Okay.
matter of day or hours or whatnot.
Okay.
What are the tools or best practices that we have in place based on your experience for us to reconcile? Let's suppose I say that, hey, I published a million messages. Are all the consumers consumed all the million or not? Or something has been happened in between? Is there any way that, is there any other practices that you guys generally recommend to do in order to reconcile behind the scenes, saying that, yes, something has been published and everything has been consumed? Or there was a, go ahead.
Okay, got point. So the point here is Kafka gives us that guarantee that it will be there, but whether all the messages has been consumed or not is something that could be a point. Okay, so like what Bhaskar mentioned, somebody put it into a different topic. The client is not listening to a topic. So from what the guarantee is that producer publishing into a topic, it will go. So what you will have to look at is whether it was going to the right topic, what was the length of the message in the topic, and basically look at that. So if you're looking out for some graphical way, Confluent has got some API, and tomorrow we will see one more tool wherein you will see what all messages are done, all coming at the Kafka level to see it. So beyond that, I don't think so. Kafka itself gives you a tool because the
No.
UI
I
things will be
think
there.
at least from what I'm expecting, I'm kind of looking for any. It's like in case of some random checking, right? Like any user interface or something where the auditing is happening, because everything has been persisted inside Kafka in the log directory. So it will
That's
clearly
correct.
say what has been receiving and what has been gone to. So any UI.
Once again, gone to will not come, friend. Please understand, Kafka is immutable, right? So that is where the gone to, I was having a doubt what you were saying, friend. So Vijay, the way how it looked at is, whenever the message is put, you can look at the offset directly to find out whether it has come rightly to that particular thing. And then you can look at the consumer to see the offset, to see whether he has read all those offsets. That's the way how we will look at it, friend. Make sense?
Yeah, so I will hold my question till I understand the offset, how you are looking at it, and probably show you when you're showing the tools. Probably
Right.
I'll ask the question back, I guess.
Definitely. So tomorrow when I'm going ahead, the tools, the offset is something that we're seeing right now. In this example, we are seeing the offset. Now, the purpose of this offset was to show you that this is what is the count that we are having. So in the current example, when you see the offset, so if the producer has published it, yes, the messages are there in Kafka, and then if the consumer has read those messages or not, to what extent he has read, that is the way how we will correlate, Bhaskar. Make sense?
I see. If it's like 10 messages, it's easy to correlate, like do visually look at it and see, right? But if a producer is sending 400,000 messages a day, and
right. Look at the count. Look at the count level to see what all, and then of course the count will show you the old messages that is there also. So yes, I understand your problem. So what you're saying is that so the probability of Kafka being wrong. See, it's
no,
not that.
it's definitely. I'm not saying that Kafka will be wrong. See, people who are creating and using are still humans, and they make mistakes. They send it somewhere, they didn't start it. It's like, see, at the end, it is having a business impact to figure out clearly that
Right.
whether I miss the message, whether the source sent it, or that's where I'm coming at. Meaning, if there is
okay. So no worries. So let me just check up from the production side what all are the best practices we are having into this. So good thing that you brought up this thing. So let me just check up and what all things are there with us now. I'll share that with you tomorrow. But then from our existing point of view, this is the way how what are the total number of messages that was there earlier, and today what all messages got added. So that number is what will be keeping on increasing. So that's the way how we look at it, Bhaskar. Okay. Sure. Yeah. So coming back to you, friend. So yeah, let's go ahead and say next, Susan, so that we can see how the installation would happen. You installed it, Susan, or it was not there? I just saw your screen right now. Okay, just say next. Okay, it is updating something. Okay. Just say close. No, nothing. Just say close. That's done. Okay, now go back to your Eclipse. No, it has updated the default directory. It has not even updated the Java programs directory. Doesn't matter. It has updated the existing installation. It didn't do a new installation. Just go to your Eclipse. Let's see. Okay. Here, once again. Yeah, that's okay. So go to add library, JRE. That's correct. Alternate. Click on the second radio button. Yeah, click on add. Say cancel. Say cancel. Cancel dear. Yeah, click on the middle one. Alternate JRE. There are 3 radio buttons, right? Click on the middle radio button, dear. Are you able to hear me, Susan? I'll unmute you.
Yes.
Yeah, click on the alternate GRE button.
Which one? This one.
Left hand side, there are 3 buttons, right?
Oh.
That's right. Yeah, click on that. You didn't click. Yeah, now click on install JREs. Perfect. Click on add. Yep. Next. Directory. Go to C drive, program files, Java. Come down, JDK.
This one.
The first one, and then say OK. Very good. Now say finish.
Me? How come this time it come?
Yeah, click on the first checkbox. Click on the first checkbox. Yeah, and say OK. And see, no, 1 second. Why is it showing? Okay, click on the third radio button. Click on the, select JDK. That's nice. And click on finish. Your problem is solved. Say OK. And now on the left hand side, right click. Go to, not run as, go to Maven first. Okay, all the errors went away. Yeah, your problem is Maven and say update.
I'll just do Maven build.
Okay.
Maven install.
That's right. And now it will install everything so that your jar file gets created.
Yeah, I hope.
Yeah, it will happen. It has to happen. See, you see it's downloading
looks
everything.
like it's awesome. Okay. My God.
No, nothing. It is just that you have to add JDK instead of JRE, friend. So when it gave that error, so that was only a mistake. So now it's happening. So all set. Continue with it here. No worries.
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
Sure. Yep. Thank you. So let me just make myself as a presenter. Sorry, I have to stop here. Okay, anyway, I'll just see till the time you deploy it. It's downloading. Wait for a couple of seconds. It's done. So now you'll have to expand your target. On your left hand side, you will see target. Come down, target, expand target, and see the jar file is created. Now go to WinSCP, go to this directory, go to WinSCP. Good. On the left hand side, go to the directory. I don't know where did he create the directory, dear. Yeah, very good. Exercise 1. Go to target. Okay, on the right hand side, go to lab programs, lab, and then program, lab, go to programs. Drag and drop the with dependencies. First one. I don't need the second one. Yeah, very good. Now go to your show me if you have got your Zookeeper and your server running. If not, we have to start them. Go to command prompt and show that the Zookeeper is running, friend. No, It will be there in the putty window. I'll just unmute you, Susan. So Susan,
Yeah, I
you're
can
on
do it
air.
myself. So
Okay,
I'll do
okay,
it
great.
myself. I won't
Okay,
waste the other people's time.
no worries. So let me
Okay,
stop
thank you so
sharing.
much.
You're welcome. So that's good. You can try the second one also, and others, just let me know what about the second one. Were you able to see the information? I just want to check that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, sorry, I was not able to hear from the voice. That was, can you just spell again? Because that was, no, that, let me just mute Susan. That was Vijay. Okay, great.
Just a quick call out. When I was going through the example, I think I was
Right,
in the next one, and there was a class mentioned as callback to, but I
right.
think documentation doesn't have that class at all. Just FI.
No, what do you mean documentation? You're talking about this callback method?
When I'm going through the example, I happen to
Okay.
go to the next page where in which there is
Okay.
a reference to the class by name callback to. Producer demo with callback to is the next example.
That's correct. So if you go back over here, okay. So what are we doing? We're just creating one more example with callback to, and what you need to do over here is we are going to. So what are we going to do in this code? Let me just check the code once again. I do have that. Okay. The only thing that we are having here is we are changing the topic to 3 partitions. So in the existing code, you will have to just change that to the proper partition level. So let's go back. The class to be executed is this. And the same code, what you're running, that should be okay. So just create one more class like this. So the same class what we had called as producer demo with callback, right? Create one more class called as callback to. That's all. Nothing else, my dear.
Yeah,
Okay.
I tried to do the same thing with the existing class callback itself without changing the name,
Okay.
and
Okay.
it was still presenting me the same partition all the times. It was not changing the partition in the callback response.
Okay, so let's go back and see what
Yeah,
we have to
sure.
change. Just one second, dear. So there is some modifications that we have to do. So we are creating a new topic called as topic one. So what you will have to do is that in the old class, we were working with the same topic, right? See over here. So this has to be changed to a new topic, my dear, and then the code will run fine.
Oh yeah,
Make
sorry.
sense? Yeah, so just do that and that will solve the issue. So great, guys. So let me run the second code so that you can actually see the output that is happening, friend, so that we can see that. So let me run this. Let me go back. Yeah, my Zookeeper is running. My Kafka server is running. And the other prompts are there as it is. Okay. So now let me create my second project. Just once again, exercise 1 is done. Let me close my other windows. Let me create a new Maven project, and I'm going to create the same thing. Only thing, this is going to be exercise 2. Let me say finish. So my exercise 2 project would be created. Just once again here. Let me click on this. Let me mute. Unknowingly, Vijay, you were speaking. The phone was on, so no worries. I just muted him. So let's continue. So in this, what we're going to do is let's create a package, new package, com dot, sorry, com dot algorithms, and I will say finish. And I'm going to create a new class over here. The class is going to be producer demo with callback. Control C. Let me create a new class. Okay, finish. And I'm going to drag and drop my code from my Word document. Okay, everything remains the same. Let's scroll down. The new thing what we have added, those will do some additional information. So yeah, that's the last line. Control C, and I will do Control V. Okay, and hey, pom.xml was not correct. So let me open up my form.xml, and let me add the code. So let me go to exercise form.xml from the earlier code. I'll copy everything from dependencies and I'll go till the build. Control C, and I will paste it. Perfect. So my exercise 2 form.xml is all done. That's great. And you can see that there are no changes. I will first run my Maven update project so that the errors vanishes. That's good. Now let me create my clean and install. I will run as Maven clean. That's good. Let it finish. Done. Let me do a Maven install. Run as Maven install. Okay. Hey, hold on. Yeah, that's surprising. I don't know how this got changed. Let me do that once again. Go to properties, delete the JRE. This, remove, add library. The library is already there. Yeah, this is correct. Finish. Okay. And let me run this once again. Run as Maven install. Good. So it is running the project, and yeah, all the jar files are there. Fantastic. So let me go back over here and go down to exercise 2. Go down to my target, and this is the jar file that I wanted. Go down to programs. This is exercise 2 that I want to run. Okay, I've copy pasted all the code. So far so good. I have done all those things. I don't have to worry about it. All those things are done, friends. So now what I need to do is to see how to run this. So first step, we will create our consumer client, and then we will run our code. Okay, so you can do this code first and then do that also. But then I prefer ideally to start with your client first. There we go. And Control C. I'll go back to my fourth prompt, and sorry, wrong location. So I should change this thing to CD software Kafka and run my code once again. Yeah, application 1. So Control C, and I run the code. So nothing happening right now because the producer is not active. So let me go to the producer and run the code. So we have done some system.out.println. So it will give us all those values. Control C. Just once again. Control V. Copy this.
Shouldn't the topic name be changed? Is it being used at all, this runtime argument?
Which runtime argument here?
The first topic, which is represent of the class name in the command that you're.
Okay, hold on, dear. So I have already mentioned the first topic in my code. So no, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I would need that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Because see over here, when I look at it.
Got it. It was hard coded in the class. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah. Perfect. So now let me go back. I don't even need the. let me see. I don't think so. This is an arg0. Just 1 second. Need a little bit of water. Great. Let me just maximize this. No, nowhere I'm giving the hard-coded value. So I really don't need to give you the first topic also, because nowhere I'm hard coding it here. So Control C, go back to the program, press enter, see how the job runs, and you can see from here that look at where it went. The topic was first topic, the offset was 1, okay, and then see, this is the offset that I was referring to, the way how the messages get stored. So if you go back to the client side, the other window, and you will see that it starts from, the first was hello world, and then from now it is hello world 0 and all of those things. So this is the way how you can see the whole thing. So
One
this
quick
was
question. One quick question. So now
yeah,
you
please.
run the producer one time, right? So it
That's
printed
right.
all the hello world from 0 to 9 because you are iterating it 10 times.
That's correct.
Can you run the producer once again on the command line?
Sure. So let me go back and let me run the producer once again. Okay. See over here, the offset was 20 because offset is only at the producer side. At the consumer side, don't expect anything to be different. It is going to be the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So that's all.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, perfect. So the producer is going to read this from the particular partition, that is partition 0. So it will look at what was the position. So like I had mentioned, the quick answer to you would be to find out how many offsets was there. But then if you don't have a control to see how messages are coming, and if some messages are not being displayed on the side, or they're not consumed, that would be an issue to see how things are. So we will have to just see what is the best way to see how that can be done. So that's something that we will have to look up to see how that can be done. Let me just see in the best practices if we are doing something of that sort, because based on what Bhaskar has asked, it looks like the Kafka is good, but then you're missing something, and while doing a debugging and all that, it takes a lot of time in production is what you're saying. So let me see what are the best approaches available here.
Yeah,
Sure.
we are not denying that it is going to be a foolproof solution in order to implement. But the only challenge was when we are asked a question, or when we get a question, whether all those X number or N number of messages has been reached successfully to the clients or not. What are the mechanisms or what are the tools available handy so that we can debug and investigate, saying that yes, this has been done. See this metrics here. So what are the tools we have handy is what we are looking for.
Okay, so in case if see those tools, when we talk about a vanilla Kafka will not be there. But then
Anything else? Yes.
Yeah. So for this, we will have to look at the Confluent API. I'll just show you something right now so that you can. I think you are deploying it on Confluent only, right? It is not on vanilla Kafka, right?
No, Confluent. That's the plan.
That's great. So look at this. Let's say Confluent screenshots. Okay, so we will have to look at which of the screenshots are the relevant one. So you can see here there are multiple screenshots of Confluent to see what's it? Confluent Kafka screenshots. This is giving me, because that is black in color. That's what I need. See here. So if you look at this Confluent Kafka screenshots, this is what is the monitoring part of it that they use. Okay. So you will come to know how many messages, how the individual clients saw the messages and all that. So all the monitoring part of it, they have got it. So you want to see primarily, just once again. So what we wanted was, what was the total set of messages that the producer has sent and the consumer has seen. So let me just create a document. Let me call this simply as Q1. That is what is the question what we have. And what is the document which will specify how many messages that we got on a topic from a producer, and how many messages was read by the consumer. Okay, so
And
this is what we wanted.
if there is a way to say that, let's say, a key value which proves that this specific message was consumed or not. This is probably nice to have, but see, because many messages may not be needed by all the clients, so they might have to read it and ignore it.
Okay.
So they might only process certain messages. So let's say, like offset, right? If there is a key, or even if offset is the way to do it, producer says I had sent a message ABC, and the offset for that is 700, and the consumer says, okay, oh yes, I got the 700, but that's a not needed message, so I ignored it. So Between these two
Okay.
guys, if they're talking and they're referring to something, and that's
what makes sense.
the point.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. So if the producer sends a message with a key, how to get a confirmation that the consumer has read it? Would you have multiple consumers or would you have one consumer for it? How is it in your environment right now?
Typically multiple consumers, meaning especially like when it's like a foundation data like item,
Okay.
there will be multiple consumers for a given topic.
Okay. And then you want a small confirmation that all consumers have read it.
Yeah. So it's whichever way it is. So that when I ask a question to the item team, they said, "Oh yeah, we published it. We rely on Kafka to send it." But what did you publish?
Okay.
When did you publish? Or what? That's kind of the questions are not going further.
Okay. No, fair enough. So I can point you to the actual link that is there and help you out. So I think I got your thing. So let me see if I can get an answer to you as early as tomorrow and see how this can go ahead. No worries, buddy.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So that's good. So this is what we had seen right now. So just wanted to check with our other colleague. That was Susan. Susan, were you able to execute the first example, Susan?
Yes. I'm on the second one. I'm doing
second one. Hey, fantastic. That's great. And Gaurav and Paras, I presume you would have done the the other examples, right? The second one was all done, right, Gaurav?
Yep, done from.
Okay, perfect. Paras?
Yes, we have done the second one.
Oh, okay, fantastic. So Scott and Vijay, were you able to finish up the examples, dear?
Yeah.
Okay, great, Vijay. He's done that. Scott, you are there, dear. Okay. What about Vinay? Vinay Kumar, were you able to finish up with the example?
Almost there.
Okay, that's good. He's almost finishing it. That's great. Any issues in the example, Vinay?
I think the one who responded is not Vinay. Vinay seems to have.
Yeah, Vinay wasn't. That was Scott who had responded. That's correct. So Vinay was not responding. So no issues. That's okay. He would be tied up with something. So that's okay. So let's continue from where we left off. So what we have seen is we saw our first hands-on example, then a multi-node cluster. Then we saw a simple example of a producer. We added callback to that. So just to be there in the right sync, let's go back over here. So exercise 3, our custom producer and consumers. Then we did our exercise 4, where there was a custom callback logic added. Once again, callback logic added. Okay. Now we are going to go ahead with the next one, wherein we are going to add a key to our code. Okay. This is what is going to be exercise 5. So let's go back to our code to see what that logic is going to be. So, hey, one more thing. So we have, there's a variation of the earlier example over here. So that's something that I want to do with multiple partitions. We saw multiple replications in our example too. So this is actually not exercise 5. This is the earlier exercise only, but with the custom logic, custom variation. So in the callback logic code, we were using a topic which had only one partition. We will retry the example with 3 partitions. And in case if you don't have any unique key, how the data will go, it will try to distribute it between the partitions. Okay, so we will retry with 3 partitions. And in case if we do not have a unique key which will tell us to which partition a record has gone, okay, it will by default go to multiple partitions, okay.
So,
Based,
Venkat, so it's
yeah,
not
please.
multiple partition, it goes to all partition. Is that correct, or is it multiple?
Hey. So if you say from 1 to 10, so that's the very reason why I did this example. So let's go back to the last one and let's see the output here. So we were adding 10 records. All of that was going to partition 0 only. Okay. So the same 10 records, I am going to create a first topic, which is first one topic, which is going to have 3 partitions. So how do you think it should go, Bhaskar? What do you feel?
Now, since you did not tell the key, then I don't know. Based on your initial in the morning discussion, you said it will go to all of them. All messages will go to all. Is that not correct?
No. You're right. When you say all message goes to all, what do you mean by that?
No, it's like 10 messages become 10 in each topic.
No.
Okay.
That's not the way. So when I said all, what I meant was that 10 will be distributed into all the 3 partitions. That's what I meant.
So 10 is it just randomly picks a partition.
Exactly. Okay. And it's not randomly. It's actually round robin. It's not randomly. It'll round robin and it'll pick up a partition and it'll go into it because we don't have any key. Okay.
Yep. So the only downside is like if I for a same, let's say for an item got updated twice,
right,
and that happened to be in this 10 messages, and maybe the later update may end up being the first update, and first update may being the later update, because
yes.
That is the problem which we are trying to solve by having a key, right?
That's correct. So once you are having a key, you will ensure that all will go in a chronological order and it will go to one partition only, so that I don't have to look at multiple partitions. You're exactly correct. Okay. So that's why we will see this example of how the data will go, and we will also see the example with the key. How does it go, dear? So that's the whole idea. Perfect.
Correct.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and try that right now. So once again, I need to go back to my code and just one second. Let's be systematic. So I have done this. This was the earlier record, the earlier example. Okay. So see here. Now we saw that it was creating it in only one partition. We will now create a new topic, and in that change the partition to 3 and check with the same code. Okay, so what am I having? I'm having a topic called as first one topic. So let me copy this and create a new topic for us. And I think the topic would be there for me. Just once again. So yeah, that's right. So if you look at it, because first one topic was there. So let me go back here, go down to my data, Kafka log 1. So see here, I have got my first one topic. Okay, so the topic is already there. So, but you would have to create it. For me, it was there. So you will have to create the topic. Now, what are we doing is we are creating 3 partitions inside there. Okay, so this is the way how we will execute the code. Okay, there are 3 partitions. You will see that the first one topic is already there. But hold on, although it was there in the folder structure, when I started with my code, when I listed, it was not there here. So let me go up and try to list it and see if the partitions are shown to me. So
the thing was, there is an example in between wherein which the messages are going to random partitions, right? It was not executed. If you have executed it, the first one topic would have been created, because that example has that creation part.
One second. Which example, dear? Just hold on. So we are doing it chronologically in the example. We did the producer demo.
Can you come down?
Yeah. And then we are doing our producer with callback demo.
After this.
That's what I'm doing right now, dear.
After this.
Yeah, that's right, dear. So this is the example that we just saw. And this is the example that we are discussing it with only one partition, all the topics. And that is the next example. This is what we're doing right now.
No, you went into the keys thing, right? Isn't it?
No. I was still over here. The next one is the keys one. Okay. So yeah. So we'll just list it. So the command is over here. So let me just run this. Control C. And yeah, that's no. It will be there in the other folder. Control C. Okay, let me clear it and let me list what all topics are there. So I'm just listing the topic. So you see, I just got first underscore topic and my replicated topic. So I just need to run that query because somehow when you're playing around with it, something went wrong. So next time, tomorrow, I'll be careful of that. While ensuring it, we should ensure that it is you don't get some what do you call unreplicated records and all those things. We have to be careful with that. I'll take care next time. Somehow it got goofed up with my example. That's okay. So now, how do I run create it? So this is the code. So let me create it. I'm creating my topic. Control C. It's called as first one underscore topic. So let me go back over here. Not this. This one. And let me create the topic. Okay. I'll press enter and let's see what happens. The topic is already there. It should give me an error. So the topic was not there. So it created a first one underscore topic. So now let me go back and see here. I've got multiple topics over here. So let me do a refresh. Okay, so but based on my timestamp, what is happening? It's about 4:52 my time. So let me do a refresh. Kafka log 1 has to be log 1. First one underscore topic. Okay, so it has to be one of these topics that is actually getting created. Anyway, you'll see that. So I wanted to avoid this kind of things. Yeah.
Venkata, there's one question. So let's say like this log directory already is having a folder, and you happen to not, have that topic listed with the zookeeper. And if you try to create a topic now and the folder exists, will Kafka error out, or what will happen?
Yes, Kafka will error out. The Kafka will error out. Because see, logically speaking, when if the topic is already present in your directory, so in our system something different I would have tried it, so that was the reason. But otherwise, whenever the topic is there, it's a topic already exists. So this is the error it will give you. I ran the code, right? So let me rerun this code, okay, and see what would happen.
Okay. Actually, my question was like, does Kafka stores, or how does Kafka know what topic exists? Just by those folder names, or it stores the metadata somewhere else as a dictionary somewhere?
No, that will be there at the topic level. So it's actually the folders plus there is a metadata also that is there. So it will directly look at the metadata to see if the folder is already there. So that is within the Kafka implementation it is there. But then the actual representation of the contents of the topic is with respect to the folders, my dear. Because that will have how long it will be available, what duration, and so on and so forth, my dear. Make sense?
Okay.
Yeah. See, I ran it again, so it says that it already exists. Okay. So that was the case. So no worries. So the topic is already created. Now let me do the next set of things as per the code. What I have to do. This is already done. So yeah, I've shown it to you that the topics are already there. So now we will have to run the code. So the only thing what we will have to do when you do this is, let me recreate it with one more example. That means recreate one more Java code. So right click, copy. I will paste it over here in form.albertsons. Let me say paste. And I will call this as, that's a default. So I've used a default only. And if I look at this thing and if I check it out, let's go down. The topic is going to be called as, just once again, I think it's first one. Yeah, that's right. Let me call it as first one. Okay. And I will save this. So everything remains the same. Only thing I just created a new topic. And now let me create the code, the jar file. I'll just say Maven clean. Again. Yeah. And let me say Maven build. Sorry, install, not build. I'll just say install. So this is also done. The new jar file would be created. I'll drag and drop the jar file onto the lab programs and then run the example. That's good. So this would be created with your exercise2.dependency, but then this should actually be exercise3. Okay, so let's go down to my exercise 2, target. Okay, and let me go down to my lab and programs, and I will, hold on, this might not work. So I will drag and drop it here. So the same file name is not there, friend. And I will simply rename it to 3 so that we will run it with that name. Okay, that's good. And I will go ahead and put it into my programs. So this is the code that I want to run. You see here, small file change between what we have done. So that's good. So now let me go ahead and run the code. So let me start with the client location. Yeah, there we go. That is my first one topic. Control C, go back to the client, clear, run it. Okay, so that's there. Now let me go to this one, programs directory, and copy paste the code and see how the data would go to the different partitions. I think I don't need the first topic at all because it's a part of the code. So Control C, go back over here and press enter. Oh, sorry. The code will be 3. It won't be 2 because we have changed it. Exercise 3, and I'll press and hold on. ls minus l. That's correct. Could not find the file. Okay, I'll back with just once again here. Let's go back. It's okay. Anyway, in the code, I'm not looking at the file anyway because I've hard coded the values. Yeah, there we go. I'm not giving it via my argument at all. This is for the synchronous data that we are writing to. The only thing is I want to see how it goes. That's okay. So what is going wrong here? Going to the programs. Okay. See here, since we did not specify the keys, it went randomly to 3 partitions. That's how it should work. Let's go back to the runtime and see what wrong happened over there. I'm in programs. And this is the code. Sorry, by mistake, dot was there. It should have been underscore. Okay. 3 hyphen. That's weird. 3 hyphen 1 0. 0.0.1. So okay, it should be like this. Okay, so you need to check what went wrong. There we go. So that's it. So once again, when I ran this with callback 2, why did it go to the default partition only? See, it didn't go to the second partition at all. Oh, it went. Okay, so there we go. It went. So see over here, the code that was there. So this is your example, friend, that we are asking. In case if the values are not there, how will it go, Bhaskar? So you're actually seeing how did the data go. So let's go to the offset 3. Okay, so it went to partition 2. So partition 2, the first 3 records went to partition 2. Then the 3 records went to partition 0, and then 1, 2, and 3, and the 4th record went to partition 0. That means 3 records went. Then in the partition 1, 3 records went, and in partition 0, 4 records went. So this is your example as to what will happen when I don't have a key. This is the way how the data goes about. Fine, Bhaskar?
So how does it identify to which partition it should go to?
Sorry, Gaurav, repeat that.
So even I ran this program. Sorry, go ahead, Bhaskar. So my question is like why like it is not going evenly? You said like it will be selected round robin way, right? So it should have been going equally to all the partitions because we are writing it.
No. What it did is, yes, it said that item 3, 4, 5. Yes, when I say round robin, it did not be 1, 1, 1. What I meant to say was that the number of records in that would have been almost the same. But in our example, since we had 10 records and we had 3 partitions, so logically speaking, any one of the partitions should have 4 and the other 2 should have 3, 3, right? So that's how it happened here. So it went to don't think it will start from 0, not necessarily. It can happen in any order. So the first 3, see this one, that is 3, 4, 5 offset and down to 1. And you can see the answer in the client. See here, 2, 5, and 8 went over there, then 1, 4, and 7. See the order. See 1, then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5, and then 6. See, it's actually going in that order only. See this, you'll come to know. When I said round robin, it is coming in that way, but when it's displaying it, it is just showing how the values went on with it.
Okay,
got it. Clear on that?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So this is the way how it went. Only thing is that it is showing everything for that particular partition. Here we are only talking about the offsets. We are not talking about the contents of the record. The contents of the record will be here. See how it went 1, then 2, and then 3. Then again the same way 4, 5, and then 6. And then again 7, 8, and 9. And then of course 10 or whatever is the value that is over here. So that's the way how, sorry, it starts from 0, not 10. It starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, and then that's the way how it goes. So you can see it based on the output over here, how the data got properly distributed.
Can you run it again and just say like from beginning, can you list everything again? So if you run it multiple times, it gives you a different sequence. Is there a reason as well, like the data is like not given to you the same offset way?
Can't be a different sequence here. So let me run this once again. Let me go down. Okay, so what I'll do over here.
Not this producer, I mean, just run your consumer from beginning and print it again. The consumer again. Not the again. Producer is fine.
Okay.
Just run your consumer with the from beginning flag.
Okay, so let's go back. Minus from hyphen beginning. I'll press enter. Give me 1 second. This is correct. So you have already run that, Gaurav?
Yes, so I ran it a couple of times, and it is the sequence which I'm getting is different for the console consumer every time.
One second, let me just stop sharing. Just share your screen once, Gaurav, so that we'll know that, because to be very frank, I was not able to understand what you're trying to say. So just show it to me. Just start sharing your screen here. Sure, friend. Yeah, we started sharing a screen. Oh my God, yours is so small. Okay, what are you trying to do? That's better. Okay. What are you trying to say?
But Gaurav, this is just the consumer print, right, Gaurav? How would you know that these are not properly, these are parallel threads that could be printing, right?
So I'm running it as a consumer. Then you mean like it might be going with different threads every time to read the data?
Yeah, first of all, we have to check producer log is what I assume, because consumer is printing. Somehow is getting all the messages from all the 3 partitions and it is printing. But from which partitions it's going is what the producer is going to tell us, right? The acknowledgement, callback acknowledgement.
Because it's coming in from 3 guys, okay? So that's the reason why it is coming in this order. So because had it come from one partition, it will be from top down. So that analogy would be correct, but then we have to just go back and check what is there in each partition. You can actually go ahead and do that. Look at your first one underscore topic in your lab data folder. Gaurav, can you go down to lab data?
It's in the like one of the programs in this VM itself, you mean?
Yeah, log files, right? There are log files.
Oh, logs. Okay.
Yeah, because the data is actually stored in some location, right? That's what I was saying. Lab data. Okay, Kafka -log1.
Actually, I'm using two brokers right now. So assuming that should be fine, right? I can go to either of these.
Either of these and then check out. Yeah, Kafka 1_topic. Yeah, cat that log file. Log. Yeah. So this is giving a hello world. So to try to see, okay, let me show it on my screen. Here. Okay, so let me just go back to stop sharing. That's good. Let me show it on my screen. Let me click on this. Okay, let me close this. Okay, clear. Let me go back to my screen. The only thing is I have got multiple other examples, so I didn't want to confuse. So if this doesn't work in this way, I'll just create another image in which I'll have these things done. So don't worry about it. Let me just go back and check. Now, where is this getting stored? I know it is in data in log1 because I have got first one and first one topic. Okay, let's go back here. And let's go down to my log. Okay, so yeah, this is hello world. Okay, see over here. See hello world 0. Okay, now how do I know this is okay? Let's do one thing. Let's rerun the example.
My setup. Sorry, Venkat. Yeah. So like my setup is like 2 broker and 3 partitions is what I was using. Just so that like you're clear, I may be creating a situation for myself. So I'm having 2 broker and 3 partitions set up for that topic.
Okay. No, because what would have done is that you're reusing the example 2 and continuing with that, right? So that's okay. Now, the only thing is that when you had 2 brokers, the 2 brokers will have partitions. I don't know what is the, you're not having any replication factor, right?
Replication is also there actually, 2 replication factor.
Okay, so that's a problem, because you're trying with the second example. Yeah, even if replication is there, that's okay. So ideally what you can do is, so what I'm going to do right now is just go back to the code and make changes into it in a different way so that people can see this. Instead of hello world, I'll just say A, so that you can say 1 to 10 and show you how the data is stored. Because for me, there is only 1 broker. Okay, I've got 1 zookeeper, 1 broker, and I will test it out. So for you, what would happen is it would be the same. Only thing is that we will have to, because it's replicated, you'll have to get the right topic and see how the data was persisted. You want to see how the data is coming inside the topic, right, Gaurav? Why because when you ran the client, why is it coming differently? It's supposed to it's supposed to happen because it was run parallelly. So let me show that. Just 2 seconds. So what I'll do over here is I will just say, sorry, I just picked up your name, friend, Gaurav, A-U-R-A-V. That's perfect. So Gaurav 1 to 10 should come. So let me say save. This is callback to. That's perfect. Let me recreate the jar file. I'll go down to Maven, sorry, run as, and I will say install. Okay, and I will copy the jar file so that you would know how the things would be. So almost done. Almost there. Yeah. So let me go back to WinSCP. I'm in exercise 2, right? Yeah, exercise 2. This is the jar file, 450. Let me refresh this. Yeah, Python. That's great. So let me go back to my programs and I have to change this. That's okay. So I will put it over here. And this will be changed to 3. That's correct. And I will go ahead and drag and drop this in programs. Once again. About I will delete that. So that is 456. Now I'll drag and drop. So this is the file that I have to run now. I'll copy that file. That's good. Now let me run the code. So up arrow. I think that's what I'm doing. The jar is 3-00. Yeah, that looks to be okay. I'll press enter. Okay. So yeah, that's right. So we saw how the data would go into your first underscore topic. So this was your offset 6. So something was already there. So 6, 7, 8, sorry, 6, 7, and okay. Different partitions or different offsets. That's okay. Okay. So that's how it went. So let me show this to you now. So the data has gone. You can see here the 2, 3. The first 3 went to partition 2, 6, 7, 8. Then you had 1. That is from here. Partition 1, your 6, 7, 8 had gone. And then in partition 0, the balance data was there. So now let me go back to the location. That is, go down to your lab, data, Kafka log 1, do a refresh. And if I look at the timestamp of when what was changed, okay, I should see at 5:13 something should have changed. That is, let's go back to this one, 5:57. Okay, we'll go back to this log. See, this was Gaurav. Okay, so you saw how the values for the Gaurav was. So the way how the data went is, see, you see Gaurav, then Gaurav 4 and Gaurav 7, right? So this was in one of the partitions. So our analogy was right, what we saw last time. When we saw the output, see in the client, sorry, I didn't start the client. Okay, so you saw how the output was there. It was not 1, 2, 3, 4, right? It was shown as 1. Okay, then your values, so it started with 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, then 4, then 5, 6, and then 7. This is log. This is partition 3. Gaurav, are you there with me, dear?
Yeah, I follow you. Yes.
Yeah. So what was happening is that it is not chronologically going. It is going by the way how the record, as and when the record is happening. So when I said that it is going to be going in a chronological way, we had the records as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So 4 went over here. 5 would have gone somewhere, 6 would have gone somewhere because we have 3 partitions, right? And 7 came back over here again, friend, right? So that is the way how the persistence of that happened. You can actually check this with a single node and see how the logs will be shown to you, friend. So this is the way how the actual logs will be shown to you, my dear. So try it out, but that's it. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I follow that part, but can you run the consumer now? Because that's where I was having a little bit confusion, like why it's reading a little differently. So if you run the consumer on that topic now,
Hold on. That's what. So this was your topic 1. For some reason, from beginning, yeah, there we go. So this is the code that was there.
Cancel it and run it one more time.
Okay.
The consumer. Yeah.
Because what would happen is, if I said from beginning, so the data would have been processed. It should have. So you mean to say every time this gives a separate answer for you, right?
Yeah, it was giving a different sequence. Basically, it was printing first partition, second and third, and then the next run it was printing second partition, then partition 1, and then partition 3.
No,
so maybe it's the way that consumer is written.
The consumer, it is trying to see how the records you're taking from different partitions, my dear. Okay, so that's what the consumer is doing. Because see, every time if it keeps on changing, the data is not going to change. I said the data in Kafka is immutable, right? The data cannot change once it's stored, right?
Right. It's just the way it's reading from the partition, like which partition
exactly.
it reads first.
Exactly. So it is trying to do read it from three different things and show it to you, because we also know that once the data goes into Kafka, the it is immutable. That means you cannot change the structure of it or do anything with it. So that's the way how it would come out. So whenever anybody reads it, every time it has to give you the same thing. But since you're trying with multiple partitions, so that's the reason why it was different for you, my dear. Okay.
Okay, and the command which is
Yeah.
not completing for you, is it because of the group flag you have applied? That's why it is not printing anything next?
Oh,
No,
no, no, no, no, no. This is already gone. So what has happened is that when this is already finished, right? See, this was the last time the record was still there. So when I finished the partitions, although I said from beginning, I just need to check this from beginning, because when without from beginning, it would have printed me the values that was there. After that, it would get stored into the offset, and unless you specifically do from beginning, it should not show me these values, because from beginning should show me all the values. So
yeah,
that's something that I need
So
to check.
technically, we have to create another consumer group if you want all of them to be read again. Because with the existing consumer group, we already had read. Is that what it
no,
means?
no, no,
That's
no.
correct. That's correct. That no. Because once you read something and the topics are already persisted, then even if you say from beginning, you should see everything. So what is happening over here is, although I said from beginning over here, okay, it is not really acting from beginning, because this is not what I did. If you see my code over here, see, this is the code. This was offset was 30. That means I should see 30 topics over there, right? 30 listings over there. I didn't see any 30 listings over here. I just saw only the code that I ran last time, right? So this
And
was running for the code that I ran. So now if I run this again, you will again see the output coming. Just one second. So I run this code again. Okay. Now if I go back over here, see the same thing what was there, the things came out for me, friend.
can
So
you
see
remove
over
the
here.
group application once? That
Sure.
hyphen group
Uh,
application one.
Even then it will run. The group is not doing anything over here, friend. So see
No,
here.
I'm just wondering, like, no, my intention was to remove the group application and just put the from beginning. As you said, if the
Okay, okay,
beginning is
okay, okay.
working, it should have printed all
That,
the 40 odd messages.
that's correct. Okay, hold on. So he's right. So I would say minus minus from hyphen beginning. So let's go back. Even then it is not. See,
See, it printed everything. So
that's
that's what I
good.
was saying. I mean,
No. But what would happen is, again, we have got three partitions, right? So this is what was from the first underscore topic. If
yeah,
you have read it from first topic or a new thing that you have done, so there was only one partition, right? So it has to give me a chronological message.
yeah, yeah.
Because there were
I mean,
three partitions, it was doing it in a different way here, right?
there are two things, right, which we are trying to solve. The first
Mhm.
question to Gaurav's point was, why was the consumer printing in a different order every
Mhm.
time in case of multiple partitions? Which we all
Right.
understand because it's multiple partitions. Maybe consumer is going one after the other, whatever, even though it's a single consumer. It could have
Right.
been picking up one partition one time and next partition later, whatever order it is, but it is printing
That
all. And the second
that's
question
correct.
was,
Mhm.
earlier when you ran from beginning, it didn't
Mhm.
print, it didn't execute it as if it is from beginning. Because of the
That's correct.
something has been added like hyphen group application, which is
Exactly.
as a group in beginning.
That's correct. That's
You
correct.
removed it, it was printing everything as if it is a from beginning.
That's correct. So this was the case. So only thing is that we have to remove this group and then say from beginning. So that's why your second thing is done. The first question is, every time I run it like this, it has to give me like this only. Let me run it again for you, Gaurav. So you say that when I run it like this order should change or it should not change, Gaurav? This order, what you're saying, will this change or it will not change? Let's go ahead and run this again before he answers that. Let's go back to first
At least this
one.
Vijay, I feel that it will change.
It will change. It will change because it depends upon the way how you are getting the value. So 147, go back to the earlier code, 147, 0369147. Let's go down, 0369, because it again printed the values, but for him, he was saying that this value is different. It is only based on the retrieval. Please remember one thing, once because we said from beginning, That's why it is not getting, it is simply going from the top and returning me the values. Somehow the values will change, depends upon the way you're running it parallelly, because you've got three partitions, right? You're taking the data parallelly, my dear. That's the answer what is final for your question, dear Gaurav.
Yep, sure.
Sorry?
I think, yeah, thanks. I got it. Yes.
Yeah, just check it out. Just check out with different alternatives, dear. Okay? Yes.
And that group application was actually helping maintain the offset within the Kafka. That's why it wasn't starting again from beginning. The
That's
flag
correct.
which you removed. Okay.
Yeah. But with that flag, the from beginning will not happen, because from beginning doesn't require or should not have the group application at all. So that's the reason. So this just simply read it from the beginning and return the results to us, my dear. Nothing else. Fine, mate?
So
Okay.
what is that group application really mean? This is a consumer group, right?
That's correct. This is the consumer group, because what I'm having is there are three things I can read. I can keep one partition, but then if I have to read 10,000 message in that one partition, it becomes cumbersome for me to read it, and that also this has to be real time. So instead of having it as heavyweight over there, I can have parallel guys running, so that it will distribute it and go down to the parallel processor. Same key will go down to the same this thing itself, partition itself. So that's what we will be seeing tomorrow for the first time when I run this after this example. So see over here. The next example, what we're going to see is, we will see how we will add keys to our topic so that the data will go down to the respective things. And once after adding keys, the values will go down to the same partition only. Anytime you add some new data, the same key will always go down to the same partition. That's the whole idea here. Make sense?
Okay.
Okay. So now let's do one thing. Let's keep the structure ready for today. So let's see what we're going to do. And tomorrow morning, we will just run this and see how it is. So what we're going to do now is, we are going to add keys to our example. So this is the third variation. We had the first default producer. Then we said we are going to see the callback method in the producer. Then the third variation was that we created multiple partitions instead of one partition, and we saw how the data gets distributed. This is the completely third new example. So first step, we are going to create a new topic, so that you will see that the topic gets created over here. Okay. So then when you describe it, because there are multiple partitions, it'll show you that you had partition 0, partition 1, partition 2. Okay. And the leader, everything is going to be the same. We did not have replication values. Then what we will do is, we create our producer demo keys. We will have to have our both execution exception and interrupted exception are coming because of one line that I'm adding. So I'll actually show that line to you. So I create a logger. That's the same. So see over here, what I do over here is, I create a ID and I create a value. Okay. So until now, what we said was, we are creating a topic, we are creating a value, but we were not creating a key. So now we are going to create a key also and specify it ID so and so is what is going to be the key. Then use the same producer record and simply log the key, what all are the keys that gets created. So this is just for logging the keys. And
No,
then,
one second.
yeah, please. Yeah,
You
please.
actually log those things, right? ID 0 is going to partition 1, ID 1 is going to 0. Is it based
Right.
output you print, you commented there, or else you know for a fact that this
No,
key is
no,
targeting to
no,
the.
no, no. I commented the output, my dear,
Okay.
because with the key being there, next time when you run it, it'll go the same way, right?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say was, is there any way that we can influence what keys go to what partition,
No,
or
no,
else
no,
it's up to
no, no,
Kafka?
no. You can't influence. You will have to depend upon Kafka to see what keys go to what partition. You can't influence that. But once a key goes to one partition, it'll always go to the same partition again. That's what the docs say, friend.
Okay,
You
because the
cannot
reason was,
control.
earlier there was an example that Bhaskar was saying, right? Let's suppose we are talking about item master feed, okay, product feed
Okay.
that is coming from
Okay.
upstream systems, okay.
Okay. Okay.
And because of the volume of data, I have multiple partitions, okay, in order
Okay.
to handle the data parallelly across all the partitions. Let's assume the replication is still one to make it easy,
Okay.
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 Now the use case is for a particular item, the record should be read in a sequential fashion, but across different items, they can be read parallelly, okay.
No, no,
That
no,
means,
no, hold on. Just 1 second here.
sure,
You
sure.
have got an upstream, okay, which is going to pass data. You have got a downstream, which is getting the data. So let's say upstream has got A1 and B1 and C1, and you want to go to 3 partitions in the downstream, right? Until now.
Not even downstream. It has to go to three different partitions in Kafka. Okay.
That's right. In the downstream, so I'm talking about Kafka. So when I
Okay.
say downstream, this is where we have got our Kafka.
Yeah.
So I have got 3 partitions. So what will go to each of the partitions is going to be dynamic, but the guarantee is it will one will go down to A1, will have A1. The second partition will have maybe C1 or B1. I'm just saying B1. The third partition will have C1. And
Yeah.
once this is decided, all the other A1s will always go to partition 1. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying there.
I totally got the point because A1 is
Okay.
a kind of key here, and
Hmm.
once the key has been identified by Kafka and it already
Right.
what partition it has been assigned earlier, so it will
Right.
always ensure that all the A1s will go to the same partition. That part I
That's
got.
correct.
But
Okay.
coming to the example that we are narrating in the document, can you go to the document again?
Once again, let's let's
Here
go
it's a
back here.
random number, right? It's a string. Like what the key is nothing, but it's not an item ID or something else, right? It's
Right.
ID underscore one, ID underscore two, ID underscore three, or whatever, right?
Right.
So it somehow identifies the partition of ID underscore one as zero and ID underscore two as two. And
Okay.
what we're trying to say was next time, if we publish the same for the same key, if we publish the new value, it will
Hmm.
always go to the partition zero, is what we are saying, right?
That's correct. That's correct. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. But because the reason was I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, is there any way where we can dynamically figure out what partitions is, so can we control it in order to mitigate any issues of performance or whatever, is what I'm trying to get around. But I think
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
okay now.
No, no, you can't get around that, friend, because it all depends upon lot many factors, my dear. The volume that is going to come down. So how do I decide what is the ideally what we should have? One partition would have one value, but then if you have got 10 values that is coming, so we can't decide what will go into what, right?
Yeah, we cannot decide, but I think we can by thumb rule we can assume that Kafka is not going to overwhelm one partition versus other. It somehow manages them in a equally distributed
That's
fashion,
correct.
what we can
That's
assume.
correct. Yeah, so that's what the beauty. Because Kafka, since it focuses on distribution, you can be very sure that it will focus the data and distribute. But what will happen if you have got 3 partitions, which is having 10 records, even with the same key? So it will try to distribute it equally between that. So you'll see 3, 3, and 4. That is the kind of answer what you'll get. So even
Yeah,
in this case, you saw that your partition 1 was getting 2, whereas your partition 0 was getting 3, and your partition this thing what do you call 2 was getting 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it will ensure that how the values goes. Yes, in the small 10 records, it was a little bit
yeah, it
2
was.
got
I
4.
think we had to execute with huge volume to understand it was at least equally or almost near to equal distribution.
It'll always do that. It'll always do that because that
Yeah.
is what the crux says. When I say distributed, I should spread the data across and then see how that is happening here.
Okay.
So that is a guarantee that it will give you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely the case. I'm just trying to figure out like my use case. But yeah, I think I got the answer. Thanks so much.
Okay, sure. No worries. Great. Okay, so this is how we will create the producer record. Rest of the things remains the same. The only new thing here is we are writing in the callback method something called as after send. I will say dot get. This is a block the dot send to make it like a synchronous call. But then we should never try to do this in production because this will overwhelm the complete thing. Okay, so this is just as a test example, we are seeing it, and the rest of the things will be the same. So tomorrow morning when we come down, we will go ahead with this use case number 3, wherein we are going to add keys to our example and see how the data will get distributed among all the partitions folks. Okay, so that's something that we will see, friend.
One last,
So
sorry, Srinivasan. So I
yeah,
think
please.
in this, before showing this example of keys, right, you were creating a topic by name first2_topic, but the example is still using first one. I'm saying that what I'm trying to say was, I don't think we need first2_topic.
Just one second. Here we are saying first2_topic. That's what I am creating. And in my code, I should go back and create. Hey, this should be actually first2. It's not first one. You're right on that. Because see here, I had actually changed that to create first2_topic. So you're right. So we should actually try this with a new thing. And you should go ahead and say this should be first2 and not first one, my dear. You're right on that, friend. Okay, so please keep a separate topic name whenever we are trying with a different use case so that you will come to know how the data is going to be distributed. You're right on that. Perfectly right, friend. Because since I'm creating that topic at the beginning, right? So we should try to stick to that. So when the document was there, since I was trying with multiple things, so that's the reason why this was
Oh,
still
that's
kept
fine.
as
I
first
just
one.
want to point it out so that we are not confused tomorrow.
No, that's correct. You're perfectly right here. And thanks to you, you saw that because I didn't see the document. When we were running it, I would have realized why this is happening and the error would have happened. But so what you did was perfectly correct. So that was helpful here. So this should be first two. And tomorrow we will test this particular thing to see how the whole thing will happen. And then we will move down to the last one that would be there. That is how to create a consumer class. Okay. So we will pause it for today, friends. So what you'll have to do is, before this example, we have done about 5 examples. So go through the 5 examples and see what is done. I just want to give you one link that you will have to work with. So if you can watch that video whenever you get some time there, maybe not today, tomorrow, but I hope you have heard about somebody called as Neha Narkhade. So please watch her video that happened in the Kafka talks, wherein we say that the way how ETL is long dead, long lived streams. So let me just go down to YouTube and look at the one of the founders of Kafka, that is Neha Narkhade. Just give me 1 second. So this is already done. Neha Narkhade. HAEE. Okay. ETL is dead. Long lived streams is what she says. There we go. This is what I was talking about. Okay, so she's talking about the different people talk about the same thing, but this is a very good video which talks about the way how ETL is coming up and the way how Kafka is doing. So copy link location. I'll just list it over here and try to see how this would work. Just give me 1 second. Different, you go to multiple partitions. Okay, so this is what is Neha's video. So try taking some effort and see if you can finish this way. Okay, so that will be it for today. So thanks for your time.
Okay, I
And
do have a
please try these
question real
things.
quick before you go.
Yeah, please tell me.
This is just a Maven question. So,
Okay.
so it's kind of failing. I just wanted to see if you could take a look at it real quick.
Why not? Sure. So just 1 second. I'll just stop sharing so that you can start sharing there. Thank you. Scott, you can start sharing, Scott. Thank you. There we go. So let's have a look to see what has gone wrong. Okay. Hey, the same, hold on. Hey, something is wrong with some packages. You see the red mark coming? So just once again, I think I can control your machine. Just hold on. Yeah, I just requested for remote control. If you can accept it, thank you. Yeah, so something is wrong here. So right click and I'll go down to properties. jar files has gone bad. That's weird. I don't see anything over here. So Java guys, this thing comes because some unwanted packages are there. So the error what he's getting is, okay, looks like the POM file has gone bad. Hold on. Yeah, that's what I thought. So let me open up the POM file. This looks to be correct. Let me go down to the end of
There is
it.
an error saying failed to download. What is it? Failed? Cannot be resolved in the console.
One second here. So yeah. Okay. That is,
Can you scroll the scroll bar right? The bottom scroll. Bottom.
yeah.
Not that one.
Uh, which one, dear?
No. Can you? There is a horizontal scroll, right? Not the vertical.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. Start tag scene. I think it's with respect to POM itself. I do start tag. Can you go left?
Okay, go to the left. Okay.
Yeah. Cannot character. Maybe yeah. I think POM clean is used.
Yeah, there's some single quote character in pom.xml.
Can you expand it? Double click on the POM XML. Go up.
Oh, it's not saved. Can you save it? This pom.xml is not saved yet.
Ah, that's why. Okay. That's what asterisk was coming. Okay. So now right click, go down to
Maven.
Maven. No. Once again. Yeah, that's right, Maven. And then say
Update.
update. Yeah, update project. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, still there is an error.
Can you go under problems?
Hold on. Where do I see the problems there?
Windows show view problems on the menu
Okay.
window.
Okay. Window show view problems. Okay.
Can you show me the errors? Can you minimize the infos?
Minimize what here?
No, info. There is too many infos, right? I want to see the error.
Okay. So window show view and there are problems, and we don't want to see the go to the right. Okay, that was something else.
Move the horizontal scroll up.
Okay, once again.
Yeah, expand the errors.
Okay. Why am I seeing info? Silly. Yeah.
Cannot read life cycle mapping metadata for artifact. Okay, for required library.
Okay, .m2. So that means Maven is not.
I mean, I don't know if we can give a shot. We can clean up the .m2, but it might take some time to download the jars again.
Okay. So I think what we should do here is, okay. So let me just go back. File, Neo. We can do it right away so that it will be easy. Go down to other, and we might have a Maven.
You can type there. Type.
Oh, okay. That is faster. Yeah. That's it. Maven project. And do this. Next. This would already be there. Okay, and let's call it as example 3.1, and I'll say finish. And then I will go down to my I don't know where the Word document is. Scott, do you have?
Yeah, click right there. You got it.
Okay, got it. So this is okay. He's got that. He's taken up my example only. So
Copy from the top. Copy from the top.
no, I thought when I create a project, that will be created for him in the Eclipse, right? So if I go here, when I see the form.xml, the top portion code would have been created.
Yeah.
Go back over here. Yeah. So I will check from this one, just once again. sorry, this is already there from dependencies. Hold on. So from there, oops. Yeah, Control C. I will go down to this one and Control V. That looks to be okay. I saved the file. So far, so good. I have to just drag and drop.
No, it happened to be there again on the palm.
Okay. So we'll just right click. We'll just take the files just once again.
No, Srinivas, I don't think you need to go with Java code because the POM is already showing the error. Maybe if we can resolve it, it automatically works. Even in 3.1, the POM is showing error.
Yeah. For him, the POM is still showing the error.
So what I'm trying to say, I don't know if he's using Kafka version compatibility or whatever old versions. I'm just assuming that we probably can try to clean it.
No, the Kafka clients we are using 2.11. That's the version that we're using, and it has worked for everybody. So
What I'm trying to say is, his repo might have a conflict line library, is what I'm assuming. I don't have any Kafka so far, so mine got resolved. Maybe same thing with others, which automatically worked.
Okay. So how do we resolve it? What is the quick solution for it?
We can try to clean that M2 and run it. But before even doing anything, can we see the problems again for this example 3.1 project as well?
Okay, sure. So go to Windows, show view, and look at problems. And 3.1, the same errors.
So that's what I'm saying. So can you highlight the complete error, please?
Okay.
Required library. Highlight on that. I
That's
want
what I did.
description.
Yeah. One second. Yeah, there we go. It's not getting. Hold on.
Drag the bottom scroll, horizontal scroll to the right.
Okay.
Now highlight on the error again. No, drag the horizontal scroll to the right and then drag the error again.
Okay. Window, show view, and problems.
Now highlight on that once.
This one's okay. Yeah.
I want to drag it right on that.
No, it's giving an error for the Kafka clients only.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So right click on that. Quick fix. Configure build path. Okay, I mean, if he's fine and deleting his repo, we can try deleting it.
Scott, what you suggest should do? Can we go ahead and delete? That would mean that the earlier files what you are working on the project, that might also go.
Yeah, that's fine. You can go ahead.
Go to his directory.m2.
Yeah, go to start computer. See users. This one. Let me be sure.
Yeah, that's correct. .m2.
Yeah.
Go to repo and clean that entire repo.
Okay.
If you see anything on Kafka name, we can just remove this. Just search for Kafka name.
Fine, there's no Kafka.
Click on K or something else.
No, I clicked on K.
Org Apache, not Kafka.
Maybe that's the problem, right? There is no Kafka in there.
No,
Yeah, I don't know the project hierarchy. Kafka is there.
Delete this one.
Yeah, remove this totally because it was still 1028. That's okay. Yeah, try to delete it now. Right on the project Maven clean.
Which one? Where will Maven clean be?
I mean, on the example 3.1 itself.
Okay.
Right click.
Okay.
Maven. Update project. Let's see.
The errors are still there. Form.xml.
Yeah, it's still there. It's saying some, yeah, it's lifecycle exception means we haven't copied any new Maven prompt, though it's existing what you gave. Lifecycle mapping metadata for ORG Maven. Yeah, let's delete the entire directory since he said fine. I just want to give a quick shot.
Okay. Inside the repository, everything, right?
Remove that. Or else
Okay.
rename it to some name. Okay. Yeah, delete it.
Wow. Got a lot of files over there.
I mean, those are the downloaded libraries. It will automatically.
That's what.
Yeah, it'll probably take a while to re-download all that stuff, but it's fine.
Are you running Kafka earlier, Scott, on your machine?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And in your settings.xml, are you pointing to internal repo or somewhere, not going outside for downloading these? If your settings.xml have only internal repos.
No, I think it's all internal.
Yeah, then it will not download the external version, right?
That's right. Yeah. Because it's already given a path. We'll try to look at that only. But now I think after this, should I remove? I don't know. So the first thing what I thought is, guys, in such a case, it's always better to download our own Eclipse, which is coming completely new, so that you can. But then, will the .m2 be recreated? No, it will be only once, right?
It's because it's the same Maven, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Is his override settings. He don't want to go outside and get the jars.
Yeah. So what you can do, Scott, is this might take a little bit of a time at year end. So just try to see this. And tomorrow, maybe if you can come just about 15 minutes early. One second, I think it's finished. What does it say? What do we do for this?
So something's using it, right? You have to close the Eclipse, I think.
Yeah,
Close the Eclipse.
STS.
Yeah.
Okay. Try again.
There you go.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I'll come in tomorrow, 15 minutes early. And
yeah, in case if you can do that, that will really be helpful, because let's finish up this, and then once you start with your, just start with your Eclipse when this is done, and it should get the latest files. Now, one more question, team. Should I delete the settings.xml, because that will have pointing to all the local repos, right? Should I remove this?
No, let it be as is.
Let it be, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because let this finish, and then tomorrow you can just come back with the setup, and let's see how we can fix it up, Scott.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. So let me just go back to my screen, and what happened? Yeah, there we go. So I think that will be it for today, guys. So let's wrap it up over here, and tomorrow we will start off with our next example and continue from there. And if time permits, please watch this video, because this is a really good informative video about the way how Kafka is completely changing the way how things would be, the way how Kafka will be used. Okay. So thanks for your time. God bless, and see you tomorrow at the same time. I'll come in about 15 minutes early, Scott, so that we'll just see if we can fix it up for you, dear. Okay?
Yeah. So we rebuilt the repository, still had the issue. So I was going to try to do it in IntelliJ just to see if there was a...
No, what I would suggest is, why don't you try the Eclipse image, what I had given, because all of that would be pointing to the same location, because we are using the same Maven. So why don't you use Eclipse and not use the tool that you're using for Spark, because you're using some of the utility. I saw that yesterday. Why don't you simply use Eclipse and see if that would work?
Sure. Okay. So you want me to download the Eclipse?
That's correct. That's what I had shown yesterday. So if we can download the Eclipse, and from there we can see, although it will point to the same Maven repository, but at least we will come to know what is happening, right? So that is one option. Second option, what he said is IntelliJ. Are you familiar with IntelliJ, Scott?
Yeah, so I have it. I opened it up and I started to try it in IntelliJ. So we could give it a shot and see.
Okay, so what you can do is that you can try that. In the meantime, you can just, I think yesterday we were able to download the Eclipse details. So you
Okay.
can see it on my screen. I can share that with you right now. So
Sure.
you're on Windows. So
Yep.
I will copy this, put it onto the chat so that you can copy this link, have this downloaded. In the meantime, we can try with IntelliJ because if you look at me, I'm basically a Eclipse user, not much of IntelliJ, but still we can try doing with that also, but then we should keep that working. So just give it a shot here. In the meantime, download this and let's see how that would work here. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. So please continue, and I'm over here ready. So in case if you have got any confusion, just let me know, because we really have to do the couple of examples that we did yesterday. So if you look over here, we had you would have done the first test 1 and test 2, but we have done 3 variations of the examples in Eclipse. So if you can do that, you'll be coming up to speed, Scott. So that's the idea.
Okay, Eclipse, 11 items, features, plugins. So you want me to share my screen? So open with.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just going to say close. Yeah, share your screen right now, dear.
Okay. And I will share desktop.
Yeah, now you're starting sharing.
So
That's
just
right. Yeah, click on the download. That's perfect. Yeah,
okay.
Download anyways. Yeah, perfect. So that is coming up. We also have got, I think it's Gaurav who is over here. So Gaurav, can you hear us, Gaurav? Maybe he's not on the
Yes, I
voice
can.
part. Hey, so Gaurav, yeah, thank you, Gaurav. Gaurav, how comfortable are you with IntelliJ? Are you comfortable with that for running our examples here so that we can bring Scott up to speed on that?
Which part you meant to say? Can you please repeat that word?
The IntelliJ. That's a separate ID what we have.
Yeah, I'm good with IntelliJ as well.
Yeah, that's great. So what you can do, Scott, is you can minimize this while the download is happening. Fantastic. So see, he has created the test example EX3. That's correct. And he's got the code. One second. I don't think so. This is the right code here. But
this is the second example, right? This is the second test.
That's okay. So what we can do is just check if he has compiled everything. And then how do we go ahead and run this, Gaurav? We just need your help in bringing that up to speed.
Sure.
So the palm is looking good, right? I mean,
that's right. Yeah, okay. So if you look at the producer demo, that's also looks okay. So we need to create a, hey, it cannot resolve some symbols. Okay. So I don't know what that would mean because I'm not an expert in that. So that's
you know what? Let's see here. I don't think, here, I know. Let's try this for a second.
Okay.
Oh, we need
some other imports also.
Yeah. So let's do the imports over again. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then how do we save it?
Can you go to the end of the line 5th and press like you have Windows, right? So press Control space. Yeah, Control space.
Control.
Towards the end of the line 5, like any of the import.
Line 5. Okay. Control space.
Actually, go before that semicolon. I mean, just try to autocomplete is what I meant.
Gotcha.
No suggestion. So, you guys have already got the this is IntelliJ, right? So you guys have already got this JDK in path, right?
No, so I just started this up, so I'm not sure exactly which JDK it's pointing
Okay.
to.
Can you, right click this guy and go to the more down? There's an arrow. Yeah, go down more. Oops.
Yeah, it's not going on.
So
I think
there
that's
is
the
something
last
called
one. Okay.
open module settings. So yeah, this open module settings. Can you open that one up? Yes, please. So in this, can you go to dependencies? In the center of your screen.
Dependencies.
So you have, okay, the JDK is there. Can you click on the edit on the?
Should we use JDK 8?
Yep.
Yes, give it a try. So how about you click that new, the next button? Yes.
Yeah.
Try JDK. Yeah. You do have 8, right?
I
JDK.
do.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Just said okay. Just try saying. No, you were in the
Oh,
good
no,
part.
that was J. Oh wait, JDK right here. I guess.
The second one. Yep.
All right, we'll try this one. Okay.
Click
apply.
OK and see what. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just like logger factory.
No, I think it's logger only. You can say slf4j dot star so that all the logger factories in the next line. So just say dot star. Let's see what happens. Yeah, dot asterisk. That's right.
But let it complete. If you see down below, there is it's doing indexing. So maybe
Oh, it
let
is
it
indexing.
complete as
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, the indexing is finished, but still.
Yeah.
Are still there.
Cannot resolve symbol Kafka. So it's not
Yeah,
importing.
most likely the JDK is still like not in path. This means so.
So I have another JDK. We can try that.
Yeah, local module settings. I think you have to use JDK 8 or okay.
Yeah, I do. I know. Let's see. Program files. We have another program files. Java. JDK 7. Let's try that. Okay.
Can you come back to that settings page one more time? And just to confirm, like if JDK was listing all the libraries, fine. So
Okay.
go to the SDKs on the left. SDKs on the left.
On the left.
A little left more.
Platform settings below.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
this
select
is still
1.8. No,
Okay.
select 1.8.
Yeah.
The
on
one
the
which
left
you
hand
selected
side.
for this.
On the left hand side, you can see. Yeah, that's the one.
So files looks good. I mean, even like class path and all these things are looking good. So it should work.
Just say okay. Let's say okay. And I just muted you, Scott, because a little bit of the background noise was coming, but that's okay. But still, I think Gaurav, we haven't got that imported. So that's what is the challenge, what is happening.
So can you do one more favor? Can you go to line 15 and that logger, the first word, after that hit Alt Enter.
Alt and Enter.
And yeah, select maybe the first one. Yes. Okay, I think this way you need to resolve all these. So remove the imports which you have at the top, which are grayed out, like line 4, 5, 6, and try importing it these again one by one. Maybe go to the respective red line. Yes, keep doing it this way. Yeah, Alt Enter, right after it.
Right after Y, you have to take a key to Y. No. After Y. Yeah, okay. Alt enter.
So this guy is not getting that library. That's why it's complaining.
Okay, do one thing.
Can you try other?
Do Control Z once so that the imports are still there. Do Control Z so that the earlier imports will be there. Control Z. That is, yeah, that's right. And now go to Logger Factory.
So the
And what
library
was
is not in path. Library is not in path. That's the reason it's not able to do it. Um, how about other producer config? That's also facing the same problem. Producer
come
config
down
line
to line
21.
number 21. Line number 21. Producer config is in red, right? So take it after config. Yeah. Alt enter. No, even that is having the same thing. So even that is not picking up. So how do we resolve that?
Can
I'll
you
just unmute
go to
Scott.
the left form.xml and
Yeah.
try there is an option called synchronize form.xml. Let's give that a try.
Synchronize this.
Yeah, this one.
Okay, completed successfully. So that's still not.
It's not helping.
Have we run the maven clean command on this project so that libraries get automatically downloaded?
How do we do that?
You can go to the command line of the project where the pom.xml is present, and we can run mvn clean.
Okay, you need to go to the path where this is there and then do an MVN clean.
Oh.
Can we do it from IntelliJ itself?
I'm used to Eclipse. Yeah, we can do. We should be able to do that. I don't know how to do this.
You can right click and it will show all the tasks on the pom.xml.
Okay, let's do that.
Click, right click.
And then we've got validate, build.
Is it optimize imports? I don't know.
Build model, yeah. Click that one. Try to click that.
Right click. Wait.
Build model, yeah.
Well, there is open in terminal also. You can run from there too.
So you want me to right click this one and select it?
Just click, yeah, select that. Or double click pom.xml. It shows the right panel. I think it looks like it's building.
At the bottom, yeah, it's passing the Java file. Yep. I just muted Scott so that yeah. Hold on. That's what it says. The files were not there. Kafka.producer does not exist. You see the errors?
Yeah, double click and maybe it shows on the right panel in the Maven task, call the Maven task. And the right side, Maven, that refresh button, can you try that one? There is.
Second one. No, the second refresh button, refresh icon, second one. Oh, there are two refreshes.
Or expand that one. So
The
does it showing anything?
exe3. That,
expand
yeah,
that,
the one that is in
not
red.
that one. So below two tasks, right? Expand that one. There are dependencies. Click on dependencies. The third one.
Not this, Scott. Not this.
I think so. Yeah.
Go put plugins back, and below that there is dependency, Scott. Below plugins, what you just selected, right?
Yeah.
So just once again, what I can do is let me just see if I can control his system. And yeah, request remote control. I will just say request. You can just approve. Thanks, mate. So told me that we can go back and they're on a system. Okay, I'm expanding dependencies. Yeah, the Kafka client is there. Okay, that's because, hey, it is expected, once again, clients.producer. So see, the Kafka clients library is downloaded. So why is it giving me an error on this thing? So now, hold on, let me just minimize this. Let's go back over here. let's say the logger factory. Now, how do I fix these? Because it's saying that I can't get the jar files. So what should I do to this? See, these are all the Java errors what he has got on his code. The reason was that we were not able to do the this one, what they call via Eclipse. So that's why Scott is trying via Maven. So this is the errors what we're getting. How we really don't know how do we fix this, guys. Okay.
There is another option is you can close this IntelliJ and this open Maven project. Maybe so that time it might be.
Okay, let me say file and say close project. Okay, now what should I do?
So
Oops.
open, yeah.
Open,
Or
okay.
import.
Should I select something in the open? Okay.
I think you selected the wrong one.
Okay. Okay, selected the wrong one. Let's say file, close project, and okay. Now, should I say open?
Import,
This?
try import or so project. Yeah, Maven project. Select the project.
No, one second. Where is Maven? Maven should be down. So let me go back and open up. Sorry, M should be above this Maven. No, I don't see the Maven project at all.
Yeah, that means it's not the same structure as Maven project, so it's not showing.
Okay, so that's okay. So what we can do is that he's done it in Eclipse once, and then I think the download would be finished. So let me just quickly try that in that. So this is what is the download. I'm just checking this in the folder. So I will just try with Eclipse once, and then we will have to see how quickly we can move ahead with this. So this is where Eclipse is. It's there in downloads. I will just extract it here itself. Just give me once again, right click, and I will say extract here only so that the Eclipse gets extracted. And let me quickly try that. Okay, it's extracting Eclipse. That's good. And it should be there in the current location. I'll just wait for a couple of seconds. Yeah, that's okay, Susan. So Susan had mentioned she won't be able to come in. Can you hear me, Susan? I just saw the message, dear. Okay, so no worries. You can watch that videos, and I've got a complete set of things that we will be doing today. That's what we will see. We'll just take about another 5 minutes to see if we can do this, because beyond this, I think I say back up to this from next time onwards. I'm going to give you the image which will have Eclipse also, because this is the second time this is happening with a client, wherein ideally we would have people logging onto the systems and they wouldn't have any problem with Maven. But then I realized that you guys are also using Maven for your existing work. So that has really got conflicted with the versions what we are having. So for people, if they want to do that, I'm trying to work on that. I've already kept an image for download. So Scott, if it is ready, we can try all the examples on a separate system which will have all the necessary dependencies. Like right now, I've given you a server which is server grade. That's why it doesn't have Eclipse, but then I'm going to have Eclipse and give it to you also, so that this particular problem what you're facing will not happen again. Because since you're working on the same system and there are other things that would be with your work related, so don't want that to happen. Hey, Eclipse is extracted. I think Eclipse should be there in this folder. I'm just typing alphabet E. Yeah, there we go. So Eclipse is already set up. Let me open up Eclipse. And the Spring Source Toolkit, let me close that because I really don't need that. That's the reason I am closing it. Hey, hold on, what the hell is this? Oh, okay, it opened up in that only. Just give me one sec. Oh, holy cow. I don't know why it is opening it up in this. Okay, I think it's saving the workbench. Okay, wait for a couple of seconds. I don't want it to open in the Spring Source Toolkit. Okay, that's done. Let's hope if it opens. Let me see. Okay, I can close other unwanted ones. So that is closed. This is closed. And I will just resume this. Just once again. There we go. Eclipse is coming. And what I can do is I can resume this image. So others, if you have it ready, you should get your Putty, WinSCP and all those things ready. I just resumed it. And it's Eclipse is also starting. Wait a couple of seconds. But the challenge is that it will still look at the path of this .m2 because we are using Maven. So that is what I realized that might conflict with your existing stuff, you know. So let's see if I can work that out. This is just restoring it. Give it a couple of seconds. First time, this will take some time. So it will take some time for it to be loaded. So let this be loaded. I think almost everybody is here. We have got Vinay, Vijay, Paras, Gaurav, Brandon. Yeah, that's great. So that's okay. I'm just going to the default workspace. I will say okay. What is this? Okay, the workspace was okay. Let me just say cancel just once again because I want to create a new workspace. Once again, I'll just say okay. That's fine. And let me create it as workspace 1. So please remember, Scott, workspace 1 is what is going to be our workspace. So Eclipse is coming into that workspace. Yeah, it's getting loaded. That's good. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, your Kafka Ubuntu is also ready. That's nice. Just a couple of seconds. And let me just create the de facto things and make it run. Let's see if that works. Couple of seconds, folks. Thank you. What all of you can do is you can go back to the Google Docs, and I think he's already opened up the Google Docs. I'm just taking the liberty of going through the Google Docs, Scott, on your machine. Okay, this was, okay, this is actually the document what we are seeing. The Google Docs will be here somewhere. Yeah, that is day 1. That's correct. And if you look at, no, I think this is again Drive. Sorry, I won't go into that because this is your section. That's fine. So if you go down to Google Docs, you'll see that I have kept what all things we are going to do for today. So the Eclipse is coming up. I'm just going to focus on Eclipse now. There we go. Let me close this. Let me click on File, New. Let me click on Other. Yeah, Maven project was up. I should have done that, but that's okay. Let me just scroll down. Maven, and I will say Maven project. Next. And a couple of seconds, it's coming up. There we go. I'll use a simple project. Next, I will keep this as, I'm sorry, I forgot your company's name, Albertsons. That's right. So I will say A-P-E-R-T-S-O-N-S, Albertsons, and this is going to be example 3 because 1 and 2 was the first 2 examples. I'm going to try with the first example and see. I'll just say okay. So it's creating the project. Couple of seconds. Okay. Oops, no, still not done. So let's wait for a couple of seconds. This is not the folder structure. That's weird. So it should show me as a separate folder structure. Guys, let me try once again. That's weird. File, New. I'll select Maven project. I'll say this is the default. I'll say next. And I'll select Albertsons. And the artifact ID, I'll call this as example.
Venkata, one suggestion. Instead of sharing the code over a Word doc, is it possible to upload the code samples into separate text files? Because it's, becomes very tough to copy and paste, and then we have all sorts of text problems here and there because lines are just up and down.
Okay,
and it's just like
I can do
crazy
that. I can do that. I can do that. So during the first break, I'll just try to keep up the codes, and I'll do that here. So that suggestion is perfectly valid because since we want to have a document, I had used that, but I can do it. No worries, my dear. So I'll just say finish. And guys, you need to help me. Why is it coming like this? I thought it should come in the complete folder structure, Gaurav. So don't know why, even though I'm selecting a Maven, why is it coming like this, dear?
What do you mean by folder structure? You can, this is Project Explorer, you can open. So go to
Okay,
Window.
okay. You're right. No, I think I have to select window, show view. That's correct. Okay, okay. I got it right.
Package.
No, package explorer.
Package
Where is it?
You need to
Where
do
is it?
others and
Okay.
just type Package Explorer at the top.
Okay, okay.
Just type package.
That's what. Okay, got it. Okay, that's what I did. Okay, so
You can drag it from the bottom to the left top. It yeah.
Oh,
It
okay,
came,
okay,
yeah,
okay. I'll put it over here. Okay, let me close my Project Explorer. And no, even it is like this. It should come with the folder structure, right? Is it
So if
because
you
of
expand
founder?
source, so what do you see? If you expand source, what do you see? So what? This is not what you want.
No, this is not, because when we create it, it comes in a
So this is
different
not
way,
a
right?
Java. I think this is not a Java project. You see only
Okay,
M.
okay, got it, got it, got it. Yeah, was it JEE? So let me select Java. Say okay.
I mean to say it's, the project also is not Java. It's just Maven project.
In fact, that's what we do, right? When we create a project, we create a simple Maven project, right? That's
So
what we
if
did in the
it's a
examples.
Java, there are two small symbols like M and there is a J as well next to it.
Okay, okay, one second. So I will just delete this so that let me, yeah, there we go. That's a delete one. I will delete it from the source also. And let me delete this. Okay. Just need a little bit of a help from you guys on this so that we can fix this up, and Scott should have the things running. So I'll click on File, I click on New, and I'll select my Maven project. Okay, let me click on Other. Yeah, Maven project. Next, let me create a simple project. Let me click on Next. I would have Albertsons that I have already created, and let's call this as exercise 3, yesterday's first example. Let me say finish. Okay. See, this is not the way I expect the files to be there, right? So what is this? I don't know. Cannot read from the plugins. Okay, let me just change the form.xml. So what am I trying to say is, let me stop sharing. I'll go back to Scott and show it to him. So for the time being, I'm just stopping the sharing. That's weird. So let me make myself as a presenter. Yeah, we can do that. So, okay, give up remote control. Okay, and now I'll say stop sharing. Here. That's not happening. Scott, I have given up the control. Scott, can you stop sharing so that I can show it on my screen what is happening there? Thank you, Scott. Yeah, great. So if I share my screen, you can see what am I saying, friend. So let me take this doc up. I'm there in the Java EE only. When I say File, New, and click on Maven project, okay, I create a simple project type. I create it as Albertsons Kafka, and I'll just say test. And when I say finish, you will see how it is creating the project, and see, this is the way how I expect the project structure to be there. So others, can you help tell Scott, why is this not coming on his system? Why is it not coming like this?
Maybe he doesn't have all the plugins what he need for.
Okay, because you don't need anything, you just extract the Eclipse, and when you come back to that, you should be able to see it like this. Because in this we will, because this is a Maven project, and Maven and Java, that's correct. M is coming, whereas for Scott it was not coming. So Scott, if you can just share your screen once, dear. I'm just trying to
problem with some plugins settings.
Okay, so thank you. So he's done that. So it's only showing Maven, it's not showing Java. So how do we, because it's with the simple Eclipse. So I was there. Okay, let me request for remote control. And if you can just say yes, thank you. And see, I was in Java EE only. So let me select this. Okay, and I should see J also over here. So how do we fix this, my dear? I just extracted Eclipse, the same Eclipse that I was using earlier. All of you are using the same Eclipse is what he has extracted. See here. Okay, the same Eclipse is what is he using. What is the quick fix for this, guys? Let me say delete. Yeah, I'm removing this old one. And please tell me, how do I start with a Maven project?
No, file, new,
Right.
project, other.
Okay, that's right. Okay, that's what I
Type
did
Maven.
last time.
Yeah, Maven
Yeah,
project.
next. This is what I did, my dear.
That's fine.
But
Oh, okay. Don't select it.
okay, once again, back. Okay, I won't select it.
Go back. Next.
Yeah, next. That's right.
Oh, okay, next. Somewhere it should ask the artifact ID. Yeah. Enter the group ID from your document. Group ID, artifact ID manually.
Oh, okay. Let me do that. Artifact ID would be the project name, right? What it will come in the package explorer, right?
It was mentioned as exercise something.
That's right. Exercise 1. And now I should say finish.
No, did you enter all the other attributes like artifact ID? Hold on, I'm checking.
Yeah.
So group ID is Albertson's Kafka, and exercise
right.
artifact ID is exercise 1.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'll just say finish.
And I think what happened? Okay, no, it should not be something. And the
can you check the Java is there? This project is references.
Okay, he's got 11 and he's got 8. So that's what I saw. So how do I set Java from here? He's got that. I checked it because he has got 2 versions. He's got both Java 8 and Java 11.
In Eclipse.
Okay. Can you please help me, friend? Because almost 4 years since I've touched this. How do I check Java here?
5. No, so 5. Not 5. Windows 7.
Okay. Sorry.
There is preferences. Yeah, preferences.
Okay.
Search
Java. Right.
Expand that one. JRE install JREs.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good. Okay. Everything is there.
Okay. Really weird. I don't know why that is happening. So file, new. Let's go down to my neighbor project. Let's see this and see it, because it's not creating the project for him at all. It should give me the drop down of algorithms. Artifact ID would be exercise 1, and I will just say finish. No, it's not coming. So Scott, a little bit of a challenge on your system there. You're not able to see the code as to see why that is happening. So we will have to just see in case if we can add up those dependencies and see what all new things has to be done. I know without doing this, you can't even run on this, but then there seems to be some issue. Now let's do one small thing. When I go down to his M2, so yesterday he has played with his M2, right? So don't know it's because of that. Guys, can you just help me where that .m2 will be created? I forgot, guys. Did you go to C drive? The .m2.
Users and his profile.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to users and no, this is his profile and I should see .m2 here. Okay. And this is M2. This is the repository. Yeah, he just have got the necessary things what he wants. He doesn't have everything because actually we had deleted all those things. I'm just seeing the size. So that's why. So yeah, wow, it's about GB. Okay. So would it make any sense in creating a new M2? Can I create a new M2 so that will point to it, friend? Need help from you guys, Java colleagues. Can I create 2 M2s in my this profile here, or I cannot do it?
You can rename this one and create a .m2 directory.
Okay, so what I can do is I will copy. Okay, I will for the time being. That's right. What I'll do is let's quickly do that because yesterday itself this was the problem. So I will just rename that to old. And I put a type in hold underscore hold. I press enter. What the hell is this? Let's go to SP2. This is what this is into. And I'm saying underscore one. Okay, I'm not saying old.
No, run command line as administrator.
Okay,
Terminal,
right.
and
Right click. Yeah, that's right. Once again, I can say, okay, please tell me, what should I do? Right click.
No,
Then
open terminal and so
okay,
start
okay.
run
Got it.
term, yeah, command prompt.
Okay, thank
And
you.
run it as administrator, not
Okay. Okay, just one second here. I'm in that user. Okay. Please tell me the steps how to run this as administrator.
I think there's a right click. I'm on Mac, so it's kind of
Okay.
somewhere.
Okay, so
Go back to start. Go back to start.
one second here. I'm just opening
Oh,
up my prompt. Yeah, I'm in my CMD right now.
Go back to start. Leave this window open for time being. Okay.
Okay,
Start
sure.
button. Click on start Windows. Yeah, and right click on the command prompt if you can. No, when start there is an option, right? In start. Yeah, command prompt. The third last option. Up.
Okay.
Right click. Run as administrator. Yeah.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks, man.
Yes.
That's it.
To his user directory and then.
That's it. Great, friend. So CD, come on, type in something. It's not accepting anything. None of the keys are accepted. I'm not able to enter anything into it. Yeah.
No, it's typing.
Okay. Wow. Why is it so slow? I don't know. CD. Scott, can you just type CD and go to your directory, Scott? I will remove the this thing. Give up remote control. Yeah, there we go. Remove the C. Remove the C there. Remove C. There was already a C before. Remove. Yeah, that's right. Maybe you can type CD, enter, and then go to that location. No, you are in system 32, right? You can't find that. So you have to type CD / so that you go to your C drive and then go to .m2.
C colon, yeah. Enter. Enter.
I think it's C colon / That's right. Okay. Press enter after users.
Is it uppercase U or small U? Oh, U.
No, type CD space .. so that you can go outside Windows. .. Enter. That's right. CD .. so that you go down to the root. That's right. Now CD.m. We have to rename it now.
Users. Yeah, users, not user. S.
That's right. Okay. CD, the name. Your name, Scott. Thank you. Okay. Now we have to rename it. How do I rename, guys?
MV move space .m2 space .m2 underscore BKUP. Backup.
Okay.
What is it? You can do CP. Try CP instead of MV. Do CP.
It's not getting the commands, my dear.
Is it REN? I don't know. Windows, what are the commands?
No. It's not getting the CP or the MV. Somehow the path. That's why. Okay.
So the Linux commands are different than. Access denied.
Okay. Holy cow. What should I do? Do one thing, just minimize this, go to the desktop and see if, no, we can't rename it from the desktop also.
Yeah, you can only do as administrator, which you can do only from terminal.
Only from the terminal. This path is not there. So hold on,
There
hold
is
on.
a
Let
way
me
to
check.
open. There is a way to. There is a way to open Windows Explorer as administrator. So if you right click on the bottom Windows Explorer icon and say like open as administrator, right click on that, and or maybe go to the run command or there is something in the Windows menu, right? Just type yeah, at the bottom. Just type
Run at the bottom. Run is at the bottom, dear.
yes.
On the right hand side.
Just type
Yeah, that one.
Explorer. No. So sorry, my bad. Where you are, yeah. Just type Explorer, and yeah, right click on the third option and say open as administrator. There should be.
That's good. Yeah. My God, that's good. That's good. Oh. What happened? I think it's opening. That's good. Holy cow. Yeah, go back to C drive and then change it, Scott. Great. Go down to... It will be in users. Go to users. Yeah. Your name. Yeah. Just rename .m2, F2 and rename it. Or right click or yeah, that's right. No, back. Right click and yeah, there it is. Underscore backup. Enter.
Remove the dot out of it. Remove the dot in the front. Maybe that's why it's complaining.
Okay. Underscore backup. Okay.
I'm assuming we all love Windows here.
So get away from Windows. It's happened. So now how do I download the basic files, my dear, now? The .m2.
You will have to create a directory .m2.
Yeah, create a new directory here.
Go to the same terminal mkdir. I think .m2 is not allowed, right? If you can create .m2 from there.
Yeah, .m2. Just type. Yeah. Enter.
You have to do from terminal then. mkdir paste .m2.
Enter.
Okay.
Hey, it's created. Okay. Now what should I do after this?
Yeah, now just go to any terminal and say, if you have any other project, just on POM XML is there, or create a project now. Run mv and clean instructions.
Delete this project, right click and say delete. Yeah, let's create a new project. Okay. Yeah, delete that also. Fantastic. Oh, made it. File, new, Maven project. Click the first one. Yeah, next. Get the group ready for the dependency. Yeah, and say exercise 3. A should be, yeah, you can make A capital. That's perfect. Exercise 3. Yeah, perfect. Finish. Okay, make it exercise 4. Make it exercise 4. Later on, we'll delete that file. Exercise 4. Yeah, finish. That's good. Okay, expand it. Now it is creating the project. Okay, hold on. On the bottom on the right hand side, see it is creating it. First time it will take some time in getting the stuff done. Just 2 minutes, guys. I really appreciate all of you helping us out because without this, we can't even go ahead and start anything, guys. So that's the reason we were doing it. I really appreciate it. So, okay. And yeah, so what we can do is let this happen, run on your machine, Scott, so that I can just go back and go to my machine and see that. Can you stop sharing, Scott? Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the guys. Thank you again. So let's go back to the stuff that we have to do. So this is what we have done yesterday. So we saw what is Kafka. We saw the concepts of topics and partitions and the replication factor. And we saw our first example where in the console, we saw how to create a zookeeper, a topic. We created a producer and a consumer, played around with that. In the second example, we show how a multi-node cluster will be executed. We had the replication factor as 2, and we saw when we kill one of the Kafka servers, the other application server, the other replication factor will come into picture and the Kafka nodes will be running. Then we saw the first example of creating a custom producer via Maven and checked it with the console consumer. Then we added the logic of the callback on the producer side and first saw it with only one partition. And in the second variations, we saw created a new partition and with the, new topic with 3 partitions and saw how the data goes in different partitions with the same example. Okay, so those are the things that we have done yesterday. So for people who have not reached here, so you will have to just go back and try these examples so that you're comfortable with that, guys. Okay, so let's see the plan for today. What we are going to do today is we are going to add, in the last example, we didn't have keys. So we will add keys to our example and see how that would work. Then create a custom consumer and see how that runs. Because until now, we have been using the standard consumer, the Kafka standard consumer. We didn't create a consumer. We'll create a consumer and see. And then we have got an exercise to see how that would work. So this is the things that is there in our first document. So ideally, we will try to finish it off about 1 hour after the break. We should have these things running. And further, the plan for today would be to, it's there already been shared with you, that is on day 2. So first, let me open up day 1 and open up the day 1.dockets and go back to the document and see where we are with reference to the things that we have done. We have done all these things, and this is also done. Let's go down. Yep, this example that is with callback is what we did yesterday, the callback, and we saw how the details would be given, and we ran this example. We also saw a variation of this wherein we saw that example with the second one, producer callback with demo, wherein we had 3 partitions and we saw how that would be done. We saw how the data would go to all the 3 partitions. Okay. So today now we are going to go ahead and see how the data would go to different partitions. It will be going in a round robin fashion. So we are going to start with our exercise 3 right now. So we are going to add keys to our example and check how the things would be. So we are, for doing this example, we are going to create a new topic that is going to be called as first to underscore topic. Replication factor is going to be 1, and partitioning, we are going to have 3 partitions. Then we will, I showed you the command how to execute this particular topic. So you saw that it created our first to underscore topic. And then we saw the listing of that topic, and we will see that there are 3 partitions inside that. Then we have got the code that is called as producer demo keys, and we are creating a logger factory, the same class. The properties are the same like what we did yesterday, the bootstrap server, the key serializer and the value serializer. Create an instance of your Kafka producer and then put it into a for loop and show how the key will be the ID underscore whatever is the key details what we are having. And this is what we saw yesterday, how the values will go down to the different partitions. Okay, and then we are trying to get some info on the producer when he sends it in the callback. We already had an on completion wherein it will print some of the information for us. We will do the dot get, and we should not do this in the real world, guys. So this is the producer demo keys, how you will run the example, and try with the console consumer also over here. So this is the way how we will run our example, and you can see what it is there. So I got your this thing question. What you had said was that was Gaurav, to give you the Java files for this, or the text files where all these things are there. No issues. I will do that today, guys. So only for the first example, have those things done and see how with the keys you will see that the data will go down into respective partitions and see how that would work. Okay, so this is what we discussed yesterday. So only new thing that I have added over here when you create the example is, because when I tested it, I realized that I did not put the topic. In fact, there is no need to specify the topic here also, because it's already there in the code. Okay, but so you can avoid it by without giving the topic name also. Okay, so that would be the producer keys demo. So please try this example and see how the data would go down to the different partitions based on the key. Next time you put in any new data, it will always go to the same partition which has got the key frame. Okay, so that's what we have to see, and this is what is the first code that we will see, adding keys to our example and see how that would work. So once we finish this, we would have totally finished about 5 hands-on. The examples, we need to be very clear as to what the example is doing, so that you will be in a position to test it out, guys. So please go ahead and run this example. It's about 9:45 your time. So I'll give you about 15-20 minutes to finish up this example and then test it out. Other thing what I saw from you, what you were doing, Gaurav, is you were creating it from the second example, we created multiple brokers, right? You were simply running with the code. So please don't do that here. So I have got my Zookeeper that is on the default path. And the variation that I have done over here is, if you shut down the Zookeeper and start again, we were not able to get the topics, because by default the temp directory is what you call getting anything in the temp gets recreated here. Okay, so what I have done is a small change. What you can do, all of you can do it right now, is if you go down to your lab, so all of you, if you can go down to your lab and software, go down to your Kafka, go down to your config, and you will see server.properties. So if you go down to, sorry, not server.properties, it should be zookeeper.properties. So you will see that file, zookeeper.properties. And if you open that particular file, zookeeper.properties, there will be a data dir. And what I have done is, I've given the data dir inside my data directory. So home, not root, lab data. I created a file called as Zookeeper, and everything will be kept over here. So yesterday what I was seeing is, after I tested some examples, and when I created it during the actual class yesterday, some of the topics, although I created it, you were seeing those topics, but the topics were not shown to me. That is because when I shut it down, the Zookeeper was not able to persist those things. So that is why we are getting some issues. And the solution to that is, don't create anything in the default temp directory. Keep a proper directory for it. So this is what you will have to do. So I will just put it in the document, Control C. Let me go down to the cheat sheet. And then we are going to run the examples. We should ensure that the Zookeeper directory will not be /temp/Zookeeper, but this directory, this information should be mentioned in the zookeeper.properties file inside the config directory. I just put this one inside the config directory of Kafka in lab software folder. Okay, so all of you, please do this. So if you have anything running from yesterday, please stop everything. So with this, you are going to create a new directory, and then you can start off with examples, guys. And also you will have to ensure that we will have to create those folders. So let me go back to the document. So see here, I've already mentioned it right at the beginning of exercise 3. You will have to create the new topics called as first2_topic. So I'll just mention it over here. So before running the example, before running the example, we should ensure that we create a new topic, that we create a new topic, and ensure that we restart the Zookeeper and the this one Kafka server. So please do this, friends, okay, so that we can keep the
Question.
things in order. Tell me,
I have
please.
a question.
Yeah,
So why
go
are
ahead.
you, I mean, is there any reason you are asking us to do like one broker versus two broker, or just for the sake of everyone doing the same thing?
Just to ensure that everyone is doing the same thing, because when you're having two brokers, your partitions and all those things would be behaving in a different manner. So just to ensure that when we're debugging, to ensure that we have the same look and feel, right? So that's the only reason. Otherwise, you can go with any number of brokers, Gaurav. So that should not have any challenge at all. It is just to ensure that we have consistency and we achieve our target so that everything will be proper. That's the reason. Make sense,
Okay,
Tia?
thanks.
Sure, you're welcome. Okay, so please go ahead and start everything from scratch and do this, guys. Okay, the exercise 3. In the meantime, let me just go back to Scott and see if it is running. That will be well and good. At least we got started, and I'm sure he can catch up. So let me stop sharing my screens, friend. Scott, if you can just start sharing your screen. I just want to finish that off with you. Sure, Vinay, no worries. I saw his mail. Okay, now can you expand exercise 4 on the left hand side? Oh, that's a Java project. Hey, that's great. See, he's got all those things. Okay, so that's the first good thing. Once again, a friend, I'm just requesting for remote control. I'm going to do the complete example for you, my dear. Okay, just watch. This is the first example. So far, so good. We achieved this. Right click, new, and package. Where is package? Hold on. Oh, sorry. I clicked on some. That's fine. When I click on Maven 4, it should come with the new package. Hold on. So, mine is Java EE. That's weird. So, just one second here. Let me scroll. There it is. One second. General. I should see package. Okay. Cancel. Okay. Yeah, this is with Maven and Java. Where is the package still showing? Gaurav, just give me a second. Gaurav, can you look at my screen? Where is the package?
Yeah.
Why am I not seeing the package here, dear? Giving me
What do you mean
nightmares.
by
I need to
you need
create
to
a
create
package.
you can go to other, maybe by default not showing because of this perspective. So you can just type package in here.
Oh, okay. Because it was not coming here also. That's what I did. Hey, there it is. Thank you. Got it.
Yeah,
So new
no
package. Thanks, mate. So the name of the package will be dot AERTSONS. And it sense. I will just say okay. Okay, that's good. Now I need the code. That is the Java code. So let me go back to not this folder. Yeah, day1.documents. That's right. And let me scroll up. The very first example is what we are going to do. Yeah, that's correct. This is that one. So let me scroll down and let me select it from import. Let me go down. Produce a demo. That's correct. So selecting, I think that should be it. Once again, sorry, Control C, then go back to Eclipse. In fact, let me create a class and then I'll paste it. New, why I don't see it. It's there. New class. Next. And yeah, that's right. This is a user demo. Oops, typo. I'll just say demo and I say finish. So far, so good. Hold on, it's coming. That's nice. I will do this and I will paste it. Remember, I've copied everything. That's fantastic. So I pasted everything. Okay, let me go to form.xml. let me go to form.xml, and after this, we are going to do this. Let me go back to the document and scroll up and copy the file. Oh, hold on. Let's go down a little bit. Yeah, from here. No, not from here. From dependencies. Let's go down till the build. That's correct. Okay. Control C. Go back to this Eclipse and paste it. Control V and Control S. Okay. Control S. That looks to be good. It's building up the workspace. Okay. Do what we want. Get it all okay. Let's wait a couple of seconds. Couple of seconds, friend. Because this will be downloading it for the first time. You know, that's why it's taking a little bit of a time. That's okay. It should be done. Okay, still 75. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. Yeah, it's done. That's good. And finish. Thank you. Okay, so that's good. Now I will have to right click. I will go down to Maven and I will say update project. I'll just say OK, so that the error should go away. See, it's updating the Maven project. This error that you see, the red cross symbol, that should go away. Very good. Now I will right click and say run as. First, I will do a Maven clean. So let me click this window. I'm sorry. This. Controlling somebody's machine is not that easy. Yeah, that's good. Now let me, hey, I need to change this. So once again, from the JRE to JDK, let me do that for you. So let me go down to properties, go down to Java build path, go to JRE, go to, sorry, libraries, go to JRE, go to remove. I will say add library, JRE library. Next, go to alternate JRE. There is only one. So let me go to install JREs. Let me go to add. And let me go down to the standard EM. Okay, go to the JRE home. And I'm going to go down to your D drive spot because we know that in D drive it was your JRE worked fine. Sorry, not D drive. I'll just unmute you, Scott. So, Scott, you had kept it in some other location other than program files, right, Scott?
Yeah, so under the program x86.
That's correct. Got it. Yeah. So I was wondering where it was. I realized that. So let me just scroll down. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, perfect. And I'll go to my JDK. Java should be there. Yeah, there we go. And JDK, beautiful. I'll select it. I'll say OK. It should come up here with the list. Fantastic. I will just say finish. And I will ensure that this is the right one. I'll just say apply. And Java should come. I'll say OK. Yeah, I'll select this. So that's good. So default JRE is JDK. And I'll say finish. Yep, that's good. And I'll say finish. And now you should see Java coming. Brilliant. So that's all. Now let's run the application. Compile the application. So the jar file will be created. I'll say Maven install. Good. So this is done. Yeah, it's creating it, and the jar file should be created.
Hey,
now if a good, yeah, tell me, friend.
Quick question. So I was doing the consumer test. So tell me something. If I use the console producer, those messages cannot be consumed by the program consumer, the Java program consumer?
Of course, they can be consumed. Why not? But please remember, if somebody consumes it, whenever a new consumer comes in, he will read from the new message onwards. Other than from beginning, if you say he can't see the old messages, my dear.
No,
Remember, we saw.
so I was running the consumer Java program. It was waiting on the messages, right?
Okay.
On the terminal producer on the
Okay.
same topic where I'm reading from consumer, I try to put the messages. The producer is giving some warnings, but the messages are not read by consumer. But when I run the program, the producer program for the same topic, and consumer is running, then they are able to communicate. Both are able to communicate.
That's because if you start the producer first and then start the consumer, what will happen is that the consumer will be able to see the last part of the messages that you have not read, whatever was done by the producer. Ideally, if you start the consumer and then the producer, they will be working in sync, my dear. That's the point.
Okay.
Okay, brilliant, Paras. So your code is created, Scott. Now I need my WinSCP. So I'll just stop sharing. Scott, if you can just go down to the WinSCP. I stop my remote control. You can take over.
Okay.
Go to WinSCP so that we can copy it in the right place. So good, we have got those things ready. Well, fantastic. Yeah, not true. Brilliant. Why is it saying searching for host? Go to your VMware player and do an IF config. I think the IP is changed. Yeah, it is 146.249. Minimize it. Are we checking the same thing? Yeah, minimize this window, Scott.
Hang on a second. Control Alt. Get out of it.
Yeah, 146.249.
Yeah, maybe the connection isn't that great.
Yeah, type IF config once again. The IP looks to have changed here.
Okay.
So go, yeah. Click inside and press enter. Click inside, press enter. On the right hand side, scroll down. You see the scroll bar there, right? Just scroll down. Do Control Alt so that you can get back your machine. And scroll down. That's right. Thank you. Yeah. Click inside again. Do IF config. You're doing it correct. Brilliant. Thank you. And the IP, yeah, it's changed. It's 1.72 for you now.
Okay.
Do Control Alt again. You'll get back the mouse. That's it.
So it is this one.
Minimize this. Yeah, 1.72. Minimize it. Let's go down to WinSCP. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, No, don't create a new site. You already have the site, right? We will rename it here. That's all. No,
okay.
on the left-hand side. That's okay. Let's start it once again. No issues. Yeah, sure. 2 minutes, Bhaskar. We're almost done. So come down. Yeah, click on not root on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, click on edit. Edit button. Up. Below, little bit below. That's right. 192.168. Change that. 192.168.
I think it was more than just that, though. It wasn't.
No, there were 4 numbers after that. It will start with 192.168.
Okay. 192.168.
Now, can you please go back to the image? The rest 2 numbers I don't remember. We'll just check it right now. It was a 1.72. Yeah. 1.72. And click on the drop down in the save. That's right. Save. Click on the checkbox. Okay, it's already saved. Now click on login. It will open up. Perfect. Brilliant. Say yes. Okay. Now on the left hand side, go to the directory where you have got Eclipse.
Okay, so where do we have that?
I think go to File menu and switch workspace. Go to the File menu. File. Yeah. There's an option called a Switch Workspace. Come down. That's right. Go to the other. It will tell you which directory your projects are. Okay. It was in Workspace 1. Just say cancel. Yeah. Workspace 1. You are in the right directory. No. Go to your users. Yeah. Your username. Workspace 1. It's fantastic. Go to exercise 4. That's go inside. Go to target. See. Now on the right hand side, go down to your lab and programs. Right hand side first. Lab. Go to programs. Yeah. From the left hand side, drag the with dependency. The second one.
Oh.
Delete that. That's okay.
Doesn't matter.
Delete that. Yeah. That's it. The second one. Perfect. Okay. That is created. Now go to your putty. Let's run this and be sure that it is correct. So let me go down to the cheat sheet and see how do we run our first example. Give me 1 second here. I will help you out so that we are through with this. Yeah, okay. So you need to start with, okay, what is this? This is putty. Okay, the IP will change. 192.168. You have to check it again, friend. I don't remember. It was one, I think it was 1 dot something. We will have a look. I don't remember. Yeah. Just check. The image. Click on the image. That's right.
Yeah.
1.72.
1.7.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Copy that. Put it on the saved session. Copy the whole thing. Thank you. Click on save. Click on save. Save on the right hand side. Save. Now on the left hand, don't say okay. On the left hand side, go to your window. Come down. Window. The one above that window. That's right. Yeah, lines is 2000. That's good. Lines of scroll back is 2000. That's fine. Go to your appearance. Below that, just change the font right hand side. There is a change button. Yeah, make it 12 points. That's correct. Okay. On the left hand side, go to your colors. Very good. Use system colors. Now on the top, no, don't you open. On the top, go to session. Let's save everything. Select your IP 192. Select your IP down. Yeah, and click on save. Yeah, let's delete the other one. Click on 10.51 and click on delete. So that goes away. And now click on open. You're doing it perfect. Brilliant. Yes, not root. And Hadoop 1, 2, 3. Brilliant. Now go to lab programs. Hold on. No. Don't go to programs. You'll have to first start your Zookeeper and all that. So go to your lab software. Let's say K, Kafka. Just type K, small k, and tab. Enter. Now we need to start our Zookeeper and all that. I'm going to put all these things in the cheat sheet so that the first example will be able to do it. So I'm going to go down to my Word document and I will copy the 2 steps for starting the stuff. So just give me 1 second. Let me go up in the beginning and I'm giving you the command. You should run it in separate command prompts. Control C. Let me go down to view options. No, not that. How do I pass the message? Okay, I got the cheat sheet. Let me send it across to Scott only to you. And I pressed enter. Okay, you would have got the message in the cheat sheet, right, Scott? Thank you. In the Zoom group chat. Copy that and paste it in the first window.
The one that's highlighted or?
That's okay. We will actually type it. So type bin, bin.
Oh, this one right here?
That's right. Bin zookeeper server.start config zookeeper.properties. I forgot the S. So just paste it and type S at the end.
Gotcha.
While copying, I realized that did not come through. Just put an S at the end. Okay, gave an error. That's okay. Use your up arrow once again. Up arrow. The up arrow key. Yeah, and put a S. Press enter. Brilliant. Your Zookeeper is started. Now go to the top and you'll open up a new terminal window.
Yep.
The top, yeah, that's right. That's right. Right click, duplicate session. Brilliant. Let me give you the command for the Zookeeper server. Go down to Lab Software Kafka. And I'm giving you the server properties. And I'm going to put it in the cheat sheet. Yeah, CD Lab Software CD. You have to type CD.
CD.
L SO and tab. SO and tab. Then KA CD. KA and tab. Type CD.
KA.
No, CD. Change directory.
Oh,
Space KA and tab. Perfect. Now I have put it in the chat window. Copy the second one, that is server.properties. And let's run this.
Mm-hmm.
So guys, just bear with me. This will be done. So no issues. After that, what happened? Paste it in the current window, dear. You're clicking on the earlier window. Did you get the? Hey, you have to create a new topic. That's right, Vijay. In exercise 4, you have to create a new topic, dear. Okay. So please do that, Vijay. Thank you.
No. It's not about new topic, actually. So the thing was, so can I repeat? Can I state the statement?
Yeah. Go ahead, Vijay.
Yeah. If you see the consumer demo, it is talking about the first topic. Okay.
Friend, we are not even reached the consumer demo. We're doing the example before that, my dear.
Okay. All right.
Okay. That's why, dear. We are not even.
I heard someone saying consumer demo. So, all right.
Okay. No. The earlier example. Remember, yesterday we were discussing that example. Okay, Vijay. Sure. Just 2 minutes, friend. So, hey, you got the cheat sheet, Scott?
Yeah, I do.
Paste it over here, Nadia. Paste it.
Let's go.
No, it won't come. You can actually, scroll up. Come down. You should see it. Hold on, you're trying to get it from here. Go up. It's not down. It's up earlier.
Are you sure?
Go up there. Yeah, dead sure. Okay. Go up, right at the top. Page 2 it will be.
Yeah.
You're in page 6. Go up. Still up. Page 2. Still up. Hold on, little bit up. And that's it. Line number 4, you can see the Kafka server. Copy that. Thank you. Okay, maybe your IP address, if you do ifconfig, it will be different, dear Bhaskar. Yeah, now go back and paste it on the window. I'll just come down to that, Bhaskar. Give me a second. Yeah, copied it. Go down to this. That's right. Paste it. Right click. Just do right click. Thank you. Press enter. And brilliant. Your Kafka server has started. Open up one more prompt. And yep, good. Duplicate session. Not root. Hadoop 123. We will create a topic. So CD lab software Kafka. So let's go down to your example, and I'll tell you the page number also where you have to go to, so that the step is already there. So go down to page number 9, Scott, and the first topic is step is over there. Lab software KA and tab. Perfect. Go to the document, the Word document, page number 9. Come down, page number 9. And we have to create a topic. Page number 9. No, 9. So we have got the complete here in 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Over here, come down, see. So I put it in bold, the bin Kafka topic. Select from there. Fantastic. That line and the next line, copy it. So a new topic called as topic. First topic is what you're copying. Very good. Now go back to your putty. We will paste it. You copy. Yep, that's right. And we'll create the topic here. Yep, enter. It'll show that the topic is created. Wait for a couple of seconds. And fantastic. Now let's go down to the next step. And you will see that let's execute the producer. So go back to your cheat sheet, scroll down. That's it. So first, let's start the consumer. That's correct. So yeah, copy this consumer. Yeah, that's right. Go back to your code. In the third option, we are first seeing the consumer. Okay, paste it here. So the consumer is running. Press enter. It's waiting. Open up one more prompt for the producer. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, CD Lab software, Kafka, KA tab, fantastic. Now go back, sorry, CD, you missed the D. Yeah, lab, SO tab, yeah, KA tab. Perfect. Now go to the Word document and scroll up, and be there, hold on. Kafka topic is created. Come down a little bit, come down. Yeah.
You're looking to start the.
Once again, let me look at my document. Why is it document? Yeah, okay. I should have a command called as now execute the. You're in which step? You're in 10. No, go to 9 only. Go to 9, friend. We're doing the ninth page. Go up. Yeah. There it is. No, come down. Come down a little bit. Down. Yeah, there it is. Last step. Now execute the producer. Yeah, Java. Yeah, that line. Perfect. Copy. Go to your putty. The fourth one. And right click.
No, shouldn't it be in programs though?
One second. Let me just quickly check. Just 1 second, dear. Yeah. So where is my document? Yeah, sorry. Go to CD space ... and one more ... CD ... then go to programs. Yeah, right. CD programs. Perfect. Tab. Enter. Right click and press enter. Okay. Because you'll have to copy that into Notepad++ or WordPad or something. So yeah, open up. Yeah, paste it. See, remove the extra spaces. That's what happened. That's it. Yeah, go to the left and you need to copy everything. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. One more thing, you have to change. Hold on, don't paste it. Your example is with E small. I have got E capital. That's right. And just to be sure, we want to be sure it is 1001. Go to your putty and then go to the putty, the last one, do ls minus L. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is exercise 4, not exercise 1. So that's all. That also we have to change. Yep, exercise 4. That's all. Yeah, copy the whole thing. Good. Go back to the 4th window. That's right. Paste it. Enter. And good. Okay. So now go to the 3rd window. This is creating a single line code, and you should see it coming in your window. Fantastic, Scott. So this was the first example that we did yesterday. Okay. After that, we have done 2 more examples. So take your time and simply try to catch up, and I'll help you out if you are missing anything here. Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much, friend. And thank you. Let me go back to share. Okay, so sorry guys, because I just wanted him to be there and sing, so that that is also taken care of. Now let me go back to the questions. I've got a couple of questions that had come. So let me go back. Okay, Vinay said that he's going to come back in some time. That's perfectly okay. Vijay, I have answered back to him. Bhaskar, why are you saying that your INET address looks different? Okay, so what was that, Bhaskar?
Yeah, so mine looks totally different in the sense like it's
No,
I
it
can
depends upon the connectivity, dear. If you are connected to your office network, it will be a separate IP. If you're not connected to your office address, it will be another IP. So it will be 198, 192, 168 if you're having a default. If you have connected to your office via that, it will be a separate IP. That's the reason, Bhaskar.
Okay, it looks like FE80:20C. It's just
No. Something is wrong. Let me stop sharing. Can you share your screen, Bhaskar? So that we
yes.
can see. Yeah, sure. Okay. Hey, this is because you are using INET 6 instead of INET 4. So I'll help you out. Please power it off. Power it off.
Meaning
Go
this
to
one?
No. Go to VM power off. VM power off. Okay. Say power off. And now just once again, let the page come. It is closing. Yeah. Click on your network adapter. Come down. Network adapter. It's there. Yeah, that one. See, right now, click on that, dear. Yeah, I think it's opening. Yeah, there we go. It is bridged. So please remember, whenever you are having a network adapter, if it is bridged, it will look at your office IPs. Use NAT, the second option. NAT, and say OK. Yeah, you're perfect. And power on the system now. And now it will give you a proper IP. Okay. Oh, what is that? Okay, let's say power on. Yeah, okay, it's powering it on. Wait for a couple of seconds. What is this? I don't know what is this. Close, say okay. Okay, do it again. Okay, now it's starting. Oh yeah, say no. Okay. Because it's asking for a floppy disk. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's booting up the system. Okay, wait for a couple of seconds. And once the system comes up, we will see what is happening. So that's good. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. Yeah, click inside and not root Hadoop one. Yeah, that's right. Hadoop 123. Do IF config. Yeah, see, you got a proper IP. Fantastic. Carry on, friend. So you can stop sharing, friend. Thank you. I think I can do that. Stop sharing. Yes. Yeah, that's okay. I did that. No worries, friend. Let me start sharing my screen and let me go down to the chat window. Just one second. And I just muted you, Bhaskar, so all okay. So guys, this is the example that we are going to try right now and see what it is. I presume you would have done that, okay? The idea was to show that to you to see how it works. So before we go ahead, Bhaskar had seen that. Brandon, any questions from yesterday or things are all okay from yesterday, dear? Because my objective is whatever we do, we have to do it in a strong way so that you can understand the concepts and go ahead with it. Brandon, can you hear me, dear? Maybe you stepped out. Gaurav and Paras, all good till now, friend? Or got any doubts I can help you with?
Good with me.
I'm in exercise 5 and I have a quick question here.
Okay, you're running ahead of the party, or that's okay. So exercise 5. One second, dear. Let me go down to the document so that we are in sync. So exercise 3 is what you have to do. That's perfectly okay. One second, friend. Let me go to that document so that I know which example you are trying, friend. That's the only reason.
Simple consumer and producer in same program.
Okay, this is exercise 3 is what we are trying. We have tried this. Exercise 4 is where we are trying with our consumer class. And exercise 5 is a custom example that you have to try. Yeah, tell me, Paras.
So when I'm running this program, the consumer and producer, so I created a new topic. I mean, command line, we are giving the topic.
Yes.
Already created. And I from the producer, when we are running, so producer messages, it is going fine. It's going on Kafka, and terminal listener is terminal client is able to see that message, but the Java program consumer is not printing that message.
Okay, that would be okay. So that means if it is going so far, that's good. So let's go back to this terminal window. So let me go back to the. This is the complete example of whatever we have done right now. So let me go back over here. And you saw that in the document that is in lab data, the data is over there, and you're seeing that terminal consumer is able to see, but your simple consumer is not able to see.
Simple consumer is not printing. Yeah, it's not printing.
Okay. Have you given the topic name and the group ID also?
Yeah. Topic name is same as what I gave for producer, and group ID I just created application 1.
That's okay. That should be okay. It should come, my dear. So you're saying that it's not coming. So we will just have to look at to see why it is not coming, because yeah, there it is. So just say group owner application 1 and it should come down. So what I can do is just bear with me. So I'll just wait for a couple of minutes more. I'll just quickly finish up with the other guys on this and I'll help you, because it looks like you have done the things correct. So why is that not? Okay, hold on. Can you look at the port numbers in which you are running it? Because I am expecting it to be there on your port number 9093.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So 9093 was server 1.property.
That's correct. So in this example, I deliberately wanted to get the people think. So this was 9093 server 1 dot property. So that is the server that you have to start with here.
That broker is running. Yeah.
That broker is running. Okay. So what could be the other reason why?
Because broker is running fine. That's why I'm able to see the messages going and terminal client. Okay. Like it's.
But in the simple consumer, it is not coming. Okay. So that means in the simple consumer, what could go wrong is hold on.
It's starting fine, but not printing the message. And I think there is a delay also we have put. So I was just waiting if it comes after a delay of 100 milliseconds, but still.
Okay. So once again, we did this consumer reports. We are printing it. It should actually come. So, Paras, if you can just give me some time, I'll just fix it with the others to see where they have reached. And when I come here, can I come down to you? Don't take me wrong, dear.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Really appreciate that. Thank you, friend. Something came in the chat. Let me have a look at it. Okay. So that's okay, Bhaskar. What you'll have to do is just see that you catch up with the things here. So that's only request. So let me just go back to the participants. Scott is working on the example. Susan is not there. What about you, Vijay and Vinay? Is the third example completely done, Vijay? Vijay and Vinay?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, fantastic, Vijay. Thank you so much. Vinay, are you there, dear?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. So the third example is what we have to run and see that you have done that, friends. So if there's any question, please let me know, dear. I can help you out with it. Okay. Sure, Vinay. So now let me go back and do it on my screen so that things will be all okay, friends. So let me go back and continue from there. So the example 3 is what we are going to try it on our system. So let's start from scratch and see what we are going to do. Sorry, had a question, friend, Vijay?
Yeah, I have a question. Like, I mean, it has nothing to do with any of the examples, but in general. So,
yeah, please go ahead.
Suppose I have one broker running. Okay. Initially, I have a zookeeper and I ran the broker, and zookeeper has all the information with respect to broker 1. Okay. And I created a topics which are registered in zookeeper under the broker 1, and everything is working fine, both the producer and consumer. Okay. Now at the end, let's assume with this current state of one broker, I created, like, suppose 3 topics. Okay. Topic 1, topic 2, topic 3, and everything is working fine across all the 3 topics.
Okay.
Now in the mixed at the end, the business, or I see that, hey, there is a need for another topic because the data on one broker is not having the handle. I need to spin up another broker. Okay. When I spin up another broker, the topics which are already replicated on one broker, will it be automatically being balanced on the second broker as well?
No. Unless you have got multiple partitions.
I'm saying that some of the topics are having multiple partitions in which I created earlier. When the broker is only one, like suppose there is one topic which is partitioned into 3. Okay.
Okay.
But
Okay.
since it is still one broker initially, all the three partitions are created on one broker itself, right?
Okay. Okay.
And now, after some time, after my testing is done, I created a new broker. But still the partition on the key topic is still 3.
Yeah, it'll
When
still
I
be the same way. It'll still be the same way. There wouldn't be any difference only if the broker is coming in. If there were multiple consumers coming in, you will see that the partitions gets distributed between the consumers. So that's an example that we will be seeing today also to see how if you create 3 partitions, if there is only one consumer, he will consume all the 3 partitions. But if there are 2 consumers, then it will be distributed. One will be consuming 1 and the other one will be consuming 2. So that is what will happen. But only if a new broker comes, Vinay, nothing will happen here.
But my point was, with addition of a new broker, the intention was to handle the load, overwhelming load, which is already present on the broker 1 on one of the topic, which is partition. Okay.
Right.
Now, just bringing up the new broker, were the partitions going to be redistributed across these 2 brokers?
It wouldn't. It wouldn't. The partitions won't be redistributed, guys. Because partitions, if you want to have it to be redistributed, so that would, if somebody has to consume it and all that, that will be at the consumer level itself. So just by creating a new broker, there wouldn't be a distribution of the topics at all, because whatever is happening is still there with the first broker once he sets up and all those things are done. So from the broker perspective, I don't think so there would be any change, Vijay. That's a short answer, yeah?
Okay.
Makes sense? Okay. Yeah, but your point is right. In case if I have got a consumer and if I try to create one more consumer, you will see that the partitions, whatever was there on the first broker, that will be read by the different consumers, Vijay. But just by adding a new broker, it is not going to impact me in any way, friend. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay, great. So now let's go back and run this, and after that we will take up our break, my dear. So first step, I have to go back and see if I have got a topic by the name of partition 2. So let me just list the topics to see what all topics are there. So let me close the zookeeper properties. And this is what is the list command what I have. So let me quickly list this and see in my Kafka topics, what all topics are there. So let me go back to my cheat sheet. The first one is the Kafka zookeeper. Second one is the Kafka server. And let me run this command over here, list the topics. Let's see what all topics are there already created. So you see that I have got first 2 underscore topic, and that is the topic that I am talking about in this example. Let me go back to the word example, and that is the example that I am talking. So I don't have to create this topic. Let me just describe the topic and see whether it has got 3 partitions or not. So let me run this. Just describe that topic, Control C, and go to our example and then test it out. So I'm going to describe the topic and see this topic should have 3 partitions. That's perfect. So you can see that there is partition 0, partition 1, partition 2. Okay. And I have got replication factor only 1. So it has got a 1 replication, but then it has got 3 partitions. Fantastic. That part is also taken care of. Now I have got the producer demo keys, what I have already copied, and everything is already done in that. So this code is already compiled. So let me go back to my example and let me go down to this example. The code is called as producer demo keys. So let me go down to the producer demo keys. That's right. So hey, let me just delete this topic because this is what I was trying to see whether everything is right. So let me just delete this test topic. Okay, delete it from the disk also. Thank you. So this is the code. So if you look at your producer demo keys, I have got the complete code there. The only point you'll have to remember is the topic over here has to be changed. Okay, so I have got first 2 underscore topic. I have got a key also that is there, and we are seeing how the key is going to be distributed. You will see the topic, the partition, the offset, and the timestamp. We should not use get, but then I'm just showing it over here because that would make it as a blocking call. Okay, and I have created all these things, and I have already got my target also. So everything is already done. So let me just go back to my WinSCP. I'll go down to my lab programs, and what I'll do is I'll delete all this existing programs, because I've got all the programs over here, dear. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, let me run this. I've deleted everything. So I'm going to move my example that is called as exercise 3. So let me open up exercise 3, and inside target, I would have exercise 3. So I drag and drop exercise 3 into my programs. Okay, and let me run this here. So let me go back to my cheat sheet. Okay, so produce a demo keys, and this is the way how we will run our code. First step, let's create a simple Kafka consumer. Okay, so that it will be ready. So Control C. Let me go back to my examples. This will have, since it's Kafka console consumer, I will have to go back to software and Kafka. And I will just start with my Kafka console consumer. Bootstrap is going to be 9092. So in all the examples, I have kept it as 9092 is what is going to be the bootstrap. Okay, so see here. So that's correct. In some of the examples, I've deliberately kept it as 9093 because I want you to have the error and have the significance of it. Okay, so that's the reason, my dear. So I'll just press enter. Okay, nothing happens on this window. And now let me go back to my programs. Okay, and I will run the code that is this example of snapshot. Okay, so this is going to be first to underscore topic with the 3 partitions. So Control C, this is exercise 3, and let me run this code. Okay, so I'll press enter, and you'll see the keys generated, and it's creating some random numbers. Okay, so see here, partition 1, partition 2, partition 0. See how the data gets spread across multiple partitions with the keys. Okay, and you will see how it goes. Some of the partitions goes to a particular key, and next time if you put in any of the partitions with the same key, you can guarantee that all the similar keys will go to the same partition. So the purpose of this example was to confirm that once a key is going to a particular partition, all the other keys will also go to the same partition. Okay, so that was the purpose of this example. You can see this over here. And then if you go back to the consumer, okay, you will see how the hello world, it is distributed in the consumer frame. So the crux of this thing is to ensure that, of this particular example, was to ensure that once a key is created and it goes to a particular partition, all the future keys will also go to the same partition only. So let me write this down. Once a key goes to a particular partition, all the keys of the other examples with the same name will always go to the same partition. Okay, so that was the purpose of the example. Okay, so this is the crux that we have to take from this particular exercise media. Okay, so I hope you have done through this. Okay, most of you have done through this. So what we will do is we will take up a quick break, guys. It's about 10:35 your time, my dear. Okay, so take a quick 15 minutes break. So in the morning session, we had a little bit of issue with the systems, but then we were able to fix it up. So Scott was able to do that, and we have done our example 3. Once we come back, we will quickly do our example 4 and then continue with it. Others are trying with other examples. That's perfect. That's absolutely right. So do it at other examples and understand the concepts that we are trying to say, friend. And if there is a problem, like for example, Paras has got a problem with the next example. So we will quickly finish this example and then see what is the issue or why that is happening there. Okay, so any questions, please let it come in. If you have got no questions, that's good. Please try with examples, and then that's what you have to do. Okay, so please go ahead and see what can be done. So just wanted to check with Brandon. Brandon, are you available? because we were not able to hear if you have any doubts or not. Others have gone ahead and said, okay, they have understood those things. And even Susan was not able to hear you also. You have put in a chat message saying that you will watch the
Kevin
recording.
and hi, yes, I have whole morning session meeting, but some of the meeting got canceled. So I joined back the training. I finished example 5 already. So I'm just listening here.
Okay, okay, that's good. So example 4 also you were able to finish it, Susan, with
Yes,
and
I
understood
did
what is the
this morning.
purpose?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, that's good, friend. That's good. So that's nice. So Susan is also there. So perfect, my dear. So continue with it. So what we will do is we'll take up a quick break right now and then continue on with it. Just once again. Okay, so this is already there, Bhaskar. Bhaskar was saying that we share the how do I start with the Kafka and the Zookeeper commands. So I'll show that to you so that in future you will be able to get that, because this is the example that we saw yesterday, right? So see over here, Bhaskar. This is what is the step how you will start with your Zookeeper. So this has to be done from your lab software Zookeeper directory. So I'm just going to put it in the chat for you so that you can see that. I'm just going to send it across to Bhaskar. Okay, this is the Zookeeper, and this is the way how we will start with our Kafka server. Okay, so once you see these examples, you will see how the whole thing can be done. So I'm just going to copy this and then send it across to you again so that you can test it out, and then try with the other examples to see how do we go ahead with it. So please go ahead with the examples so that you can understand, my dear. Okay. Hey, you're welcome, dear. No worries at all. So let's take up a break. It's about 11:35. So we'll take a break and we will join again at 11:50, friends. So even I'll get a quick break, guys. So we have finished with our exercise 3. So once we come back, we will continue with our exercise 4, and after that we will move on. And that is where there was a small issue with Paras saying that there was an issue. So we will try to fix up that also. So once we come back, we are going to go on with our exercise 4, friends. Thank you. One more question in the chat. Okay, when I was saying, how is it decided based on the key that the message will go to a partition? It's ideally the key will go to one partition, my dear. So if you specify something, it will go as per that, or else it will go in a round robin fashion, guys. Once a key goes down to a particular partition, it is simply round robin. There is no logic internal to it, Vinay. Okay, so that's the way how the key goes down to a partition, or else if there is some business logic, we are going to see that example later on. If you have got some business logic, you can decide how or what key goes to one partition.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we will actually see an example there. So today, I think in example 9, 8, and 9 of today's document, day 2 document, we have got a way how the keys will go down to the specific partition. So you'll actually see that, my dear. We had seen it in the morning session. We fixed up Scott's issue by trying to do it on creating a separate M2. That worked out. So in the morning session, this is what we had done. We had seen our first example of how to add keys and how the same would work. So we have confirmed that. Now we are going to try with our example 4, and most of you have actually done this, is what you said. That's perfectly okay, valid, because when we are trying to troubleshoot some other people's problems, others would have gone ahead and tried the example. So we are going to have a simple consumer example over here. So we are going to create a custom consumer. It's not a customer class, it's a consumer class. Let me make a change. Custom consumer class. Consumer class is what we have created. So we will go ahead and see how that would be done, friends. So for this, the example that we're going to do is going to be our example 4. And when we create a consumer class, you will have to remember what is going to be a consumer configs. You will have to subscribe the consumer to a topic, and then poll is what is a new method that you'll be using. So let's stick around to that and see how that would happen, my dear. Okay, so this is what is the consumer class, what we are creating. And in that, first we are creating a logger. Okay, as what we always do with the consumer demo class. It is going to be running on 9090 port number. It is having a separate application ID called as fourth application. Okay, the group ID, and the topic is going to be the first underscore topic. And remember, I have just printed out whatever topics we are having in our list, and we have got the first underscore topic also there. Okay, and then what we are doing is the properties is the same. What we are having new over here is something called as auto offset reset config. Okay, so this is something that you will have to check up. So let's go back to the documentation, and the link should be somewhere here, what I had shared with you yesterday. Just once again, let me go back to the link where we have got our stuff. Just once again. I'm sure I had pasted it yesterday. So let me just go back and see where is that link. Not powered by, let me scroll down, not this. And anyway, so let me go down to Kafka Apache.org, and let's go down to the documentation. That's it. And I'm there in my producer configs. So similar to a producer config, you should have a consumer configs also. So let me remove this thing. Straight away go to documentation and go down to your consumer configs. There it is. And in consumer configs, you will see that we have got an ID over here, which would mean that, just once again, the ID is not this, in the document, auto offset reset config. Okay, so that's the property. So let's go back to the documentation and auto offset. Yeah, there we go. Reset config properties. Okay, so what does this property mean? What to do when there is no initial offset in Kafka, or if the current offset doesn't exist anymore on the server because the data would have been deleted. So in such a case, either you can keep that offset as earliest, that is automatically resetting the offset to the earliest offset, or you can keep it as the latest, or you can keep it as none, or anything else that is to throw an exception to the consumer. So this is what we are having. So we are going to keep our offset level, our offset level to the earliest. Okay, and then we are having our subscribe. So we are going to subscribe that topic. When I say arrays as list, I can specify the different topics that I can subscribe. You need not subscribe to one topic. You can subscribe to multiple topics, my dear. Then I have got while true, and I say consumer.poll. This is something new in Kafka, wherein it will take the duration. It can't take a simple long like 100 milliseconds. So you will have to put it in your duration. That is something new that has come out in your Kafka 2.0. And then what am I doing? I'm logging the key, the value, the partition, and the offset is what am I logging. Okay, so that's the code what we have over here. Okay, so this is what is going to be my consumer demo. I have already got this code available for me. That is an exercise 4. So see here, I have already created the code, and I have got this consumer demo. That is going to be the first two underscore topic. Okay, that's a topic that we are going to read. It's not first underscore topic. So I have changed that code for you over there. Over here, it says first underscore topic, but then in the code that I have given to you, we are going to read from the first two, because I produced some data already in first two, right? So that's what I'm going to see. Okay, and then the other things remains the same: the bootstrap servers, key value serializer, the group ID. What is this group ID that I'm configuring? Okay, the auto reset, and then the other things are the same. So let's go back and run this example here. So you need to create a jar file. Okay, and then you can run that particular jar file, and you can see how the whole thing would be done. So I have already created the jar file. So let me copy the jar file exercise 4 over here. So let me go back and let me go to exercise 4 and see. This is what the file is. So let me drag and drop this exercise 4 onto lab programs. Okay, so this is what all of you have already done. So let me just go ahead and do this example so that you will understand the process, how that is happening. The consumer code is what we are writing. Okay, so now let's go back to our prompt. my Zookeeper is running, my Kafka server is running, and let me start with my example. So that will be over here. Let me do a clear. Let me clear the third window wherein I type something. Let that be there. This is the producer, and this is what the consumer is. So I'm closing the consumer, and I am going back. So this example to run, I have to go down to my programs, and then I'll have to run this consumer demo. And this is a way how it will give me the details of it. Okay. So let me run the consumer demo. Let me copy this, Control C, go back to my prompt and from my programs, and I'm running this consumer demo. And you see that how it is taking up the old values what I have created. And see, today we have executed the code. You can see how from the various offsets it is picking up the value. Guys, please tell me why for something it is returning me offset 3 and again it is returning me offset 3, my dear. So can you let me know why is it returning offset 3 twice? Anybody over here? Bhaskar, Gaurav,
Partition is
Paras.
Different partition.
It's different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. So because the same offset number is there, but then it is there in partition 1 and then it is in partition 0. Okay, so that would mean, remember I told you yesterday, you can have orderings only at the partition level. You can't have an ordering across the partitions, my dear. Okay, and see, before you run this, you can see this also. I am getting the topic 1, topic 0, and topic 2 because you had 3 partitions, right? So when I created a consumer, the same consumer will have all the partitions. And I think it was Vinay or Vijay, I don't remember who had asked me last time about that doubt. In case if I create a new consumer, new broker, what would happen? Because I thought it from the consumer perspective. From the broker, it would not make a difference. But now if I start with a new consumer, one more consumer, you will see that initially the first consumer had all the 3 topics, all the 3 partitions. When I go down to the next, open up one more consumer, this partition assignments will be rechanged, and this guy will get either 1 or 2 of those partitions. Okay, we'll see that in the next example, but I'm just telling you because we had already seen this. Okay, so that is the purpose of this particular code wherein we created one more partition. So I wanted you to try this out and understand it clearly, friends. That's good. So with that, what is done is the basic concepts of whatever we have to do, that would be done. So let me go back to the example, and you have seen the exercise number 4. Okay. Yeah, tell me.
So when you said you will start another consumer, so another consumer with the same group ID or a different group ID, will it matter how they?
No, it wouldn't matter. It will be, even if it is with the same group ID, it will still be able to distribute the. Okay, so first of all, why do I keep a group ID, friend?
Right. What's the impact of having a group ID or not defining a group ID?
No, group ID is there for something specific. So that means when there is a consumer group that is created, that would mean that if there are multiple people can subscribe to a topic and the partitions will be distributed. So that is the purpose of creating a group ID. Okay. So in this example, we have the same group ID. So what would happen is if I create 3 consumers and if there are 3 partitions in the group, each of the members will be assigned to one of the partitions right at the beginning and he can see all of those things. So that's the whole idea. Why should we create a group ID, my dear? Make sense?
Yeah. So all 3 consumers can share the same group ID? And
yes.
They will share individual partitions?
That's correct. So if you have got multiple consumers, let's say there are 3 partitions and you have got 3 consumers, each one of them will have one each. But what will happen if there are 3 partitions and you have got 4 consumers, one of them will not have anything at all. He will start, but then he will not have anything. But in case if any of the consumers fail for some reason, there will again be a repartitioning that would happen. And the guy who did not get anything, now he might be assigned something because one of the group members died, right? So that is the advantage of creating a consumer group. So consumer group is typically created when you have got a lot of data that is coming on a particular topic from multiple sources, and processing it by one consumer becomes slow. So we are partitioning or distributing the data so that multiple consumers can read it for us. That's the whole idea of it.
Okay.
Hey, Venkat, I still have something to clarify. So,
please.
Consumers within a consumer group will read a message from a topic, and that message will only be read by one of the consumers, right?
That's correct. Because in a consumer group, when any of the consumers has read the message, it is considered that the whole group, consumer group, has read the message frame. That's the underlying principle.
And one partition can have only one consumer at the max?
No, you can have multiple. Like for example, over here, we have, okay, hold on. One partition will have only one consumer. That's correct.
Okay, so if I am, let's say it's a huge topic with tons of messages, and to increase the processing speed, I am dependent on how many partitions are there for that topic. Meaning, even though I have more consumers, I cannot make use of them. I depends on how many partitions are there.
Bullseye. That's correct here. Because even if you have got more consumers, that will not make any sense because you don't have enough partitions, right?
Yeah.
So you should have actually more partitions and then more consumers there.
Okay, so 1:1, meaning between partition and a consumer is 1:1.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
But that's only within the same application group, right? You can have multiple application groups reading from the same partition, right?
That's again correct. What Scott was saying is correct. This belongs to one particular client who's going to read that particular topic. If there are multiple clients, then each of this individual clients should also have that Bhaskar. That's what Scott was saying.
So it's a tip, just to for me understand. So these application groups typically are like, let's say one application. Let's say in an example which we used to talk. Let's say item is used by order management. It is used by finance. Just for our example, right? Okay. Finance will have their own. Finance will have their own consumer group.
Right.
And order management will have its own consumer group.
That's correct.
At a use case level, that's how you see a consumer group, right? It's not like a order management have two consumer groups consuming the same topic.
No,
that is not a logical use case, right?
No, that's not a logical case. But you might create two separate consumers having two separate consumer groups. That can also be there in some case. But then the use case, what you said, that order management will have two groups, that wouldn't make sense because
yes.
So a particular topic, once it goes, it will go down to one consumer, and he might have any number of groups what he wants, my dear.
No. Okay. I think now we are mixing groups and consumers. So let's say order management is a system, right?
Okay.
It has, it needs items.
Okay.
Item is a topic, and topic has, let's say, 3 partitions. I can maximum has 3 consumers processing the messages from the topic.
That's correct.
Adding a consumer group for the order management does not make sense. Adding one more consumer group for the order management does not make sense. That's what I'm trying to get at.
No, that wouldn't make sense. But in case if you're having it as a completely different consumer, so we have got consumer A, so consumer B.
It's like I am bringing up a totally different system. Let's say instead of finance, I am bringing up accounting. Accounting needs items, and they will create a consumer group for accounting, and they will have as many partitions as they want and as many consumers as they want.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say is that if you want, you can create one more consumer, and that new consumer can have any consumer group. And what you rightly said, accounting comes across, and you can do that. So it depends upon your architecture as to how do you want to create consumers, who all are the people who are going to consume it, and you have to see it. So in response to that, Bhaskar, yesterday I had spoken to some of my colleagues over here, but because this is Diwali time, unfortunately no one is there at the office, and yesterday and today was actually an off. So again, tomorrow is officially an off, but then let me just check if I can get hold of something, because remember I said that I will try to get hold of the example from JP to share that. Even if it is after that, if you can just put in your mail ID on the chat window, so I will just keep it, and at the moment I get hand of those things, I can share that response, because yesterday we were talking about this question that was there with us, right?
Just sure. Yeah, that will be helpful. Yeah, we will share the email IDs.
That's right. So just share the email ID so that I'll come to know what it is. So I had kept this, and this is what I wanted to see how they are going ahead with this particular kind of a concept. So what we have actually done, I can share those things with you so that you can have that. Of course, I can share the code and all that, but then at the very high level view, the architecture diagram and all those things I can share, my dear. So please share your email ID, dear. Okay.
Sure, we will do.
Perfect. Hey, one more question came in the chat. Just one second. Let me scroll up. This was from Gaurav.
Not a question. Not a question, but it's more of an observation which I was just trying to share with everyone. So these were the logs from my consumer one. So when only consumer one was there, I can see like 3 partitions were assigned to it. The moment consumer two joins, one was taken away and given to consumer two.
Exactly. And this is an example what we will be seeing later on also. So what you are saying is perfectly correct, because all the 3 partitions will be assigned to one consumer. When the second consumer comes in, there will be a redistribution of the partitions, and those partitions, some of the partitions, what was read by consumer 1 will go down to consumer 2. Okay, so that's what he had shared. That's good, because the same example we'll be doing it at a later stage also, Gaurav. So thanks for that.
So can Venkat, just to refresh it, can you just give a details about the offset at a time?
Yeah. So when I talk about an offset, so just one second. So offset is something that we had already seen here, but then just as an example, offset is something if the people have already read those messages, it is just the ordering of the numbers what we are having. So that is what you call it as a read offset, what is there at the partition level. So this offset becomes important because if all those people have read it, then I wouldn't have to have a track of this. And that's the reason actually you saw some of them, unless you say from beginning, I won't be able to see this. This is just an ordering of it. So see, in our example also, we have got this offsets. Just give me 1 second. So in the example that we did right now, so see here, partition 0, there was an offset 0, there was an offset 2, there was an offset 1. This was for the same partitions. It was 1, 2. So offset is nothing but the number at which he is storing that particular record. So you can think of offset as that at the broker level, at the individual partition level, what all are the messages, what is being stored. That is what is this concept of this offsets, my dear. This offsets also help us in finding out who has read it and what all things he has read. So that would be the broad concept when we talk about this offsets, friend. Make sense?
Who has read it? So in a partition, there is only one consumer, right? So how does that matter? Like who read that?
No. So yeah, that's right. In one partition, there will be one consumer. So this is just to say whether that has been read or that has not been read, my dear. So let's say there are no partitions and data is going to be done by a consumer group. So in the current example, what was shown by our friend, the first consumer group, let me actually show that with an example. So let me go back over here. You can see this current consumer, all the 3 partitions are assigned to this particular guy. So at the individual partition level, the offsets are shown to you. So for 1, it was 2. And for the next occurrence of the data, it was 3. So this is just telling me what all things, the way how that has been stored, and it can be further used for seeing who has read it, whether this has been read, whether this has not been read. For that particular thing, we are thinking of a single group. But what will happen if there are multiple groups? Different groups are there who would want to have this particular data, right? So data coming from that upstream, there are 3 downstreams. Here we are talking about partitions because they belong to a single group. So if you have got 3 things happening, so we would want to know what that particular client, which offset he has read, right? So I'll just show that to you. This is something that we had discussed yesterday. So let me just open this diagram. So once I show this, this will be very clear to you, friend, because you would remember it from that example. So let me just bring this down. Just once again, let's go down, and there we go. This diagram. So you can see that consumer, if you look at the topics, this particular topic has got 10 offset points, but consumer 2 is on offset 10, consumer 1 is still at offset 4. This is what I was saying, Bhaskar. Make sense?
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the point I was saying.
So technically, for a consumer in the partition, what was the last message they read or the message that was read?
That's correct. So that next time when I come down, I can go ahead and start reading from the next message that was already there. So if the consumer has gone offline, because it's not necessary that all the consumers will be connected continuously. They might connect to it, and every 15 minutes or every 20 minutes, they will come back and see, hey, what is the messages that has come into a topic, and then they can go ahead and continue from the last red point and then go ahead and read it. That's the whole idea here. Sure. So let me just close this. Go back to the example. So this was the example that we had done earlier. Now comes the example where we are going to do everything whatever we have learned yesterday and today and try it with the example number 5. Okay. So this is going to be a complete hands-on example how you're going to try it. Okay. So some of you have already tried it. You said others, if you haven't tried it, you can just watch right now so that you can see the complete hands-on. So let me go ahead and do this example because I haven't done it until now. So let me close this and let me create a project called as 5.0. So I will just say file new. Let me open up my Maven project and I will call this as keep the group ID as Albertson's Kafka. Your artifact ID is what is going to be exercise 5.0. Okay. And I will say finish. So I should see 5.0 coming. That's perfect. And let me go ahead and create. Sorry, that was exercise 1. Yeah, this is 5.0. And let me create a package. My comp.albertsons. Okay, just 1 second, small typo. ALBERTSONS. And I will say finish. And the pom.xml, I'll have to make a copy from the earlier project. So I have already clicked on the earlier one. And I have to just copy from the dependencies. Wait till the end. That's it. Control C, and I will open up my exercise 5.0 and paste it after my version. There we go. And that's complete. Let me close it out. So that is already done. Now, let me go back and copy the codes that we have. So let me go back to the Word document and we are having a producer. So first, let me create the producer is going to be called as simple producer. So Control C. Let me go back to the Eclipse. Let's go ahead and say new class and paste it. Simple producer and say finish. So that is already done. And let me close my packages. Okay. Let me delete the other things and let me copy everything from my code. Package, I don't want it. So I'm just copying the simple producer, all the code. So Control C, go back to my Eclipse, Control V. That's it. We are all done. Now let me create a simple consumer. I presume that is what it would be. Consumer code is called a simple consumer. That's right. So Control C. Let me go back and create my, sorry, why am I creating a package? Let me create a class and we will call it a simple consumer. Finish. And I will delete the class, copy everything from here and go back and see that. So let's go down. And this has got a thread. So this is something new what we are having. Okay, so this is, I will explain it in a later example also, but then you can see how the code is being done. So Control C, let's go back to my Eclipse and I will paste it over here, save this. So both my producer and consumer code is ready. So let's just look at the producer code and we need to look at it. So first step, got a scanner from where I'll be reading in public static void main only. I have to specify the parameter And at runtime, I will give the arguments. So you would have seen that in some of the examples, I give it at runtime. Some of the examples, I'm hard coding it. So that's the reason in some of the examples, by default, I had given it at runtime, although I had compiled it at compilation time itself, I had given, whereas in some examples, I'm not given. So that's the reason I have done it that way. Then I configure my properties. First thing to remember is either create a new, this one, what you call 9093, or change my 9093 to 9092, so that I can continue with the same Zookeeper and I can continue with the same Kafka server. Okay, so that's why I have made this as 9092. And then if you look over here, until the last example, I was doing it in a different way, and here I'm doing it in a different way. So can somebody tell me what is the difference and which one is preferred? So let me just go back to the example. So you can see over here, I'm saying producer config.bootstrap _ servers.config. Should I do it that way, or should I simply say bootstrap.servers? Yeah, team. What is the best practices around this here? And that's the reason why we have got some examples like this one. So anybody tell me which is preferred and what should I use? What is the right way of doing it here? This is also
I thought
a
that's what
valid way
was
of doing it.
depreciated, right? The quotes was depreciated. The other way was the better way. The first way.
Yeah, the first way is a better way, because in that you are specifying what is the producer config and you're picking up a property of that. So this is what was done earlier, and this still works. In the current example also it will work, but then since it's a string, and if there is any error, you won't get an error at compile time. So that was the reason why instead of doing it like this, so if you look at your servers, even now it is in that particular fashion. So you will see it is still called as Bootstrap. Let me go up. Where is that? Yeah, it is still called as Bootstrap servers. So you can very well put it with this ID and pass on the values over here. Sorry, it's over here. See, Bootstrap servers. But then they have removed this way of writing it. Although this still works, they have, for a better control and things, you can go back to this producer config.bootstrap servers. And show you.
But generally, Venkat, we will be having these values in a property file or resource file outside the Java code, right?
No, in case you can do it that way also, but then if you are putting it in a Java code, what is the serializer, what is there, because you will have to specify what is the, because you can have it in a properties file also. That's perfectly correct, because if you want to externalize it, you can do that. Even when you're externalizing it, you don't have to have it in the form of Bootstrap servers. You can very well have it in the form of this also. Okay, so it can be in both the ways for us.
Yeah,
make sense?
That's fine. Yep. But generally, we don't make this properties as an object and then pass it. We generally do it outside.
You externalize it. That's correct. So you can do it outside also, or you can specify the property in a command line also. So this is something that is a very common way, even at the real-time deployment way, we specify it over here, because having it in the form of a properties file and then read it, that would have its own limitations and all that. So yes, since you're talking about Spring Boot and PCF and those things, you're thinking from that. But then even the people who are doing it, externalizing it also becomes a challenge, because you will have to see how that would be done, especially when you're going for the development testing and the actual production environment. So you will need to have all these files and see whether they are properly done or not. So properties file is a little bit of a no-no from JP and City perspective. They are saying it no-no. So you should have it in some other way how you can do it. So they don't want to externalize it. So that's the point I was trying to drive, my dear. Nothing else.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay.
Cool. So you set all these things. Then I start with my producer. And I say that while the line is not equal to exit, okay, I get a producer record like what I did last time, specified the topic name, and then call send and simply read it. Okay, so the producer code is fairly simple. This thing, what I had mentioned, was the main difference over here. And I've changed this into 9092. Let's look at the consumer code. So here in the consumer code, this is a completely different way. We are trying to keep this in the form of threads. Okay, so what we're doing over here is you have to give the topic name and the group ID at the time when you're running this. So you create a consumer thread class and you call the start method on that, so that when you can call the consumer thread, that you can either say extends thread or implements runnable, depends upon your logic, and then the constructor, and then call the run method. Define all the properties what is there in the configuration. So this is another way. You can create a properties object and then say put, whereas over here I have created, yeah, same way, properties object and say put. Here I have used that particular individual class, whereas in my simple consumer, I've used my consumer config and I have set up those values. So just showing you multiple ways of running it. Then I call it with a subscribe method. This is something that is crucial. So you saw the first example, also I do a subscribe, and then I can pass on some values because you saw the example that we did last time, right? So let me just go back to that example. We did this yesterday. So the variations, what we saw in our exercise 2 was that how we can, at the time of subscribing, we saw how have some more class and see how that can be done. So let me go back to the code. There we go. So see over here, how at the time of sending the record, you called the callback method and then you did that. So if you go back to the code that we are doing, so you can see over here at the time of subscribing to it at the producer side, I can write something over here also. Okay, so as of now, we are not doing anything in the first example, but in the next examples, you will see that thing coming. Okay, and then I start processing the data. I get my consumer record and see, can somebody tell me why the poll is deprecated right now, friend? What should we do instead of calling poll? I can't pass a numerical number here. We have done this in the last example, dear. So let me just go back to the code and show you what we had done in the last example. So that was the consumer code. Let me go down. That's the next example. Yeah, before our example, that's right. This was the example, and you would see that we will call duration dot of millis. Okay, so this is something new in your Kafka 2. I can't put in that number, and that's what you're seeing it in the form of an exception. Okay, that is deprecated. Okay, then I catch it, I do a finally, and again make it pass through over here, call the wake up, I stop the customer consumer, and then I say join. Guys, what is the purpose of this join, my dear? Why am I joining this with my runnable object? What am I doing here, dear? When I say join on my main, what does that mean? This will wait till the time the other class, the consumer thread class is finished. That's the reason I did this join. So after the class is finished, I'll come back here. And if you write any sysout over there, you can be guaranteed that the sysout will be the last statement in your code, my dear. Okay. So that's why, let me go back here. I have to change this also to 9092. Okay. Let me save this, and in simple producer also I've made it 9092. That's correct. So I've got both these things over here. Let me just go ahead and compile and make it run, dear. So this is 5.0. Let me first go ahead and use Maven and say update project, so that the project will be updated and the error will go away. That's good. Now, what am I going to do is I'm going to do a clean, and I have to change the JDK. So let me go back to properties, go back and remove the JDK, add library, and I already have got the workspace default, and that has become JDK 1.8. Perfect. And let me go down to Maven, run as, and do a Maven clean. And then I will do a Maven install. Yep, that's done. Now let me go back and say run as Maven install, so that I will get the jar file created. Just a couple of seconds. Good. So the jar file is getting created. Let this finish. Couple of seconds. because it's already done before, so it should be pretty fast. There we go. So this is already done. So in my target, I have got my snapshot 5.0 getting created. Let me go down to my workspace. I have got 5.0 and I have got inside. Sorry, tell me.
Sorry, I had to step out for an important meeting. I came back just now. So I just want to understand which exercise you're talking about, fifth one?
Yeah, we are talking about the exercise 5, my dear. So if you look at this, so we are seeing the exercise 5. So I have got the code completely created. So this is a complete example of what we're doing here. So just a continuation of that, my dear Vijay. No worries.
Can I ask you one question on 4?
Yeah, please go ahead. Tell me.
Can you go to the document above? So in the 4, if you see, the key name is mentioned as first underscore topic, right?
That's correct. Once again, it will be up. It will be, yeah, that's right.
Oh, you changed it to first 2 right now. Okay, that's what I want. That's what I was pinging you earlier, saying that this was mentioned as first topic, because of which these will be always null. It has to be changed.
That's correct. Okay. That's correct. That's correct. So yeah, I have changed that to first 2 when we were executing it, my dear. So thank you for that. Because you had mentioned this yesterday also, right? So in fact, I don't know whether I've done it today or done it yesterday, but then I had taken care of that, my dear.
Sure.
Thank you, friend. Thank you. Okay, so now coming back to the example, that is, we are trying the example 5. So yeah, this is created. Now let me move the jar file here. So let me go back over here and I will say exercise 5 with dependencies. 5.0 is there. That's perfect. And now let me try to run this. So I also wanted to show you how we can run the whole thing in Maven also. Just as an example, I know as Java experts, you would know how that is done. So just as an example, if you would want to see it, you can move this project into this thing also, what you call into Maven also, and then test it out. So this example is all good. So I'm just going to say new, my Maven project. I'll call this as 5.1, okay? And I will just show you because that is what is mentioned here. See, let me scroll down. And after all these things are done, okay, in case if you want to do the Maven, you can copy the complete Kafka project to lab programs, and then you will do an MVN clean, an MVN package minus the skip steps, wherein you will get everything. And this is, remember I mentioned you should have Java as JDK and not JRE. And you can do it in Windows. That's what we have been doing yesterday and today. So just one example of this, friend. Okay, so that you can see it. So let me just go back to my code. Just a small example of this so that the exercise becomes complete. I'm going to call this as exercise 5.2. Okay, and I will say finish. And in this exercise, once again, will I have a POM file changed or not? Just once again, dear. Yeah, I should have a POM file that will be changed because see, I'm saying this. So I'll keep a POM file over here. Only the building part of it, I will be doing it in the project. So let me go back over here, skip this and put in, sorry, mine will be 5.2. So I'll just go to my POM file just once again. Copy all the controls from there, go down to POM, from dependencies till my build, I'll copy everything, and in my 5.2, put it inside my POM file, and go back here. This is 5.2, and I will put it in the POM file. That's correct. I'll close POMs. I will not do it from here, friend. I'll be doing everything from the package. So let me create a package. Albertsons. Okay, I'll say finish. And let me drag and drop the code from here. So the same code I'm going to use, Control C, Control V. Okay. So, and I will say right click, Maven, and I will say update project. So at least the error is not there. So that's all, nothing else. Okay, fantastic. Now I can move this complete folder to my, this one, WinSCP. So let me go down to WinSCP, and I'm using 5.2. So let me move this complete folder to my programs directory, and I'm going to run everything from there here. Okay, so this is just as an example. Clear? CD exercise, that's good. ls minus l, and now I can say mvn. I think it is clean. And just once again, yeah, mvn clean, and there we go. Only thing is that it will take a little bit of a time to compile it because the jar files will have to be created on the image also. So some people do it in this way because at runtime they would want to create everything and do it. Some people do it by getting the jar and then copying it. So I was told that just show them this thing. I know you would know how to do this, but just as a quick example. So that's done. And let me do my next step, that is called as mvn package minus d skip steps. So control C, right click, because I've already downloaded mvn in the image. So that's why I didn't have to do all that. This will actually go ahead and download all the respective files. Give it a couple of seconds, and then we should be done, friend. You will see that on the server, within the target, you will get your files, and that's what you can run it. So go back to WinSCP. If you see here, if I do a refresh, you will see a target coming here. Let's wait. Right now it is downloading everything. And after that, you will see files. Just a couple of seconds, guys. And then this will be done. Just a couple of minutes. Let this finish. In the meantime, I'll have a little bit of a water. Just pausing myself for 2 to 3 seconds. Back again, folks. So there we go. I think it's almost finished. This is a one-time effort. We're not going to do this in the future, but then just wanted to show you how this can be done. That's all. And almost everybody has got all the things downloaded and it's done, friend. So please go ahead and cover this and practice. So because after this, we will go down to the day 2 document that I have already shared with you, friend. That's something that we will start seeing. But let me finish this. Just maybe another minute's time maximum.
Hey, Venkat, so I kind of lost. So in the exercise 5, what are we trying to do?
One second, dear. Let me go back. So I'll tell you because each exercise is a particular step here. So let me go back. When you say exercise 3, I was not very clear as to what.
Sorry. I meant exercise 5. I mean, in this current exercise.
Hey. This exercise is a summation of whatever we have done earlier. So a completely different example. You're seeing how the data is coming down, not related to the earlier examples at all. The complete, so you have tested it in 1-by-1 producer with a lot of things earlier. Now this is a summation of whatever we have done, and try with a clean example of how that can be done. That's the whole idea, dear. The current exercise is just that, my dear.
Okay, so it's not adding any new concepts or anything.
No. This is just a complete example so that whatever you have done earlier, it is just a re-emphasizing of those concepts and you'll be clear on that. That's all, my dear.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Oh my God, this is taking forever downloading. Just wait for a couple of seconds, dear. Should finish. One second. Okay, no, it is there in Google Docs. So Vinay, it is over here, my dear. If you go down to your, this one, yesterday itself I've given you a link, right? If you go down to my Docs page, I've given you a link from where you can easily download it today also. See here, I'll put this link in the chat window, dear, so that you will get it, friend.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. You're welcome. So Yep, I sent it to you privately so that you can see that. And yeah, kept it to everyone now. Let me go back and see. Hopefully it should be done. Oh my God, let's wait. 22 MB has to be downloaded. It's taking a little bit more time. Yeah, there we go. It's finished. And let's add it. Good. Okay. So 19 MB. So now if we go down to my target directory would be there. And inside that is where you have got your snapshot.jar. Okay. So just wanted to show you how this can be done. Okay. So you can run this file also. There's no issue with that. So just wanted to show that to you here. cd space dot. And now we have got the jar file. Go to 5.1. Oh, sorry, 5.0. Okay, target. And I've got the jar file. Let me go back to my programs. And I think I've already copied it. Yeah, the 5.0 jar file is there. Let me run this. So let me go back to my code and let's go down. So I have told you what all things you have to do. So you can run this like this. Yep, I mentioned the steps, and then you can run it like this. So I will say Java CP, my jar name. So let me go back to this. Okay, so Java space, let me do ls minus l because I'm sure I've copied the file. There we go. This is the file. So Java space minus class path, and then I have to give the name of my jar file. Right click, then com dot Albert Sons dot simple producer space the topic name. Oh, hold on. So that means I have to create a topic. I don't have that topic created. We have to take care of that also. So the topic will be called as topic 1. So I have to create that particular topic. So let me go back to this steps earlier. I think I should have the create topic here somewhere. There we go. So I'm going to keep it. Let me copy this step. Okay. And this is for the topic. Okay. And partition is 1. And sorry, replication factor is 1. Partition will be 1. And the topic will be called as first. Let me be sure. Just once again, friend. The topic will be called as first. That's correct. Oh, sorry, topic 1. It's not first. Let's keep the topic as topic 1. Okay. So this is the topic that I create. So let me copy this. Go down to my third page. Yep, I've got it ready. And you will see that the topic 1 will be created now. Yep, there we go. And if I just list the topics, what all topics am I having? If I just list the topics, it will show me the topic also. So let me just maximize this. Hold on. I will just list, yeah, this is the one. So I'll copy this command and let me list that topic also. Okay, right click, I'll press enter. So I should have first 2 underscore topic, first underscore topic, and I've got topic 1 also. Okay, so job done. Now go back to the third window where I'm going to run this. So in programs, simple producer, and I have to give the topic name. So that is going to be called as topic 1. And I'll press enter. Okay, so waiting. So it just creates those things. Okay, whatever is the producer config values, and then it will wait over here. Let me go back to the second window, that is the client window, and I will go down to lab programs, ls minus l, and I have got the file. Let me run the consumer. So I will say Java CP. Let me just copy this part. My package part. Let me just copy this. Control C. Okay. So let me run this. Java space minus class path. Let me run paste the command here. Okay, because I'm going to copy this also. So it will become messy, and I will paste it here also. Sorry, that didn't work. So let me remove this. I'll paste it again, no issues. Okay, so there we go. So Java CP, the name of the jar file, space, the name of, sorry?
Jar file name doesn't have exercise. It was removed.
Okay. 1 second here. No, I gave the
No, you copied, but
okay,
you deleted.
okay. Got it, friend. Thank you. So thank you so much, dear. I missed that exercise. Yeah, that's right, friend. Thank you. So this was the exercise. Now I will have to give the name of my code. So I can just go down to my 5.0, and this is what is the, once again, the consumer code, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. So I will just go down to my consumer here and com.albertsons.simple consumer. Control C, go back to the document. Okay, right click. Oops, it came in twice. com.albertsons.simple consumer. I have to give the topic name. I think it was topic 1. Okay, so let me just go back and be sure about that. That's right. And I will be giving the same group thing over here called as group 1. Okay, so I have done that. And now let me press enter over here. And it is.
Can you just tell me like significance of the group 1 once again? Sorry, I missed it.
Sure. So what will happen, just once again, I think it was Vinay, right? Vinay or Vijay?
It's
Vijay,
Vijay.
okay. Yeah, no worries. So Vijay, what happens is, in case if we have got multiple people who are there, and if there was only one consumer, if there were 3 partitions, what would happen is that one consumer will be reading all the 3 partitions. And since we are talking about distributed, processing the data in a distributed manner, so you would want to have multiple consumers who will be reading the individual respective partitions. So that is the significance of the group level.
This is basically a consumer group. Okay, got it. I haven't understand what is the group is. Okay, got it.
That's right. This is the consumer group. This is a consumer group. So what I'll do over here is, if I create one more.
So Venkat, so we don't need to explicitly create a group in the command. So in the consumer itself, you can say that this is how it is, but you actually have to create a group.
We had done that. So let me just go back to my code. Just 1 second. So if you go back to the group, and you have got the group ID over here. So in the last examples also, we have kept a group ID, and that's where the significance lies. So you specify the group ID, what group it will go into and all of that. So you specify what is the group ID. That means if I create 2 instances of the consumer, okay, when I'm doing this example, 2 instances of the consumer with the same group ID, any one of them will get the message, but there's a guarantee that both of them will not get the message. If I create 2 group IDs, you can be sure that both the individual group IDs will get the message, Bhaskar. That's the point what we're trying to say.
Yeah, that's fine. What I'm saying is like, the group is something which you created at a topic level, meaning you cannot, my assumption like consumer, you are just specifying a group. You are not actually creating a group. Right?
No. I'm not creating a group. But then look at my earlier exercises. Let me just go back to my exercise 3, and let me go back to the producer demo. Consumer. That will be in exercise 5, because we are talking about consumers here, right? So just to be on the same side, consumer demo groups. See here, I've kept a group ID and I have hard coded it over here, right? See,
so you are actually saying that you are as a consumer, I am part of this group. That's what you're saying here, right? You're not.
That's correct. That's correct. I'm not explicitly saying the name over there here, because it's mentioned in the code. In the example of mine, wherein we have this simple consumer, I'm giving it at runtime, whatever is that group, what we are saying over here. So see here, group ID is args1, right? I'm taking it from command line arguments here.
No, see, as a consumer, you're saying that I am part of this group, but do you need to actually create a group at a topic level?
No, not at all. Not at all. The group we have not created the group anywhere, my dear. It is just saying.
This is how it will be like. So there is a topic, and right. I'll go back to my example where I'm part of the item like order management. I'm reading the item. So I create a group called order management group.
Okay.
right?
That's a consumer, right?
No, is it something, let's say, in a production setting, the team which owns the topic, that's the one which will create a group for me, right? I mean, it's not like I can, as a consumer, I cannot just create a group just like that.
Yeah, you can.
I'm subscribing to I'm part of a group. I'm just saying that I'm part of a group. But
So
the
it's
group
part
is
of,
something.
part of the built-in Kafka, right? They handle, anytime you have a consumer that accesses Kafka, it looks at that group ID, and then it'll only distribute each partition to the number of group IDs that come in, right? So you don't have to define that or set that up.
It's set up nowhere, my dear Bhaskar. That's what I was saying. So thanks. So that is what I was saying. You don't have to subscribe it. You don't have to define it anywhere. I've just kept it in my code. I've kept it as a group ID because I'm hard coding it over there. Here I'm making the group ID as dynamic. It could be with any name I create the group. I started with group 1. It could be G1 also. It could be anything, my dear.
Yeah. So
nobody creates those things.
So Scott, so what you're saying is like, let's say in our setting, so Kafka team is not creating a group and telling the consumers like you are part of this group. They're not doing that. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Yes.
it's up to you as a consumer. It's a consumer functionality completely. So Kafka reads in the different group IDs, and it knows based on how many that are coming in, how to divvy up those partitions.
So let's say by mistake I and other team uses the same group ID, then we kind of mess up. Right?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, because then they're going to get partitions and you won't.
Yeah, so that kind of I thought the control is at the Kafka topic level. Like someone controls like these are the groups I'm creating.
So other applications can screw you up, right? If someone else created an application and put in the same group ID, then you guys would not be receiving all the messages.
Yeah, that doesn't seem correct. But anyway, I will resolve that question.
No, just to add to it. No, what you're saying is right, Bhaskar. What Scott is saying is also perfectly correct. So you would have a management team who will be taking care of these things. It's not that every consumer will be able to choose his own group name. I'll give you an actual example of how it works in JPMCT is that at the project level, they will say that, okay, they are creating a set of groups and the consumers will be only specifying those group names. So you're perfectly right. It is so. See, when we're testing the example, when you're testing it, you're right. Kafka doesn't handle that. They say that okay, the way how you want to configure the group, you leave it at the consumer level to see it. So somebody has to maintain that. Kafka doesn't do that. So as a part of the best practice, it is the team who himself says that okay, these are the set of groups that will be there. So there will be a management team of Kafka who will be actually overlaying the complete distribution part of it. So they will have a list of group names, so you can't create it randomly. See, theoretically, yes, it's possible, but even then there'll be some kind of a control over there, Bhaskar. So in the real world, the control has to be maintained and some team will have to take care of that. Otherwise, you will get messy like what Scott mentioned.
Okay, that's my understanding was this group is controlled by at a topic level, not at a consumer level. So apparently that is not correct.
No. It's not at the topic level. It's completely to the consumers because Kafka doesn't even know what it is because only at runtime since I did that. So what I'll do is that when I'm running this example, I'll show that by creating a new group. So whenever a new group is created, automatically Kafka will send it to all the new groups.
Okay.
So I don't even know what all are the groups names. So nowhere I have defined group 1. I'll create group 2 so that it will go to group 2. So what Kafka does is that, okay, we will allow you to specify it at the group level, but they also say somebody will have to control that. So if it is not controlled, it will get messy. That's the only point.
So we'll need some naming conventions, right?
That's correct. That's correct. And there would be a management team at the consumer side who will be managing those things. Because if it is unmanaged, it gets a little bit messy later on. So ideally, you should have a team who will take care of that. Because from what we had mentioned when you were deploying this thing, Bhaskar, you said that, hey, we deployed this. The one team says that it's already been done. Other team doesn't get it. All these things are there because we don't have the proper configuration environment that needs to be there. Once you build it up, it should get very smooth, Bhaskar. Make sense?
Yeah, but that could be one reason why we miss messages or we're losing messages, right? If someone else.
Yeah, that's very dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, we should have a team who will manage those things. And it's not that everybody will be given a choice of giving whatever group name you want. No. So the way how Kafka handles this is, yes, since we are developers, we know that how it is created. But to the end users, they say, no, no, no. Our management team and the group team has said that we have to keep this name. We will keep this name in our code only, because they have already created it for us. So that is the way how it is driven from top down to bottom in your JP and in your city. So the configuration team controls those things, but it's a realistic thing that if you give any other name, everybody will get those messages at here. So that's the point.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, great. One more chat came. Gaurav was saying, are you going to share the consumer groups demo program later? Hey, it is in day 2 file, Gaurav. So the consumer group example is in day 2. I think it's example 8 or example 9. Have a look at it, Gaurav. Sorry, Scott, you're saying something, friend?
Hey,
go ahead, Gaurav.
Vinay. Is there any...
Vinay, 1 second. Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, finish, Gaurav.
Yeah, so it's in the day 2, you mean, right? Like you haven't shared
That's
a link
correct.
for that. Okay.
No, it is already shared yesterday, friend. I've shared you the complete this right yesterday. The group thing. Once again, see here. Yesterday I shared this. So this is actually called as with the subject name, inside which day 1 was created yesterday. Today I created day 2. Tomorrow I'll create day 3. Everything will be there from this link only, my dear. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Sure. Great. Yeah. Please go ahead, our other colleague.
Hey. So is there any limitation for creating the groups for the specific topics, or I mean, is there anything? Okay, no. you created most number of groups. Is the topic cannot handle so many groups, kind of the thing?
Nothing at all. Because see, what would happen is a group is like a consumer. The only thing why would I create a group is so that there are multiple messages coming and you will have partitions, and you would want to see how those partitions are read by the consumer group. Okay, so imagine if a producer has got 3 partitions, and if there is only one consumer, he will be bombarded from all the 3 partitions, right? Okay, so if I have to say, no, I want to read only one partition, so ideally the consumer would create equal to or more than the number of partitions what is available, so that even if one of the group dies, okay, I can still have other group members available. When the rebalancing of the consumer happens, they can still go ahead and process the data. That's the whole idea, friend.
Okay.
Sure. So let me go ahead and let me run this, my dear. Of course, I will create 2 separate projects and see that. Just 1 second. So let me go back. I think I started with my, I've started with my consumer. 1 second here. Let me get sure. Yeah, that's right. So this was your consumer. And I started with my producer also. Fantastic. So let me keep this side by side. So this is what the producer is. And let me go back to my consumer. And this is what my consumer is. Let me keep it like this. And let me go over here and say hi. And I'll press enter. Hi comes there. I say hello. And hello comes there. Good. Now I'm going to create it in the same consumer group. Okay. One more consumer with the same thing. Just 1 second, friend. So this is the topic 1 and group 1. Okay. Let me.
Quick question.
Yeah, please.
Before going with the second consumer, okay. So now I believe both the programs are pointing to broker 2, which is pointing to port 9093, right?
No. As of now, it is 9092 in my example, but then you can keep it as 9093 also. But then if you're keeping it as 9093, it will go down to your Kafka 2 or Kafka 1. So you'll have to go back and see what is where the logs are being kept, my dear. It'll go down over there, friend.
Can you open the simple producer?
There it is. This is my simple. Hold on, dear. Just 1 second. Let me scroll down. This is what is my producer.
Yeah.
Just
Can
1
you
second. Okay.
Come down?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you changed this to 9090. Okay, right? So what I'm trying to say was, when I ran this one, my port is pointing to 9093, So because of which I brought up the new broker, which in the case I have old one which is running on by default for 9092 and the new one on 9093. Okay. And when I ran both the simple consumer and producer, the messages are seamlessly going from producer to consumer. That is fine.
Okay.
But the logs are still coming into the log file, which is which is tied up to the broker 1, not the broker 2.
Once again. So how do you know it is logs are there in broker 1 and broker 2?
I can show you. Can I show my screen?
Yeah, sure. Let me stop sharing. Share your screen, Vijay.
Let me know when you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it here. Carry on.
Okay. So I have one broker, Zookeeper, broker 1, broker 2. Okay.
Okay.
My producer is running on
one port number 9093. That's okay. No worries.
No, I just want to make sure double check and show it to you. Yeah.
Okay. Consumer also 93. That's perfect.
Okay. Now, when I go here,
okay, good. Come down. Logs.dev. There it is.
Responding to Kafka log 2, right?
That's correct.
And so that technically all my logs should go to this line, right? This
That's
location.
correct. That's correct.
Okay. So my broker is already running.
Okay.
Test log. Yeah, it came here.
Okay.
It came here.
True. Now let's look at the logs folder. Okay.
See, there is no, first of all, the messages I'm not, the topic is what
You're
I
in
used.
log 2. Why? Okay, once again, hold on. Okay, log 2 is what you're saying is over there.
So I had an earlier question, right? The topics that are present in my system were created only when I have one broker. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But I'm leveraging the same topic and I'm connecting this Kafka to the second broker for the simple producer and consumer thing.
No. Once again, first of all, having two brokers might not make any sense in our code because it is going to connect only one broker.
Yeah. I can even kill this guy. That's not a problem. Okay.
Okay. But which is this guy? This is running. Can you just use your up arrow once it finishes so that I'll know? Use your up arrow once so that I'll know what you have executed there. No. Come down and use your up arrow. That's it. So this is server.properties. So this was the first code that you ran, and this is where it will go to Kafka log 1. Right?
So yeah. So the second broker is still running, okay?
That's correct. Hey, that broker went down. I don't know why that broker went down. Go to your consumer. The broker has died. Go to your consumer. See, the broker is not there.
So Vijay, the 9092 port is in server.properties, right?
That's right.
I changed it to 9093. No, I changed it to 9093.
The server.property is 9093?
Yeah, hold on. I'll kill it and show you this clearly what's going on.
Go the property file.
Okay. Now everything is been stopped other than Zookeeper, okay?
Okay.
I can even bring down this guy too, if you want me to.
Just bring it down so that be very clear. Bring down the Zookeeper, do a JPA so that nothing is running, and then continue with it here because that's the way how it's supposed to behave. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Now I want to show this one. CD software, CD Kafka config vi server1.properties, and if you see this guy,
server 1 is 9093. Okay.
Right, is 9093. So I'm running the broker here, which is server1.properties. Before even running the broker, I need to start a zookeeper. I started a zookeeper. Okay.
Start one broker 9093 now. That's right. This one. Yep. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
And now I have a zookeeper and broker.
Yep.
And your producer is confirmed to go to 9092. You have to your producer code has 9092 configured.
No, 9093. If you see this guy, this is the same library that has been deployed.
But there the logs are saying it's looking for 9092.
I know.
Which logs are saying the gentleman who just Paras, when he said, how did you know that it is running looking at 9092?
Because it was given.
Look at here, this one, right? I'm talking about to simple consumer. Okay.
Okay.
And
So when
producer
it's
is
connected,
running.
it will show you actually. You can scroll up and see.
Okay, now it's running fine. I think so. It's good done. Okay. It didn't come up here.
No, something went wrong. Go to the producer. Something went wrong there. See?
It's an info, metadata cluster ID.
Type now. Type now. It's ready now.
Now it is ready. Okay, go there.
Okay, so where is it connected? Let's see. In this,
something is.
It's loading this configuration, right? Let's see. 9093. Yeah, it's connected to 9093. This is correct.
So this is the exact question which I was asking you earlier, Venkat. What I'm trying to say was, I'm trying to use the topic. If you see, I'm going to kill this guy again. Okay. The topic that I'm going to use is first topic. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Which was exactly created when the broker 1 was running, not the broker 2.
Okay, let's say once the topic is created, that's okay, but then the logs will be there in that location wherever the topic was created. So that's one point that you have to remember. Okay.
Yeah, and the second thing was, before executing this end exercise 5, simple and producer and consumer, I haven't created a new topic. Okay. I'm trying to leverage the existing topic which I was creating when I have only broker 1.
Okay.
Okay. And when I am having a broker 1, I'm trying to do that one. But it made me, the broker 1 is as well needed to be running. So the producer and consumer are working because this topic is technically tied to this guy.
Okay, so let's see for that topic description, who is the leader? Let's look at the topic description. Who is the leader? Describe.
Hyphen.
Describe.
Topic name.
X.
Topic, not topic.
Yeah.
Remove the S from there. That's all. Yeah. Hold on. Let me. No, I'll give you the topic thing. Just give me 1 second.
No, you're using the list command. We don't need the list command from there.
I will just say create. Sorry, you want to say describe. Yeah, this is the one. I put it in the chat window. If you want, you can look at that here. No, you have to say minus zookeeper localhost describe and then the topic name. Yeah.
Leader is 0. ID
that is the first one.
So ID 0 means broker 1. Broker 2 has
that's
ID 1 or 0. Check when the broker start, what is the ID of broker 2. Click on broker 2. Look at its ID 1, Kafka ID 1. So that's why you're saying broker 1 have ID 0.
No.
That's correct.
That's what I was like even asking earlier. Okay.
Yes.
The topic has been created only when I have leader 0.
Correct.
Broker 1 in this case.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I created the topic and I tried to leverage the same topic. Okay. For this new simple producer and consumer, which is pointing to broker 2. Technically, these two guys are still connecting to broker 2.
They should still,
they are still working and writing to broker 1 logs because it is still trying to broker 1 is what I want to prove.
Correct. So Zookeeper should have updated the leader for that topic because broker 1 is down. Should have updated that broker 2 is the new leader, right?
No, it doesn't know anything of this topic, right? So it is not doing anything as such.
No, why should it update it? No, no. Once
How does the
again,
leader change? So if the original leader which was there for this, if that broker goes down, then this topic cannot be used, Venkat?
No, it can be used.
So how does this topic know which is the next leader?
No, the zookeeper will just come to know whether the leaders are there. That is where, when the replication factor is there, only then he can get it, right?
Okay.
If the replication factor is not.
Replication 2, then in case of replication.
Okay. I have other queues which have more than one replication, but I feel that even that doesn't work. Let me show you. Okay.
Yeah. So here, if this leader switch backs to 1, then your program will start working with broker 2.
So see, all of them are pointing to
leader 0.
I'm saying leader 0 because this was created with replication 3, but only when I have one broker.
No, this was with topic 3. This was with partition 3, not with replication 3. This was with partition 3, friend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, because what you're saying looks plausible when you're seeing, but then I don't think so that is the behavior. So Vijay, what you're saying looks to be plausible, but then we just have to look at and see how that would work and see how that is running. Because when we look at that, we'll come to know who that leader is by the number what we have in server.properties. We'll come to know with whom it is related. But then once it's created, I don't have to have that leader ready. Other people can also get it, Vijay. So that's what I was trying to say here.
It's not about getting it, Venkat. Sorry, I just want to reiterate my question again. So the ask was, in an environment, there is only one broker, and I have all my topics set up, and systems are working perfectly fine. Okay.
Okay.
There is only one topic that is running against that broker, and there is all the producer and consumers are working fine. Okay.
Okay.
It has been configured, and it has been configured with a replication factor of 2. Let's assume. Can I have a replication factor of a 2 even though I have one broker?
No,
can I have that?
It will throw error.
No.
And now I did. It said your count is more than the number of available brokers.
You should have 2 copies, because in the second example, what you saw, we had replication 2, so we had 2 brokers. So he is right. No, if it is only one broker, it might not start, but then after that, when it is dead, you remember yesterday we saw the ISR and all those things. So we had 2 replications, but only one was available, and with only one it will work. I don't need to have 2 all the time, my dear. Right?
That's fine. But when I'm creating, I need at least 2 is the point, right?
When
that's right.
Creating.
Yeah. Okay. Let's assume that in this case, I have a replication factor of only 1 at least. Okay. One topic, and producer and consumer are healthy and they're working fine with one broker. Okay.
Okay.
Now all of a sudden I feel that I want to add additional broker.
Okay.
And what we are trying to say, additional broker was added in order to handle new volumes or new partitions or new topics or whatever, right? Let's assume that I'm adding a new broker altogether into the picture. What we're trying to say was, when the new broker is brought up, okay, in the any of the new producers and consumers that are connecting to the topics which were created as part of broker 1, okay, will still work by me connecting to broker 2. I don't know if I guys confused you guys.
Once again, can I just draw it out and then say, because I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. Just once again, just bear with me once. Just stop the thing. I'll show it on my screen so that we are clear on that, because there seems to be a definite concern in this. So let's just finish it off. Before lunch, let's just finish that concept. So let's go back over here. So you're saying that I have got a broker 1. Okay, broker 1 has created something called as topic 1 at the time when I'm creating that particular topic, and that has got partition 1. Okay, so partition 1. Okay, now
and replication 1.
And replication 1. Okay, and replication 1. Okay. So whenever this goes, the topic will come to know who that broker is, and it will go down to that particular log where the details are there. So it will go down to the log wherever that broker is configured. Okay. Now,
now I brought broker 2.
Okay, I have got broker 2. Okay,
And
when I
I'm trying
bring
to,
broker 2, it has got nothing to do with the existing topic. Okay, go ahead.
yes, it has nothing to do. I haven't created any new topics after I brought on the broker 2. Okay, nothing new.
Okay,
And
okay,
now I have a new consumer and a producer. Okay, which are
okay,
connecting to the broker 2, but with the same topic of topic 1.
okay. New producer and consumer with the same topic. Okay,
The
but
real
then it
question is,
has.
how do you scale up? I think, right? How do you scale to more brokers? Is that a doable thing, or do you have to blow away the first
Yeah, I
topic
mean,
and
it's
create a new topic?
indirectly that's what I'm trying to go for.
Yeah.
So how are you trying to make sure that the I don't know how to say.
So, hey, Vijay, here is the thing.
Uh-huh.
Two things, right? The zookeeper created by DevOps. Brokers will be created by DevOps at the beginning when the for the zookeeper. They will be created in the beginning. They will only be able to bring up or bring down the broker, not add the broker later.
What do you mean by bring up in something but adding itself, right?
Adding means we create another server .config and then start that, right? So that broker will not be aware. So
Then how are you going to go ahead?
How are we going to control that?
No, when you bring it down, I couldn't understand when you say when you bring it down.
Okay, here is the thing, right? So we have broker 1 and broker 2. When the partition is created, you have only broker 1. Broker 2 was not even started, correct?
Mm-hmm.
When topic 1 was created. Now somebody adds a broker 2 to the zookeeper, like starts a broker 2 with configured to the same zookeeper. Broker 2 is not aware about that topic.
Yes. Will it be or will it not be?
What we are seeing is it is not aware.
No,
No, it will not be aware.
No. I think no. What I want to show was when both of them are running, right? As in this example that you're navigating right now, Venkat.
Okay.
I brought up the
If both
second
of them are
broker.
running.
Even I brought up the second broker even when the broker 1 is up and running. I brought up the broker 2 too. Okay.
Okay.
But even though this guy doesn't know anything about topic 2, topic 1, I tried to pass the topic 1 as an argument to this broker 2, which is nothing but a simple producer and consumer example. Okay.
Okay. Now, how did you pass topic 1 to broker 2? Because topic 1 is already created, right?
Yeah, I mean, your consumer example needs just an argument of existing topic, right? It doesn't need to create it.
That's correct. Okay. So you're trying to say that when over here, just to be very clear. So over here, what did you say?
Simple
you just
topic.
Give, yeah. So this was, so I have to give the topic name. The topic name was already created by us over here. So I'll give the same topic. The same topic is handled by broker 1, right?
That is correct. But I'm using in the producer, which is connected to 9093, which is our broker 2, but the topic has been created against broker 1.
Okay. So in Java code, can you open Java code, Venkat? Java
Okay.
code
So
5.1. No, open in your Eclipse.
Okay.
Yeah. So here in the localhost 9092, you can give comma localhost 9093 also.
This is only for the lookup, my dear. So
correct.
yeah.
So there's the cluster lookup you're talking about, right? It is going
That's
to
correct.
all of them as well.
That's correct. This is only for the lookup that I'm saying. It's not because I connected to that. There's a tight coupling with that server, my dear.
Yeah, that is where I am trying to come from. So yeah, I think I got it answered. The cluster lookup, like a Cassandra, we give just one node as we discussed.
Exactly. So this is just a cluster lookup to find out. Ultimately, they are related to this particular level only. Topic 1 is related to the broker 1, and that's what it's happening. So just because you create another broker, that doesn't mean that he can directly write it in this particular topic. No, you cannot do that. The topic is already there.
There's no way in Zookeeper to associate broker 2 to the broker 1 cluster and all of its topics. There's got to be a way to add that.
See, when the Zookeeper starts, Zookeeper, we are only saying what is the Zookeeper properties. So remember today morning I had mentioned that we have to change that. So let me just go back to that particular topic. It will be there in my software. Go down to Kafka, go down to config, And see, this is the only information what is there in Zookeeper properties. It will only tell you where the snapshot has been created. It doesn't give you anything else. So the Zookeeper is only responsible for finding out whether the servers are running and ensuring that there's a proper coordination with them. All the other things are taken care of at the broker level itself. And very important point is, from version 0.8 onwards, when the scale up of the clusters happened, Zookeeper became the main point where the bottleneck happened. So from version 3 onwards, they have moved a lot of things away from Zookeeper. This is what I'll be covering it up once we come back post lunch. But since you asked me that, let me show this example to you. Just one second. Let me cover that up. So Zookeeper is going to be removed from the next versions onwards. So where is that example? I started with Zookeeper and see over here, the new consumer API. So prior to Apache Kafka 0.9, consumers, in addition to the brokers, utilize Zookeeper to store the information about the composition, etc. But with version 0.9, remember yesterday when we were running our console consumer, it was giving an error, right? That it is deprecated. See over here. Let me go right at the top and show you that it was deprecated. Let me go up in the example. The first example, see this line, using a console consumer, it is deprecated. So we have to use Bootstrap server and all that. And in the next example onwards, we started using this. So Zookeeper is going to go away, Scott. Make
Okay.
sense?
That's fine, but there's got to be a way to add, otherwise you're stuck with your initial setup, right? If you decide, okay, we're going to go with 5 brokers, but down the road you have to scale up, you're basically screwed then. Your topics are going to have to be blown away and recreated with 10.
Because the scaling is the biggest thing which you first thing, you answered me like it is going to be a lookup of IP, so it's working. So I got that answer. Okay. The second one was to what Scott was saying, and I was asking earlier was, we defined a queue or a topic assuming the current volume it is to be replicated for 3, so we have 3 brokers. Let's say,
okay,
if the use case says I want to proportionally exponentially expand it in such a way that it has to be replicated to 4 to 5, and I have to add brokers, can I change for an existing topic which has been created with 3 replication from 3 to 4 and add another broker so that even that knows about this topic?
Once again, I'm sorry, because I was actually doing this when one of you told me, how do I increase the replication factor? So yeah, can you just repeat it? My apologies, my dear. The last point.
No, what I'm trying to say was, initially I created a topic assuming the
Okay.
current volume in place, and I have a replication factor of 1, and I have only one broker. Okay.
Okay.
And now we anticipate an increase of volume, which made me say that the volume is increasing, not just volume, the criticality of it is increasing. So I need to replicate the data. Okay.
Okay.
If I want to add more replication, I need to add one more broker, right?
No, not necessary. Because how is the replication connected to the broker, my dear? It's not connected.
That's what no. Earlier we were saying that rather someone is saying that we were not able to add more replication without more brokers.
Yeah, correct. So if let's try that. Let's try that example. Let's create a topic with only one broker running, and you say replication factor is 2. It will throw an error.
No, but the real question is, how do you scale up the replication? How do you add another broker to an existing topic?
No, I think that is what this particular link is, and this was sent thanks to Gaurav. So see here, he's given that link. It's there in the chat window. Increasing the replication factor. They're just saying how you can see, just specify the extra replicates in the custom reassignment JSON file, and then you can do a -execute to increase the replication. You cannot reduce the replication, but you can increase the replication anytime. So going back to the example, our friend, if you are saying that I want to increase it, I can easily go ahead and increase the replication without any impact on the existing thing. Yes, if the amount of data in the original copy is very huge, it will take some time for that to be replicated on the other systems, that's all. But otherwise, it's pretty simple. Here, he's talking about JSON and all that. But then if you simply look over here, just once again, oops. Let me share my system once again. And this thing is irritating. Let me go back here. Command to increase replication in Kafka. So there's a ready-made command. I can increase the replication. So go back over here. See here how to change the number of replicas of a topic. You can increase it. You can see here. See, I can just say minus minus alter, and I can say the replication factor of 3. So I don't have to worry about the brokers at all. That means I cannot reduce the replication. I can of course increase the replication. So that can be easily done. So even right now in the example where it was 1, I can alter it and send it to 3. That means it will go down to 2 more folders. So what I'm trying to say is that the folders are there at a log level, right? You don't have to worry about which broker is associated with the log level. Make sense, Vinay? That's what I was trying to say, friend. Friend, are you clear on that? If for Vinay or Vijay, I don't know. One of you was saying, I think it was Vinay, Vijay or Vinay. Can you just say, unmute once? Yeah, it was Vijay. Yeah, that's right. So Vijay, this is the way how I can alter the broker. So once it's created, the topic is nowhere, the topic is nowhere connected with the person who has created it. Right now, with the way how you're trying to say it was, somewhere there was assumption that hey, the topic is connected with the person who has created it. So it's really not the aspect. I can really keep on increasing the broker level, and it's not connected with the individual person at all, my dear. So my request is just try that out once and see how that would work, and then let me know as to what all things has to be done, and we can actually test it out. That's the point, friend.
Yeah, I think overall the question, one final thing was, when I add additional replication factor, which needs an inclusion of a new broker because of the data replication to happen.
One second. When I'm adding a replication factor, why do I need a broker? Because the replication concerns a physical folder level, right?
But did you execute? Can you execute a command in your screen, Venkat, once?
This is the command. This is the command. So you can actually try this. I'll just copy this, Control C in the chat window. We can create a dummy broker, and we can actually test it out. This will work, dear, because we have done this earlier also. So see over here, I'm just keeping that command for you. This is that command. So we will create a new topic, and we can check this replication factor and change that, and then do a list again, and you will see that the replication factor has gone changed. Only thing is the log direct. Come back.
Can I share my screen?
Okay. One second. Let me just stop sharing. Yeah, share your screen.
And, just ping me the command that you showed me.
I have already done in the cheat sheet. It's already there.
Okay.
So if you look at my cheat sheet.
Yeah, I'll open it.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I'll ping it for you. Once again, I'll put it in the group chat so that you can see that. So Control C. Let me go back to the chat window. And yeah, I pasted it for you. You can try that out.
Okay. I brought down broker 2. I have only one broker which is up and running. Okay. And Zucker Wizard is up and running. And
okay.
I listed the first topic. It's saying replication factor of 1. Okay.
That's correct. That's correct. Wow. You can say alter and have replication factor of 3. Guys, just 5 more minutes and then we'll take a break, guys. You'll see this actually. Yeah, Ben, Kafka topics, Zookeeper. Remove the test and it should be first underscore topic. That's correct. That's right. Press enter. Something went wrong. Kafka topics -1.
I thought you needed a broker for every factor of replication. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's what I want to prove it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't have a replication of 3 on just one broker, because if that one broker goes down, there's no point.
There's no point in having multiple.
You have at least 3 brokers, and then you can replicate factor 3.
Vijay, can you go up and see the error? What it is exactly complaining about?
No, it's syntax because it's showing me help. Can't be used with option alter. See, option replicate factor can't be used with option alter.
One second, I've done this. I don't accept this. Once again. So what you're trying to say also is second point. What you're saying, it is associated with a broker. That's the reason why you're saying it. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, the premise of replicating is to make sure our data is available, right? Even if one goes down.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, in the same, I'll give you a link, and if you go down, instead of using it, they have put it, they have got a JSON way of doing it, and that shows that. So I'll share that link with you on the chat window, and of course, this will be there for everybody. So at least you'll come to know that it is possible, my dear, but then I have to again try it without a, yeah, I've shared it across. So why don't you open that link, dear? In the sheet, I have given that. Yep, thank you. Scroll down. No, not that. Yeah, come down. Yeah, this one. So specify extra replicas in the JSON file. Use the JSON file in the minus execute of reassign partition tool, and you will see that the verification is there, friend.
Hold on. So specify the extra replicas in the custom reassign JSON file, but is it working? And no one says it's working. That's okay. So for example, this JSON topic name, partition 0, replicas 012, replica 012, 012, okay?
So Venkat, with the option which you said, the easy option is not an option for us today because the ticket is still open with Kafka to make it as an enhancement. Today we have to do the ugly way, which is the JSON way.
Yeah, the only way that is available right now is the JSON way. So I just need to look at the status of the ticket to see whether that would be there or not. Okay, so we had done this earlier, so that's what I need to check up as to what it can be done. So what you're saying is that once a broker is associated to something, but then if I increase the number of replication of it, you will have to associate it with multiple brokers, so that if any of the brokers go away, still the other brokers are there and the replication will be there. So that's something that I'll have to check up to see how they are correlating that, because even in this example, they're not correlating that, friend. They're just creating
this example it. No, in this example they're saying that they have multiple replicas of 012, which is 3 replicas, but they haven't told us how many brokers are there. Yeah, if you see,
that's correct.
It's a leader 2. That means there could be 3 leaders already. I think so.
No. Here, if you say leader 2, that means there is only one leader. In this example, there is only one guy. No, because
leader.
No, one
ISR. Look at the ISR.
Leader.
There are. Look at the ISR. There are 3 machines.
Correct.
2, 0, and 1.
So that means it matched with number of brokers, right?
That's correct.
Number of brokers. Okay, that is what we are trying to say, Venkat. That's okay.
No. See, got your point. What it is associated. That's what even Scott was saying. That is associated with the broker. I agree. So without the broker being there, the number of replications wouldn't matter. But then the example that what we are saying is that between different brokers, once this is already set up, all these 3 brokers should be there. At least one of them should be there so that the replication can happen. So in my machine, you can see that there is 2, 0, and 1 that is happening, and we are having the replicas over there. So any one of them, if it is there, because the same thing will be there in the 3 folders, right? Because when I say replications, that means that's what we saw in the example, right? We had 2 brokers, and inside that we had Kafka log 1, Kafka log 2, and Kafka log 3, right? And that's the way how it is there. So at least one of the brokers should be there so that it can be written to a particular replication level, Vijay. So in the break, let me see if I can try out this example in a quick way to see if this can be done there. So imagine if there are 4 brokers associated, then I can have it as 4 also. So we can decide who's the leader at any point of time.
Right? It's not in the start, Venkat. Let's assume in the space that you're showing right now, it clearly says there are 3 brokers, 0, 1, and 2, on which
correct, right?
3 replicas are pasted, right? Now there is a need for me to change the replication factor from 3 to 4. Let's assume, okay? Now I want to add a new broker in order to support this new replication, and I want to ensure this topic, signals topic, is as well being recognized by that new broker, because that's how the 4 nodes will get the data across for the same topic. Now, how that confluent or someone else guys is doing, I don't know. I'm just saying that we're just talking about it. Like, how can it be done?
Okay. Okay, so let me just look at it, because I've got that link also. Let me see if there's a ready answer to these things, and we'll try to see it out. So
that's okay. Yeah,
time.
Thanks.
I can check that out here. Yeah. So let me just check that out so that we can see how it can be done here. No worries.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Yeah, thanks, friend. So with reference to what we were doing, we have to still execute that example, and I'm just going to show it with two consumers in the same group. So once we come back after lunch, we'll try with that, guys. So it's about 12:25 your time, guys. So we will start again by 1:25, guys. So let me just mention it in the document so that we are clear on this. So let me go back to my cheat sheet. Let me go back to this, and yeah. So this, of course, would not work. So let me remove that. So we will take our lunch break till 1:25 a.m. Sorry, p.m. your time, and we will start after that. And I'll continue with examples because I've got some examples that is still left, guys. So I'll keep it as it is right now. I'll create more windows and see how the whole thing can work. In the meantime, let me also work on this. So thank you, guys. The example that we are going to see, the last part of this example, we should have done this earlier, but there was some question about how do we do rebalancing. So what I have done is I have created a document called as replication, increase replication. I tried this, but there are some teething issues. What is happening in this? It is not actually doing the reassigning of the partition. So I just need to look at it more to see what can happen. But then in case if you want to go ahead and see, you can actually test it out. There are a lot of links on how to increase the replication frame. Okay. So that's great. So this was primarily for Vijay. So Vijay, you had given a different perception on the increased replication part of it, and you can actually do that. But then what you are saying is right. You need to have enough number of Kafka servers to be on, because from what I had checked is that yes, replication can happen, but then we had Kafka servers there. So without the Kafka server being there, we cannot do that. So that's a point that you were correct on, Vijay. So that's something that we will have to ensure. And after that, it should run, but then it was giving me some weird issues. So I need to check what it is. Okay. So let's continue from where we left off and move on. So let me close this. This is there in the screenshot so that whenever you see the recording, you can see this. Cool. So let's go ahead and see the last part of the example that we were doing. Ideally, this is something that should have been done before lunch, but that's okay. We'll just finish this. We are at the fag end of doing it, guys. So let me create my producer first. That is with the simple producer topic one, Control C, and let me go ahead and run this. So my topic one producer is ready. Let me go ahead and create my producer with the simple consumer with topic one. So this is what is a simple consumer with topic one and group one. So you see the consumer has actually started. And see over here, it is assigned to that particular partition. And now I will say hello. You will see that hello comes there. I will just say hi, and you will see hi coming down there. Now let's assume that we create one more of the partitions, and I'm going to try with the same consumer over there. Okay, so let's go back to that example just once again. So I'm going to try with the same example. Okay, and I'm going to create one more consumer, but he's going to belong to group one only. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Press enter. So this consumer is also there, but he can't see any of the new groups that is getting created. Okay, so you see that whenever I set up a new group, a newly assigned partition is created. And now if I say over there, ABC and press enter, you will see that only one person in the group will be able to see the message. You saw that earlier it was the first consumer saying, but now after that, only one person in the group can see the messages. Okay. So if for any reason, if I close this group, then the first person will automatically, the first consumer will automatically be able to see this. Okay. Now if I create a new group, but with a new ID, you can see the message also. Both the consumers can see the message. That's what I want to do. CD Lab Software Kafka. Clear? And let me go back and paste this. And this is going to be group 2, okay? Not group 1. And these groups are nowhere defined. So that's what we're doing. So let me say group 2, okay? One second. Oh, sorry, this should be in programs. So I had put it in Kafka. So CD enter, CD lab programs, and let me just paste this command. Give me one second. There we go. This is with the group 2. Okay. So that consumer has also started. Okay. So see, resetting topic for partition 0 to offset 5. Okay. So now I will say these are the various offsets that I have already done. Now I'll say XXX, and you see that it is coming in both the groups. Okay. It is not coming in the first node over here because he did not among these two machines. They are a part of the same groups. Only one system will be getting it from the same group. Okay. So this was the example with regards to the way how partitions will be done. So just wanted to check. I hope this particular thing is clear. So if you create a new partition, new group, that group will get the data. But then if it's a consumer group, if one more partition of that is created, then he won't be able to see the data. That's the whole idea, friend. Yeah, Vijay, go ahead, friend.
No, I just joined.
Yeah. No, Vijay, your screen was on, Vijay, by mistake. So I had closed the session when I saw that, and even Bhaskar said that to you. So just be careful. Unknowingly, your screen was on. Okay. So just be careful, Vijay. No worries. Thank you. Okay, so now let's continue, friend. So you can see this happening. So now let me close this. So with this, what we have done is we have finished off with our example of what we are supposed to do till our lunchtime. So we are on track, no issues on that. Let me close my two windows that is not necessary for our example. So that's it. So I have got three windows. First one is the Zookeeper. Second one is the Kafka server. Third one is from where I can pass my commands over the topics, etc. And the other two are for the client and for this. Let me maximize those guys and let's continue. Okay, so if you look at where we are finished off with our examples in our day one. Now, in case if you want to look at some of the important broker configurations, I've given the list of it. The most important among them is the Zookeeper Connect. Okay, which we used to see which Zookeeper to use, the delete.topic.enable, whether it is whether I can delete a topic or not. Typically, it's an admin command. Your auto create topics enable. This is never set to true. It is always set to false in a production environment. The replication, the default replication factor, and the number of partitions, and then the log retention milliseconds and the log retention bytes. So just pay a look at all of these properties because somewhere or the other we will be configuring these properties. Okay, so with that, our day one concept is finished. And if you go back and see what we have done the till exercise 5 and the earlier two examples. So 7 examples we have done. Of course, we have discussed about others also and have a look at it. Let me quickly finish up with the day one PPT also. Most of the things are there, but some of the concepts just to re-emphasize. When we talk about a schema, please understand all the messages in Kafka is going to be a byte array. Okay, and if you want to add some additional structure or schema, you can do that. But then schema, it is not schema aware. So we will ideally look at Confluent registry and look at it. And another important thing that I wanted to check with you guys was when we did our Spark module, a lot of people were knowing about, people were forced, they were Java users, but there was a lot of push on them to start with Scala. So tomorrow when we start off with our Confluent, we will be doing one example in Scala so that you'll understand it. And the other examples will be there the normal way how we are doing it in Java only. But then try to focus on Scala because that's also an important way how to work with it, guys. Because in City and Roish, a lot of people are working with Scala because when we talk about Apache Spark, that is also going to be on Scala only. Okay. Then when we talk about schema, Avro is a very good serialization format. Schemas that are separate from the message payloads and do not require code to be generated when they change. And then it will help you in your data typing and schema evaluation. Okay, so whatever is the format, you should have a consistent data format as it allows writing and reading messages to be decoupled. So this is what I want to check with Bhaskar. So Bhaskar, when we talk about schema, do we have Avro used in the organization, Bhaskar? Over to you.
Not in our team. I doubt if they are using it, but I heard they are planning to use it.
That's correct. Okay, because when we talk about Confluent, the beauty of Confluent is that it has got a very fantastic Avro serialization format. And whenever there's a schema interchange between different organizations upstream and downstream, Avro is a de facto thing. So that has been used a lot in different places. And also tell me, what about the use of Scala within the organization and in your team? Bhaskar, are you using Scala?
Not in our team.
But are you aware that Scala is required when we talk about the other languages and all that, Bhaskar?
I am not aware.
That's okay. So thanks for that. But then Scala is very, very important when we talk about the way how Spark and all those things work. So your organization is not doing a lot on Hadoop, because Hadoop came back way back in 2006 when the duck cutting gave it to the Apache Software Foundation. And then in 2014, Spark came about. You guys are having a lot of impact on Spark, and all the team members that I was in touch with last time, they were working on Spark and other components like what Susan was mentioned last time, I think yesterday. So even her team is extensively using Spark. So focus on that. And then of course Kafka is another thing that is used in a big way, friends. So these are the three things that is used by a lot of businesses in a big way, friend. Okay, so that's something that I just wanted to share with you. So after the schema, let's talk about the Kafka producers. So producers create message. We saw that message will be produced to a specific topic. The producer do not care what partition a message is written to, and will balance messages over all partitions of a topic in an even way. In some cases, producers will even send messages to specific partitions with the help of a hash of the key or in some fashion. And the producer could also use a custom partitioner. So that's something that we are going to do in our example as we start with our day 2 stuff. That follows other business rules for mapping messages to individual partitions. So custom partitioner is also an example that we are going to see. So if we quickly go down to our day 2, let me quickly do that. Go down to the Google Docs where I have kept it. So this is day 2. And if you look at the day 2 document, let's see the flow that we are going to do today. First step, we are going to create something called as a consumer group, like what we did earlier, but wanted to show you a subtle difference of how things would be once it's read, how things will be. So that would be the exercise, what you'll be seeing. And just wanted to let one of our colleagues know. So Gaurav had mentioned that copying the document was a little bit of a challenge, Gaurav, but you saw that in the hands-on. I was copying the document and it was okay. So what were you referring, Gaurav? So today I was just going through the things to see what went wrong. So you wanted it in the form of a document or something, but it was pretty easy copying, Gaurav, right?
So I was copying from the Google Docs. Maybe that's why it wasn't, letting me copy nicely. So I downloaded a file, Word file was still working fine. But yeah, what I was referring to is like uploading the program separately, like .java file itself into a folder.
Okay. So I can do that. So if you want, I can put up, and to be very frank, some of the programs are already there as .java files. I put it into this document so that I can do it offline. So hopefully by tomorrow, I will prepare the day 1, day 2, day 3 documents into Java files and share it with you, dear. So that is taken care of. We'll do that for you, friend. No worries. So you're welcome, friend. So that is the 6th step that we will be doing. And then the 7th will be, we will refactor our code to see how do we use threads. So in the current example, we had used thread. So a little bit more work on that so that you can see that would be the 7th example. And then we will go down to the 8th example, wherein we are going to see our example of our, if you want to go down to a specific offset point in a topic, how do I do an assign and a seek stuff? So that will be your exercise number 8. Then we will talk about our custom partitioner. How can we partition? We will see that. That will be our ninth, a complete example on that. And then we will have our 10th step, that is a serializer. So we are not, so the important thing is how can you create your UTF-8 and your UTF-16? So just wanted to check with you, the Java level, Bhaskar, are you guys using UTF-8 and UTF-16? Or anybody can answer that? Or Bhaskar, thank you. You just unmuted. So you can say that. Are you using UTF-8 or UTF-16, Bhaskar? Okay, maybe he's not there right now. Gaurav, any idea what are the things that you're using, or Paras?
Not sure. I mean, I'm guessing UTF-8 probably.
Okay, well, because you can customize that in UTF-8 and UTF-16. So we will see how we do the
No,
custom serialization.
we're using UTF-8 most of the time.
Okay, that's great. So we will see over here, this example, I'm using UTF-8. You can use UTF-16 also and see how do we customize our serialization. So there are 5 classes that will be there. So these are the things that we will be doing in the rest of the session for today, guys. So we will understand all these things, concepts, and be clear on this. And then tomorrow we will move down to our Confluent. Okay, and Confluent is already set up and over in the machine. So we will talk about the different aspects to talk about in Confluent. Okay, so let me finish this slide deck so that things are clear. So the presentation is what I meant. So this was the Kafka producer. Then your Kafka consumers, as you would know, would read the messages. They will subscribe to one or more topics and read the messages in the order in which they were produced. They also keep a track of the messages that has been consumed by keeping a track of the offset of the message. So remember, you had asked me, Bhaskar, what's an offset? So it's just another piece of metadata, some numerical value that will be continuously increasing that Kafka adds to the message as it is produced. Each message in a given partition has a unique offset. By storing the offset of the last consumed message for each partition, either in Zookeeper or in Kafka, the consumer can stop and restart without losing the place frame. So that is the importance of the offset. Then we saw the consumer group right now. So consumers work as a part of the consumer group, wherein you will have one or more consumers that would be working together to consume a topic. So the mapping of a consumer to a partition is often called as the ownership of the partition by the consumer. So in this way, consumers can horizontally scale to consume topics with a large number of messages. Additionally, if a single consumer fails, the remaining members of the consumer will rebalance the partition being consumed to take over the missing member. So you will see how the partitions gets rearranged also. And this is something that was new that came in your 0.9. It was well before we started off with this. So as of now, you have this. So prior to 0.9, consumers utilize Zookeeper to store some additional information about what was the consumer, how many consumers you have in a group, what topic it was consuming, and to store the offset for each partitions to enable failover. But from 0.9, the primary challenge what Kafka found out was that with more number of groups in a consumer group, more number of members in a consumer group, your Kafka started getting to be the main bottleneck for scalability. So they are planning, and even now effort is going on in that to completely remove Zookeeper. In the new versions, they have removed some part of the Zookeeper functionality, but then the complete part cannot be removed, my dear. So that is what is the focus, how they will go ahead and move that. So they're saying by version 3, your complete Zookeeper will be out for it. A little bit about Kafka docs. And this is something that we saw yesterday, the test 2, the test 3, that is the first exercise. And then again, simply talking about the Bootstrap server, the key serializer and the value serializer. We saw the additional logic of the callback on the producer, then added keys to our example and saw how when we add a key, how it would work. We saw this example today morning. Then created a custom consumer and saw how we can read the records via the Kafka API. And then these are the properties what we saw in the custom Kafka consumer. and some of the broker configurations, what we already saw earlier. Okay. So these are the things that was there in day one. So we are done with the day one document complete. And let's continue on with day two. And this was for our guys from what we were discussing. How do we go ahead with the replication and the document, Gaurav, that was mentioned on the Kafka side about increasing the replication, that is giving some error, my dear. So I used that document in the break to try it out, but that was giving an error. So I found this link to be pretty useful. So please have a look at this link and see how you can continue with that. Okay, so this is about replication. How do we do it? This is a very good link which will tell you all about